Hello and welcome back to another day of LPL action. Hope you're all ready for BLG versus IG and JDG versus WBG. Two good games. You know, JDG lost their series yesterday, but we know that they have a lot of back-to-back games. I wonder whether they've prepared more for this game than the one yesterday, meaning that they might look better today. Hey, thank you so much for the resub as well, Katari. Hey, Dio, I really need to get on those MVPs, don't I? should give Dio MVP. VIP, that's the one. Neil Cat and who else in chat? Oh, just you for now, but we'll say hi to others as they turn up. Yeah, but I appreciate you all. What are you predicting? What are your predictions for today's series? Look, I think IG are actually a pretty good team. I still think it's 2-0 BLG. I think that BLG are just stronger in too many key roles. And speaking of that, let's just go get onto this thing here. SPA BLG. Here's their roster, you know it. Why is this clean feed so much louder today? I'm not sure. Oh, this is dragon control. That's really interesting. Because BLG actually were not very dragon focused at first stand and before. Oh, we get Viper and Maker versus each other too. The last time that Viper and Maker played with each other was 2022 in their loss in the quarterfinals to DRX at Worlds 22. Oh, that's so sad. And that was a time when EDG were all very ill too. They'd caught COVID just before that series, so they were like really ill. You know, if the illness hadn't happened, I wonder whether they stopped DRX's run though. I do wonder. Anyway, I'm gonna go brush my teeth, get some coffee, you know, do the good stuff. All right, folks, and settle in until we get ready for the game.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我们邀请到的是 BLG 的翁选手，先有请他和大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是圈。
那上一场比赛结束之后，对于队伍有怎样的一个警醒呢？你们又进行了怎样的一个调整呢？
我们回去之后进行了一些复盘吧， 就是在于前期的对线，还有在支援团的抢夺上的失误，还是不是要多多去改善。
那你觉得今天面对上状态尚可的 IG， 关键点会是什么呢？
觉得关键点的话，就是在于下路软辅这些英雄的对局，哪边能打出优势。
好的，谢谢。那我们接下来一同期待这一场比赛。我们现在邀请到的是 IG 的 Miko 选手，先有请他和大家打声招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 IG 辅助 Miko。
欢迎 Miko。那首先第一个问题，最近队伍在哪一些方面着重进行了提高？那今天要面对强敌 BLG， 你们又进行哪些方面的一些针对呢？
最近队伍就是围绕中后期的决策吧，做了很多的调整，对。然后今天对阵强敌 BLG，感觉还是前期对线方面要更注意吧，他们前面对线打得很好。
那你觉得目前队伍整体的
That's a little unfortunate there. I hope that was just a quick startup refresh. I hope that's fine. The answer to that, Panzer, used to be Icon. Probably Jackie, I guess, is the one most people go towards. Morning all. Almost a year for Qatari, absolutely. Duo, never type that into a stream streak ever again. Banana. Hello. Hello, Heraldimus. We're streaking now. Will anybody think of the children? Says Mecca. Someone's going to tackle you off the football pitch. Ben's been working on his handsomeness. Thank you, Panzer. Appreciate you for the sub. Welcome back. Morning, County. Oh, probably will. Very affordable. No judgment. Oh, the fun pose. Woo, come get it.
观看
Let's
2026
go.
英雄联盟
For
职
the
业
odds we
联赛
go.
第二赛段，
Well
您
then.
可以通过英雄联盟客户端
LPL.
掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com。虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、
I really
腾
wish
讯
they
视
had a
频
better、mic.
腾讯体育、新浪微博
Being、so
微信视频号
picky
进行
so
收看
annoying.。
电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台
Just
收
doesn't
看
need to be.
全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方二维码，定制 LPL 队服队员 ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。 TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然战马。澳丰电竞椅连续6年中国电竞椅销量第一。
直接给他一手点错，界面上中间，爸爸这时候很能滑，
再滑一个。JDG's You copy him. So nice.
“让我们有请哔哩哔哩 Gaming。”
Hello, folks. Sorry, I went to go and change it, and clearly I was a little early on that one because I hit it, and Alex went, "Please don't."
Yeah, just the teams coming out onto the stage. Love to focus on them really because they're just really cool players. I like these shots. I like them. I like seeing BLG coming out on stage facing against IG.
Yep. It's a good scene.
有请 Invictus Gaming。
IG on the other side, and we finally, for the first time in a long time, see Mako versus Viper in that bot lane. Mako versus Viper. Such an important matchup here for our LPL stars. They haven't played together since 2022 when they were knocked out in quarterfinals. And I believe this is the first time they've played together
LPL 第二
since.
赛
We
段
didn't
组
see,
内赛第2周第4日第1场比
can't
赛
remember the last time
，BLG
we've
对
seen
阵
that.
IG
At
即
least
将
within
开始
LPL, we
无
haven't
畏
seen that for a
进巅
very,
峰。
very long time. First match between them. Captains will fist bump. We'll get into our seats. And now we come back. Hello everyone, how's it going?
Hello, hello, hello.
I hadn't sorted out the Zoom or anything either, so I didn't know exactly what was happening with that. It's all good though. Green picture. That's one, that's the other. We're good.
This should be a really cool matchup. This should be a really cool matchup. I think IG have managed to come in here with a certain head of steam that I don't think many people were necessarily expecting, especially considering they'd had a number of role swaps and people switching in and out, and obviously Renard in mid lane. Honestly, I think IG have been quite impressive.
They have. I think that, you know, we thought that top lane and AD carry were a weakness for them last split, and they were. They were a weakness for them, Sobro and Photic. They've changed out, you know, Sobro for Breathe.
Which is, I think, have been a significant upgrade so far.
For sure, it has done. You know, Breathe's had like 1 or 2 games where it's felt like he's been dunked on a little, but I mean, that's just sometimes top lane matchup. That's just the way that it goes. And then bot lane, we look at, you know, Jachi coming in for Photic, and Jachi, if he loses lane, doesn't look good. But the last series I saw him in, they started to get a bit more consistency in there too. Jachi and Mako, we have great expectations for them. Then obviously the other question mark was Renard coming in for Rookie, and Renard, he has had some upper tier moments.
Yeah.
But then you do look like again, look at the series against Weibo, and you see him getting dumpstered by Xiaohu in games 2 and 3, despite having a very good game 1. And you have some questions there. Personally, you know, I think Renard has had enough good games to, you know, be happy to see him on the roster, but realistically, he isn't Rookie, and I think we're discovering that now.
Yeah, and again, it feels like the playmaking is good, the roaming is good, the ability to kind of just decide to hand check is good and quite valuable at this level of the LPL to be able to pull that off, but it does feel like some of those laning fundamentals, the amount of CS you're just picking up across the game, when things go a little awry, when someone's there to punish you, has hurt him once or twice when he's been on things like the LeBlanc.
Into the draft for game 1 then here in Shanghai between BLG and IG, our neutral venue. No one has home ground advantage here.
Bans currently make, I think, a lot of sense. The double, very potent pick AD carries in the Ashe and the Varus, and of course the Orianna Rumble, which are basically guaranteed to be banned if you are picking second, alongside what I will expect to be a Karma ban.
Yeah, the Karma just feels like it needs to be kind of instant banned, really. That champion just wins lane too hard, and it has some really good lane pairings. Of course, the Ezreal being the best of them, but still a bunch of champions which kind of just ruined the game. And there is that Karma ban. IG, do you ban Jarvan? Do you ban something else that we've not considered? I mean, obviously the Ashe Seraphine's gone. Technically, you could ban another bot lane pick like the Lulu. Ryze, Pantheon are both open too.
Yeah.
Look, I think if you leave them both open, I think that BLG first... Do they first pick Ryze or Pantheon?
I guess the question is, do they care about Renard's and Onivia?
I don't think they do.
So I think it might be the Ryze.
So the Jace is banned.
Okay.
But I think Shun is so damn good at Pantheon.
True
Look,
enough.
it'll be a Ryze or a Pantheon, almost certainly. You don't let both go over. That duo is just not okay.
It's very risky because the double point and click route is very strong. Of course, the Jarvan, if you want to go for a very different archetype, is still very potent. Don't hate that one either.
But if you got the Jarvan without the Orianna, and you have to go like, well, Jarvan Aurora is not bad, I suppose. I'm surprised, Sam. I am surprised because this should be an instant lock of the Pantheon Ryze, I think. I just lock in the duo, or you can lock in the Ryze and then lock in your Pantheon later if you've got another power pick that you want.
Baiting the different options. Ryze Pantheon would make some sense. You can see some discussions there with the crew.
Jarvan, of course, is a strong champion too. You want that for the big combinations. They are going to lock in the Pantheon. Presumably they lock in the Ryze too. No, they don't. They've switched away from it. I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised. I think that Ryze Pantheon is the strongest duo in the game right now. Although maybe their thought process is, Shun is such a good early game jungler, you need to have the power to get ahead in the jungle matchup, and Pantheon can fall behind the Jarvan.
Yeah, and there is something to be said for the fact that the Xin Zhao is also probably the slightly better team fighters with that value of the ult. If you do this plus the Lulu, there's another argument for strongest duo in the game. Xin Zhao Lulu is always very potent.
So they think Xin Zhao Lulu is better than Pantheon Ryze. Hey Omni, by the way, yeah, I had a fun tweet yesterday basically saying that every player in the world has one bogey champion. They just can't make it work.
Yeah.
And at the very top level, that is. I mean, it might work to a middling level, but it doesn't work at a top level. And it's a dice roll as to whether your bogey champion actually affects your career or not. Sometimes you have like a Knight Azir, which genuinely affects it. Otherwise, you have like a Chovy Syndra, which hasn't affected his career for like 5 years.
Yeah.
You know? It's been a very long time. Nami, Corki Nami going to come through. So it's going to be the Corki Nami versus, well, likely a Yunara Lulu. Two very strong bot lanes here.
Seen a lot of this. I remember those memes about the Nami Lucian, Zeri Lulu from back in 23. I feel like we're kind of somewhat back with certain duos just here permanently.
I thought you were talking about the memes of like Nami Lucian and Senatam Kensha, of like just this married couple leaving each other for fish.
No, but that is a you know, it's strange that it's happened twice. You know, I got a couple nickels.
I'm just
for that
saying,
one.
I just find it very curious, like what's going on there. You know, of course. Huh?
Under the sea.
Oh, I get it now. Okay.
Everything's better down where we're in draft.
Yes.
Down where we're in draft.
Thank God, Sam. Right. Try. Bans for the second phase. Solo lanes to be banned out on both sides. I mean, Ryze is still available. It will be the first ban here. I'm still so surprised that the Pantheon Ryze is not locked in, but I suppose they just feel like bot lane and jungle and the bot 3v3 is more important. There's stuff like the Gnar for Bin, which is a very strong blind pick. IG might end up banning that.
Would make some sense, I think. Again, that Ryze ban, as we kind of noted, was no real surprise. It's very potent right now. The Gnar away from Breathe, and Fedus Breathe is one of our better Gnar players.
He is.
I think Bin's got some respect for him.
And I think it's also the fact that BLG have the Jarvan, and Gnar deals with Jarvan well because he just hops out of it, and he can actually just run at the Jarvan in some cases too.
Or just ult people inside the ult.
yeah, for sure. So I think Gnar into Jarvan is good. In terms of like Jarvan being a strong champion, Gnar is probably the top laner which deals with him the best right now. So I understand that ban from their side. I mean, I personally would have said, well, you know, pick yourself. But I guess they would have been picked on 4th from IG is the thing. Because they have 4th and 5th pick. They have 4th just after the bans and then the last pick as well. Second half of the draft for 2nd pick is really, really good. Technically, you know, red side. But, you know, being able to pick after all 4 of the last bans, snatch up like the last remaining power pick, and then counter pick with your last pick of the draft can be really, really powerful.
Especially if you set it up right. Welcome on in for the 3-stream streak. Let's go IG. Hell yeah. Best of luck with that one. It's looking like it should be a fun matchup. Make no mistake about it. Sion away would have been another good option here. Double front line. Shintao plus that Sion plus the Lulu. Pretty difficult to work your way through. Aatrox and Renekton fun hovers. Oh, Seraphine cosplay in the crowd. Hello, hello. Gragas after Hoyas.
Scatter, she's got ult! Scatter, she's got ult!
No! She's dropping another banger!
Think about the Renekton. Hang on. No. You can't lock in the Ambassador. Look, Breed's good at this. This is an instant Renekton slam if you drop the Ambassador. So the hover there, I'm just saying like that. You've just hovered the Renekton. You can't lock the Ambassador. So it's going to be the Annie instead, and they've banned away, you know, two of the matchups which do better into Annie, either because they're tanky or they can slow her on the engage through. It might be a Victor angle for Knight now.
That would make some sense, and it indeed will now be that Renekton lock-in for Bin as well. Just saying, hey, now you don't get to do the Ambassador particularly for free. Also just relatively good in these early skirmishes to join in with the Jarvan on the funness. And there is that Syndra we've been chatting about. Like a little bit of a bogey champion for Chovy. It is certainly not for Knight.
Gosh, I love watching Knight Syndra. Guys, if you weren't around in like 2020 and 2021, that was the Syndra meta to end all Syndra metas. I mean, 2016 was the other one, right? But those 2 years, we just thought this champion is absurdly strong. And the best players in the world were players like Showmaker and Knight. They were the 2 best players of it in the world. And they schooled the entire world for a couple of years, really. Knight back on the Syndra. It's a different champion. The mini rework in 2022, it changed the champion quite a lot. Personally, a way that I didn't like as much, but it does give you more scaling at the cost of that laning phase where she used to be so proficient.
Yeah, and she was, in fairness, incredibly oppressive in the level 1, 2, 3. Very, very strong. Oh, well, no, into the Annie, you do have the ability to just yeet Tibbers, which is quite good fun. Can steal him away, and with the press of a W key, which I always find very entertaining.
And welcome up to Onivia's chat as well. Good morning to you, Kenny. And we'll go on to a quick ad break so we can talk about the draft and not get ads during the game as well. If you don't want to get ads, subscribe, folks. Subscribe. Let's get ourselves into the game, Sam. In terms of overall stuff, this is a pretty, well, I'd say it's a pretty early game comp from BLG. It's not like it doesn't scale badly either. Syndra and Corki in these kind of games can do an absurd amount of damage. I'm quite afraid that BLG have just absurd lanes. I'm really quite worried that they just have absurd lanes, and IG are going to have to deal with the phrase you always bring up, which I keep referring back to. You must be this tall to ride the BLG roller coaster. You've got to step up in lane, and I'm worried. I think that BLG have potentially 3 winning lanes.
Invictus Gaming, of course, have got their own combos to be working with. Not like Annie is bad at setting up plays. Make no mistake about it. Ready for this heavyweight matchup. BLG IG coming right up. Bans out in force today. Can't blame them. Level 1 wards put down. Relatively aggressively here, actually. Shun's going for the level 1 Raptor invade.
Well, we did say that BLG, they are very strong at putting down level 1 wards and doing something with it. And we were also saying, look, they have really good lanes here. We'll see what happens with the bot lane, but the Syndra, you know, the Renekton, definitely going to help. The fact that Shun is doing this on bot side around the one lane, which might be a little bit questionable in terms of prio, is actually quite important here, because it means that they're only level 1. They can't stop this invade. Shinzao will now spot this, because they did have a defensive ward on the red buff, so they're going to isolate bot lane, potentially deny Jachi and Mako their own ability to fight in the 2v2, which is important because this lane doesn't do that well when under pressure.
Renard getting a bit of a stun there onto Knight. Gets a decent airy trade. It's the level 2 poke out. Knight interpreting quite a lot of damage there. He's going to get shoved in. Wei now on the immediate re-invade onto the other side. Makes sense. There is now a level 2 for this Lulu and the Yunara, who's now going to come on over. Nico's Lulu can be a bit of a terror, and you can see actually quick reset here from the side of Shun, not wanting to make a play happen bot aggressively.
I don't think that was in range of the ward, or at least I think the bush ended up blocking that, so I don't think they spot that. So now Shun is going back towards his top camps, but I don't know whether BLG... Well, BLG should know that there's an invade that's happened. The question is, where do they think he is? Shinzao can't fight the Jarvan because Jarvan has items and Shinzao doesn't. He has the extra long sword on top of him, which is important. Gone onto the Raptors now. Wei might fight him still. Going to drag these into the bush, but the wind becomes lightning, could potentially steal.
The smite.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. So he gets all of them. So he's now going to end up being a camp ahead because he took one of his own camps on the quadrant where he should have been stolen.
That's correct. Slightly weird timers now for Wei as well, who's gone wolves into enemy jungle, back to his own jungle. Actually wonder whether Wei's going to look and contest over this blue buff or bot side scuttle crab. He might look for a double scuttle here. Bot side shove is good for Viper and on. Turn around though as Jachi looks to get active with the transcendence of himself, or cultivation of spirit rather. That's the cue. Here we go. There, now this gets a bit spicy for Shin. He doesn't have the smite, so this could be a steal from Wei.
Could be, unless Shin wants to go for the actual... the W miss. Can Shin go in now? He can, but he misses his own combo. That's a problem.
Can make some damage back. The smite does allow that blue buff to be taken. Stun back onto Renard, who does have his passive stacked. So nice from Wei there. Says, look, you don't have the smite. I can play over this blue buff.
We'll see what happens around the actual scuttle. Now, On's coming up. Renard still in river. Still has his stun. Flash away from the combo.
That's an early smite, and Shun loses it on 13 HP. Now they're going towards the bot lane. Mako's going to flash. Aqua Prism's wide, and Jachi and Mako trying to run away as the Gatling gun is on. Flash from Shun. They want the flag and the drag. The summoner's looking pretty minimal. Jachi flashes away. Everyone is burning their summoners right now. Mako will have poly soon, but he doesn't actually have that much mana, so the Glitter Land Slow is good. On's now in danger. He's got a barrier to Jachi, so he brings down the support. Viper's left low, and actually is there going to be an audacious charge? Not quite in range. 3 Talon Strike would have been dangerous, and probably a dead bot lane. A BLG fumble the early bot river skirmish.
They do, and Shun missing that smite. That's really clutch there from Wei, but Shun on the other side of it, that's a bad miss smite. I know that like there was a joke actually, or like there was some interviews about like, Shun, why do you always smite like when it's at like 1 HP? Even the BLG players get a little bit nervy when he starts to smite. He's like, oh, it's just more fun that way, effectively. I don't know how much of a joke that was. 16 HP, couldn't get that last auto, and he was stunned out of his last auto. Wei ended up getting that. The bubble misses, even though Mako just used the flash. It's an excellent sidestep. IG's bot lane does really well here. Now, Jachi does get hit by the damage of the E. I'm not sure if he got hit by the damage of the Q. And then he walks up and he's like, well, I mean, you don't have flashes. I have barrier and Q stacked. I can do this. Ends up getting, that kill onto On. Early game lead established by IG. This is why we were worried a little bit for BLG, because Wei is a great jungler, and IG do have their own grasp on the meta too. It's not like BLG are uncontested in the way they play the game.
No, they're not, and that is work from them to play out that early game. Burned a lot of summoners from everyone there. A lot of very close moments, a lot of slightly fraught misses. But work out. Welcome, Nebby, by the way. I see you've escaped from the lands of Pokemon Sun and Moon.
Get in the bag, Nebby. That's one of the heaviest Pokemon to ever exist, because it's basically like a neutron star.
So why is it being carried around by a young woman's handbag? I mean, I know they are black holes of mystery, but that's quite a lot.
Just don't look at the weight of Cosmo. That thing is like the heaviest Pokemon to ever exist. Yeah. Other things which happen in this game. Look, Knight, not being able to get that much push in against Renard. It's had some okay trades. Okay in terms of trading. You see that Renard's using his stun very well, and you did get into that bot lane level, bot river play fairly effectively. So BLG, the early game plan saying, well, their early game is good. They have a jungler which can leverage off of the Renekton and the Syndra, this bot lane too. It's not going to plan right now.
No, it's not. Oh my days, everyone's coming down here. We're going to have another little skirmish, aren't we? Wei thinking about getting involved. He has locked this Shinzao first pick for his side. Has made it look quite dangerous in these early stages, despite, of course, Shun trying for some shenanigans out of the early jungle.
Yeah, of course, Shun. This is a first pick. Jarvan on the other side of it. Both of these highly prioritized jungle. It is a very jungle-based meta right now. Shun at about 2/3 HP is going to recall. get himself the tunneler probably there. Jachi and Maker, they're very happy now too. Jachi is a very good AD carry if he gets out of lane. And I saw some comments in their last series against Weibo talking about, oh, you know, Jachi's so bad. What's happening with Jachi in that last game of the last series? But in that game, need I remind you, both, you know, Breathe and Renard got shut down so hard by, they were on the Zahen on the LeBlanc. It was basically Jachi alone who could do damage. And I thought, you know what? For a young AD carry who, you know, often younger players don't understand like the more intricate parts of the game in terms of what do I need to do in terms of taking risks beyond what is normal. I thought that Jachi did a really good job to say, I have to take risks to try and be the one person who can carry this game. It didn't work out, but I thought it was very intelligent from him at that time. And the thing about Jachi is, if he escapes lane, he is good at doing that sort of thing. Stealing the Skull Crab away from with Syndra, though, not exactly. It will super dash back towards the river if they don't do it quickly enough. They do get efficient, though.
The one has managed to secure that one quickly enough with that force of will. From Knight to knock that one away. Thought that was the Huya ad again. No, it's not. It's the League of Legends ad within the stream. It does sometimes catch me off guard. Early lead, though, is here for IG. You know, we were having this conversation, and you brought it up, and I think it was quite pressing, saying, hey, do IG have the early brawn to make BLG suffer? You know, you're like drafting a lot of these lanes, and so far, so good. They're up 500-600 gold, and that feels pretty nice. They are going to start coming around to these level 6s, and those first items where I think this comp really does take off. As Tibbers being yeeted as expected. Is one of the reasons why Syndra is quite entertaining into Annie.
Yes.
Yeet the bear back at Annie. Here, give him a hug.
Gone for the first item pen boost as well. Syndra really likes the first item pen boost. Very, very effective for her. I know that the cooldown is effectively her best stack, because it gives her more Qs to more stuns, more damage on her ult as well. But just the pen boots are so nice, especially with the upgraded boots. It gets crazy amount of damage. Look at that, just half HP in a regular combo. Knight's actually getting towards kill threat there. Breathe walking over. Not able to stop Shin getting 2 grubs. So we'll walk out of those, securing them. And the third one will be waiting for IG a little later. Looking towards this top lane matchup. Breathe, you know, within 10 CS, but as soon as this wave goes down. But Ben has got, you know, 2 plates on top of that CS lead, so he's feeling okay.
All out does come on through from Breathe. Ben will then trade with the Dominus. That'll be the end of that, I suspect.
Yeah, Shinzao was in top river, that's why things got a little spooky. He's completed the recall now, though, so no extra action there. Viper jumping forwards with the E.
There goes that decent trade. The barrier is propped by Jachi alongside the ult. He's now been given the heal and a bit of a whimsy. Can't actually get that much damage back, though, just out of range.
I know that he jumps forward with a W. Then jumps forward with the Nami E is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, his E is also now a dash. He's actually just changed his keybind, Sam. Did you know that?
No, I hadn't. That's quite crazy.
Yeah, Corki E is now his dash. No one tell anyone else.
Valkyrie. See, it's in the name.
Valkyrie. E. Renard's teleported back, as is Knight after some heavy trading in mid lane.
Wolves were started by Wei, but he's going to drop them to just be around this bot side as Shun was in the enemy jungle. Going to realize that things are down. Wei's now taking out this control. Are we jumping on this? I think we might be. Does get that control ward. The flag and the drag comes on through. There's the knock-up oncoming. When becomes lightning is over. We are still going to play this one. The ebb and the flow is there. Control ward is down. I think we're just going to trade control ward for control ward.
Suppose so, but, you know, it's happening in the enemy jungle for BLG, so it's more beneficial for them. They've got full vision blackout on this bot side now. Jachi remaining very far ahead. Shin might jump on mid lane, forces the flash, doesn't get the knock-up. I think Knight will just kill him, though. It doesn't even need the ult. Knight first kill for BLG. Gets 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. Good angle by Shun. Renard not aware of the threat coming out from his own bot jungle. Mid jungle getting themselves ahead. That's important. This Syndra can do some ungodly things against this composition. If the Annie doesn't get onto the Syndra, I do think that BLG just sit around this control tower of Knight and he'll just carry the game.
Plan. He is having a very good time there. It's a good kill. He's done successfully so. Dragon to go the way of IG. Another one is spawning in a couple minutes. We'll see whether some of these summoners being down there comes back to be important at that point. Bot lane's been relatively back and forth. I'll note that Jachi and Mako are the ones coming out slightly ahead here with the plates and the early S.
Yeah, they got that early kill as well. Remember in the bot lane play,
Oh, yes, of
which
course.
is what 400, and that was first blood, so it's the extra 400 gold in there. Hasn't even got himself the bot lane role quest stacked up yet. Once that comes through, it'll be an extra boatload of gold, and they'll complete that a little earlier. Then BLG's bot lane too. Zanka, yeah, just asking question about where is Rookie in chat, and that'll be quite a common comment, I imagine. But basically, some stuff happened between the two splits, and he's taking a break. We're not going to speculate too much on it. This way goes in towards bot jungle, but Shin's there to match.
Hoping he comes back soon. It's obviously one of the greats, but for now, Renard is stepping in and doing a pretty good job of it. Slightly frustrating for IG as they get in Breed, they get in Mako, these greats of the LPL only to lose their kind of star and captain in the mid lane, which is just rather ironic timing. But there is the ult coming on in for Renard that is immediately thread back.
Yeah, and that, again, just look at how powerful the mid lane boots are when they first come through as well. I mean, you only got it for the last bit of it, but no, first item pen boots for Syndra really help her in the meta because if you build first item boots and you don't lose anything for it, you get the mid lane quest as soon as it happens, you get an immediate bonus for it. So Syndra, one of the better beneficiaries of that. He's almost 1,000 gold ahead of Renard. With that play and the kill and the CS lead, Knight is doing some good work here in the mid lane. It just didn't happen at the first few levels in the way that I thought it would.
He's gotten a Dark Seal with a couple stacks as well, so even got that little bit of extra boost. And of course, it is Knight. He always runs Dark Seal. It's just the way of these things.
Oh, Renard doesn't have flash. That was actually a little spooky there. He is in stun range from the Syndra. This will be a one-shot.
And there's the Valkyrie forwards from Viper. Knight gets the second, though. Dark Seal stacks keep on going up. It's the stock market in the inventory.
How funny would it be if I said, oh, Knight just stunned him with a W then at that point? Just completely
So you're going to screw my brain up. There is now a tidal wave as on face checks way. The Crescent Guard is good. I think On may be in trouble, but now the rest of IG come on over. And I think BLG have gone quite deep for this. The Wild Growth knock. I mean, Shun is likely dead. They've overplayed their hand. Jachi with big old shields as Mako might be in danger. Does need to get the heal. The Valkyrie will force a heal out of Mako, but there is one back onto BLG. Actually, might be more as Knight's forced to flash away with the Lulu behind him. Is showing exactly why this thing is so damn dangerous. The power is unleashed and way left at about 10%.
Yeah, that was a bit greedy from Knight. The reason why everyone was backing off from IG was because Knight was threatening the shotgun where you Q, then ult, and then you get 4 or 5 balls on the ground to stun through pretty much everything in front of you, and then he misuses his stun, has to blow his flash. That's a little bit lazy from Knight, but he does have 4 Dark Seal stacks. Still very happy with that, and IG will have to take and settle for that 1-for-1.
Breed's gone all out on the top sides. They've been, I think, will be able to dominate now that the all out has ended. Looking to get a decent chunk back at the end of this and does a good job, actually. I think Breed could be in a spot to bother. Flash for flash, doesn't have any mana, and there comes a bit of a ruthless predator, and Bin calls the meek.
Breathe no more, get in the bin, Kasante. Renekton gets the kill in the lane, 1,000 gold ahead himself, and this is one of the other things we've known about BLG, is that you can do as much as you want on the bot side of the map. If Bin is alone in a 1v1, most of the time he'll just get ahead and be a win condition.
Now, it may well be a reference to something else, but you say Breathe No More, and my mind immediately goes to Evanescence B-side, be Breathe No More.
I'm pretty sure there's another band / album called Breathe No More.
Quite possibly.
That wasn't the intentional thing. I just know that's a thing. Sometimes, Sam, I'm so engrossed in my references that I forget what I'm referencing.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure. Did you just reference B-side Evanescence music from 2004? Which I would completely respect, by the way.
Hang on, so she's gonna pop the flash out on, and he'll go down as well. He's been left on a bit of the B-side this time. Definitely not the strong side here for BLG.
There we go. Viper has got a Blast Cone and a Dream. Does go out towards safety. The Herald is going to get started by Way, and IG keeping it relatively competitive here. 2 Dragons and the early Herald will kind of match the early 2000 gold discrepancy.
Yeah, and unfortunately for On, because he's numb, he doesn't have a healing foot. That's a reference to B-side track from Linkin Park's Meteor album. Released in the LP Underground tracks and also on the 21st anniversary edition. Okay, right, Valorant's gonna
Legends, that's what we're casting. There's an all-in here happening.
Wait, he could cataclysm him into... He can't drive it out! He can't drive it out! The Kings! He's been stuck in the parking lot!
They closed the gates on the parking lot!
They just gave the Herald a parking ticket!
When was the last time you saw a Herald get clamped live on air?
Never, Sam! Dude, these traffic cops are getting out of hand! That's so funny! That's so funny! Oh, God. That's funny, Sam.
I'm That's not helping. I'm trying to look back in. Ben is going to get stunned up there by an Incinerate and then a Tibbers. Very angry Panda Bear. Ben's going to say, cool, I'm going to get this plate. He might even go for another one. He's going for this dive, by the way. Forces a rocket belt, but not anything more.
I think he was saying, Red Hot doesn't have any mana.
Yeah.
I can take this. So BLG now have a 3,000 gold lead for reasons.
Largely solo lane issues.
Largely solo lane issues. Knight is 2,000 gold ahead. Bin is 1.5k ahead. And I know that Knight's had, like, you know, but he's 3 kills up. What? He's got 6 Dark Seal stacks. I mean, by the way, when you see a mid laner who is very snowball-y, like a Syndra, and they have a Dark Seal, do go out of your way to give them Dark Seal stacks. Because now with the 6 stacks, because he got the 3 kills rather than being an assist, if they were 3 assists instead, he'd have 3 stacks. And he'd have 16 less AP than he could do, and of course it would give him less chance to get instant value out of buying something like a Medjay's and upgrading it. This should be a match for Medjay's from Syndra. By the way, too, because there's a lot of people where you just want to outpace them with movement speed. So if you land a W and you have the extra 10% movement speed from the Medjay's beyond 10 stacks, Syndra becomes nigh uncatchable, actually. And on a Cloud Rift, you get Cloud Salt. Syndra's never getting caught, Sam.
No, I think she's going to get really, really slippery. And again, she's still got a Nami behind her. She's got the Jarvan and the Renekton, and lots of people to buy her some space. And again, there's also just the space of, well, if you come at me, I will blow you up, which is, you know...
They have to buy them a parking space for the Herald now? I don't know. I don't think they paid that, Sam.
There's a stun. Wave's coming over, stacking up the 3 Talon Strike on the Gromp. Won't use it onto Bin. Keeps on the Giant Frog instead. Maybe that's Tahm Kench's cousin.
Did you know that Gromp is the fungus, not the frog? You can see it as
I can see why that is.
You can see as Gromp spawns in, there's a tiny frog, and then it can like get ballooned up with like fungal growth, basically. So Gromp is probably the fungus, much in the way that, like, you know, Parasect from Pokemon. It's the mushroom, not the insect.
That's completely fair, and I think I did know that, actually. It took me a second to register what you'd said there.
Yeah, that one's actually a little bit morbid, because the theory is that actually the Paras under it has died, and then it's the fungus which has taken over the mushroom. Yeah.
I don't think that's implied in Pokopia, because you can talk about Parasect about it.
Oh.
Vaguely.
Oh, maybe they just Okay, well, that's been the theory for a great many years, so that's... maybe they're trying to address that.
I do think there's the implication the mushroom is expanding his mind.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
So there is a little bit of that going on.
Oh my god. Breathe, by the way, has 0 magic resist, so he really doesn't want to be... Well, Breathe, what does he do in these side lanes? Because he's not winning against the Renekton. He's not winning against the Syndra. And we were saying that Breathe, look, good player, upgrade over Cerberus. He has been, but he has no good solo lanes here. Bin has decked him, so we can't win in that one. And the Syndra's not any better.
I mean, he is notoriously quite a good Cassante. I mean, to be fair, he is then the tank frontline for the team, and he'll be able to do a certain amount here in terms of the stability, but he's got to be a little bit careful of the ability to just have the power unleashed, and he gets executed there under the turret, blasted by Knight, who just runs at him.
It wouldn't have been able to do that if he didn't have the 6 stacks already on the Dark Seal. Just saying, the extra 16 AP makes a big difference.
You can't see this, but Alex got
20,
his hands up doing the full-on jazz hands there. It's
Sorry,
great.
it's not even 16 AP. It's wait, 4 times 6. That would have been 24 AP, actually, or however much it is, yeah. But now he has 8 of them, and he's got an easily large rod, and he has that Proto Belt, which he didn't even use in that play. Breathe not close to surviving there. Knight is destroying this game. 4-0, Dragon started by BLG.
Indeed, On's going to get jumped on. Will Tidal Wave forces Mako away, and probably means it's going to be unlikely to be stolen. Flash in, taken by the Corki there. I appreciate the attempt. The Scatter the Weak did half of Jachi's health bar, by the way.
Over that. What? That was just, I think that was the Q and the E, but that's not even the full combo. Knight could have just completely one-shot there. This Syndra is a huge issue.
They will lose mid-turret for this, and Breathe is just going to kind of zone control people off. Renard also waiting in the bush, gets jumped on. TP behind, forced a flash out of the Annie, but Ben has got a dominance rolling, looking to get into the back line. Here has got ability to potentially cull the meat, gets stunned up. Flash in, Ruthless Predator, the Wild Growth, tries to buy a lot of time, does go down. Way with the Crescent Guard, and this is a little bit better for IG. The grouped up fight feels better for them. They managed to kill off the Renekton.
Yeah, the timing not there from Bin, goes in too early while his team was not able to completely follow up. It would have needed something like a Syndra flash forward, and that's very risky to do. Because the Tidal Wave was somewhat misused before, no real ability to corral them into the right spot. Bin did get decent value, but the extra damage wasn't there. Very good Crescent Guard from Wei meant that the play dissipated. and BLG, they're not getting as easy time over it. We'll watch it through there again, as I've just described to you what happened, and I'll describe it to you again what's happened while it's on screen again. As you can see, the follow-up isn't quite there. Knight isn't quite in range for a stun onto the important targets. He tries to pick up the right targets. Does get a stun through eventually, but it's after Bin is already dead. Just a little too early from the top lane of BLG.
Love it. Into the enemy jungle we now go. Nabbing away the blue buff. Force of will. There's a smite available. And indeed, the blue buff gets taken away and Wei goes, this surely isn't fair. Had that happen to be once or twice as a jungler, as I think most junglers have, into the Syndra.
BLG still have themselves a healthy lead. BLG did also get themselves the dragon there too, but it's not been, you know, without flaw here. Jachi and Mako have been bullying about Viper and On. The big thing about this game is that I think that Jachi and Mako have been really succeeding here. They've gotten ahead in that lane. I think Viper and On, particularly On, has been struggling here. Not great tidal wave so far. Caught out a couple of times because of that early game, which has gone a little awry. That's a blast gun and a half there. Bin's down here on the bottom side. Jachi and Mako were wondering whether they could jump over the wall to do some damage. Blue buff stolen away from Wei. Syndra pushing in towards the inner turret on top side, though, bullying out Renard.
Work from them, and again, they are 4-0, by the way. 8 Dark Seal stacks. They got the Rocket Belt second for that extra bit of mobility. Everyone's doing that now.
Yeah, and Knight's going to get himself the foot, because he's level 15 to Renard's level 30. He's going to get himself 120 stacks in the next minute or two. He's going to be completely online. You know, he's already got the execute from the ultimate. 120 is where you get the mini death cap. Where he does have the Talon Strike available, goes in.
Okay, this gets a bit more spicy. Shen will need to back away there. The Crescent Guard being down. Renard speeding up, though, with the Rocket Belt. Was looking for a stun, but it's a good speed him from the Nami. The tidal wave kind of sucks, but it does force Wei to go down the corridor. So because he can't go forwards, he has to go backwards and dies.
Wei, not the best engaged there. Was trying to play off the wave for that instant knock up from the Q. Do you think on the whole Wei's had a very good game? That's a bit of a misstep. You don't want to walk up to that too far, Jachi. I know you're strong, but Knight is going to take your head off if you walk any closer. 9 stacks in the Dark Seal now. Track that one. Baron started by BLG. I don't think they want to tank that, though.
Watch the Jarvan coming for potential flank. The ward's on good. This could be dangerous. There's no flash, but there is a flag and a drag.
Oh, beautiful!
And the bot lane goes down, but they will at least take the Jarvan with them. And they do escape. The wild growth is good. So you know what? You just killed off the jungler and you don't die.
Yeah, I think that they had to flash follow up more. I think maybe Knight could have flashed to get in range. They get out using 3 summoners. Shun dies. The damage from the Nymaera Lulu is absurd. For initially I thought, double knock up there, instant kill. The follow-up wasn't quite in range. BLG lose their jungler.
I mean, there's a Rocket Belt on Knight as well. Like, I don't think there's an excuse there. That should have been 2 dead.
Yeah, I agree. It is worth noting that the Rocket Belt would have well, just getting in range would have been.
Well, that's what basically.
With the Rocket Belt and the flash, should have got him in range. I think that Knight thought they'd just insta-kill them. Of course they didn't, and that's a problem there.
So, to be fair, what it does mean is you keep your flash for this next critical fight, which will be Dragon, theoretically, and then Jachi and Mako are both down some significant summons.
I think also just the Syndra flash. If Syndra flash is down, IG have a win condition of flashing in with Kasansei, Shinza on top of them, especially with the Annie as well. So I think that Knight wants to hold on to that very greedily. Now, we probably should have tried with the Protobelt anyway. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Teleport coming through from the Kasansei. BLG still favored, I think, to win these team fights because they have a 3-item Corki here, which is still, yes, behind Jachi, but he's still strong. But really, it's still on the Syndra. The Syndra has just got the Shadow Flame. Expensive items, strong items. If this Syndra starts hitting anyone not named Kasansei, insta one-shot.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much more to say about that. You get hit by that and you just have a very bad time in general. Where should we go? BLG off vision. Breathe is going to be the one tasked with face checking. He's got that teleport shield, but it does immediately time out.
Watch Renard, he's on the flank, he's spotted out by On, could still flash over the wall. The anti-flash important here, stun down from Syndra.
Oh, we go there to jump forwards. Viper left low, but gets a Valkyrie away. Wei gets knocked up, and now he's trapped in a tricky spot. Shun needs to flash out himself. Bin in the back of the pit, potentially in danger. The wild growth on Wei, alongside all that healing, is pretty tranky, and dragged away from the dragon. IG gets soul point, Breathe left low, but I think Bin's going to be forced to run away. Wei trapped to the back of the pit, likely falls. That means the jungle is down. Mako cannot keep him alive. Does Bin manage to extricate himself as well? I think he does. He's got a wave to jump through as well.
He did, but IG got the dragon. IG got the smite, so they get themselves soul point. BLG get a kill for the dragon. IG are okay with that. Wei ends up dying at the end of that fight. I wasn't sure how necessary that was, but Wei had a really good fight before that point. The Crescent Guard in the middle of the team stopped the Syndra having a crazy amount of value, and BLG couldn't really get the damage down in the right spots. Viper jumped on very early into the fight.
Here we go.
Here we go. Baron is going to get started. Still 10 seconds left on wait. I think IG can still fight this stuff. If Nymaera Lulu walk over, they can fight this, I think.
Still no flashes into critical members worth remembering. Jachi doesn't have it. Mako doesn't have it. TP coming in. We go again. That will be Renard coming on top of this. But I think this Baron likely goes down. It's not the fastest Baron take, though, it must be said. And I think you're right. They can definitely look to fight. But there will be the 45 way. Has respawned over by his wolves roughly. So
Jachi has ult again. He's got that regen. The bubble just missing.
That was close, but the vision was giving enough off that one. He needs to get back over the back of the pit. On will flash. Viper's going to Valkyrie flag and drag away the stun. Is there from both teams. Renard left low. And I think they will not be able to stop BLG. So you know what? Way's death still comes at cost.
It does. Now, what can IG get before BLG reset? Not a crazy amount. They want to take away a Baron buff or two if they can. I'm not sure how easy that will be. Knight didn't even have to use his flash to get out of the pit there. He'd left already. We'll go back to this fight, which happened beforehand. Way has a good fight here. You know, Renard gets straight onto Viper, even though he's spotted on the flank, and then Way gets himself straight into the front line, puts up the crescent guard, and he's just so annoying. You know, the Renekton is pretty tanky, pretty disruptive, but he still takes damage. The Shinzao doesn't when he's got that ultimate up, which meant that Ben eventually gets pushed out of the play. The smite is good. Whoa. Back into life though. Crescent guard doing work again.
Again, he's got the Lulu behind him. All of those shields and heals are doing quite a good job of preventing him from being a casualty. There is what I'm looking for there. Because Knight still picks up this top lane tier 2 successfully. So sat on those Dark Steel stacks for a while. I think one of the Shadow Flame, and I somewhat get it at this point in the game. I do, but I would love to see that Medjay's at some point.
Yeah, especially since he's defensively, the Syndra wants as much move speed and the mobility as possible. Renard, thinking about Proto belting around the corner, doesn't have the flash himself. He's struggled to have an impact on the game, this Annie.
Yeah, one or two moments, but it's not really been the point of power for sure. Jachi and Mako are having a good show of it. If there was a way back in, getting the 4 items onto the Yunara with that Lulu behind, pretty good. Again, Way, for all the scoreline isn't particularly impressive, I think has been, at least from my eye check, very obnoxious in these fights with the Lulu behind.
Yeah, and I think with, you know, for IG fans out there, you should still be happy that Jachi can do this, because I don't think Photic could. I think that Jachi and Mako coming into this team, of course, Mako not here last split either, but Jachi coming into this team has added an extra degree of threat to them. I think that Jachi, especially from ahead, is a very good player. He hasn't died this game and has managed to have good damage output. It's not his fault he's not been able to dive onto a Syndra. That's not his job. That shouldn't have to be his job. He, on the individual level, keeping down Viper and On, has done very, very well alongside Mako.
And he hasn't died. On a Yunara, especially in a game like this, that's not easy. You have to ride the lightning a little bit in this game in terms of getting really close, playing to the edge, to the wire, and I don't think he's been punished for that, especially here. Partly because I think he's managed it quite well. Yes, he's got a Mikhail's behind him. Yes, he's got the Lulu behind him. But there is that kind of weird mix of you can't afford to play too passively because you do need to threaten people as the Yunara. But doing so, particularly if you burn that untouchable shadow, that kind of alt E, you can end up in pretty precarious positions versus people like Nami, the Jarvan, Syndra, Renekton, all people who would love to pounce on you if they just got that one little opportunity. Speaking of...
Oh, he's out of vision. He's stacking up Qs. He will one-shot here.
Oh, Mako, that's not fun!
Proto belts away to make sure no skill shot hits him. That's an instant 4 Medjay stacks. Hello, Mako. Goodbye, Mako.
I mean, what do you... Okay, you have to ward there. You've got 3 people around you. Literally, the Shinzao is down towards the right of you.
You have a ward which is meant to scan out that avenue. It just didn't quite get far enough. Look at that one just on red buff. They thought they were safe. No, they're not.
That is pretty ridiculous. Like, I think Lulu just has to self Mikhail's there is the honest answer. And Wild Growth and Prey. Maybe it doesn't make a difference, but still.
Sam, he was stunned. It was actually 100-0 within the duration of the CC.
God.
So you think, well, you can shield and blah, blah, blah. Sam, he used the heal and died. He didn't have a chance to sue it.
I was saying self Mikhail's.
You have to predict that, though.
Yes, you're right.
So once the stun, you can't use it like a QSS, where QSS you can use while you're stunned. If you're stunned, Mikhail's it locks out, so you have to pre-cast it.
Yeah,
the thing with that. So legitimately, if you don't see it coming and predict it, game's gone.
Flash, when it becomes lightning, doesn't land on the gets a rocket battle, but there's still 3 talent strike knock up, so Shun does immediately go into the air, but then will flag and drag forwards and get out. The dragon is live.
Oh, that's a bit of a sad flash there. If they caught him, maybe they catch out.
Not again.
That's the Corky poke on top of it too. Bolton Shield working its way through. Cassante teleporting in. IG. This is the only way they're going to be allowed access towards the objective, and I'm not really sure that's going to be allowed anyway. Trying to jump on towards Bin. Viper.
Shield speed up was kind of scary. Knight might look at Jachi here. The stun is good. Flash to Renard, but there's Knight flashing back out. Nice response. They don't get the stun on the Syndra. Could look for more stuns. Look through the wall. Force of will towards the wave, not towards the enemy backline.
That is such a good flash from Knight. If he gets caught by that anti-stun, maybe something could happen. But now Annie doesn't have that stun. And that means that their team fighting power is really, really diminished.
Ouch. Way also chunked to about half. Quite down. BLG's health bar look good. Bin resets TPing behind. That's going to make things quite tricky. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Caught in the jaws of a very large predator. Dinosaur primeval stuff as he can look to get towards the back of the title. There comes the void churn left low. Flag drag back with the cataclysm, of course.
No! Don't drag him back into them!
Oh dear, that one's unfortunate. He just gets to cull the meat. Jachi's running, but there's a rocket belt. There's a GA. Ons there, gets knocked up, but I don't think he cares. He gets the heal and Way goes down. The audacious charge just ain't audacious enough. They kill off the jungler, but at the cost of 5 whole members.
Knight will teleport top lane. He has 24 Medjo stacks. And Seb, I did just watch Cassante drag an ulting Renekton on top of his AD carry. Now, Cassante players out there, I understand that you want to live. You should also understand your AD carry would also like to live as well. I think this is Chachi. Sam, I think that's Chachi's first death of the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Watch Chachi. Watch what happens here. Because look, the teleport is really good. It corrals IG into a fight situation. They don't have a retreat angle anymore. This is a really good survival by Shin at the start of it. But breathe! You can't do this! You just dragged an ulting level 18 Renekton on top of your AD carry! What was the thought process?
He's like, well look, I brought you a present to kill! No, you haven't!
Curse you, breathe! Oh god.
It's a bit like, you know, could you imagine like you're playing Elden Ring and just suddenly you just get like your companion where you're like, hey look, I brought a friend, and just bails. Like, no!
And I do really want to impress the people. Like, look, you might think that Renard and Breathe are having bad games. And I know that Renard has had a couple versus Xiaohu as well. I don't think they're bad players. I just think that BLG's solo laners are really damn good. Sometimes they'll just do this to you. Teleporting is 5 again. They realize that the Baron is a threat. Renekton is walking up their own lane towards them. IG, they've definitely tried some smoke and mirrors, but they're down 10k. Knight's on the flank, as has been. They're corralled once more.
I'm going to look for something here. I just don't know how simple that's going to be. Into the alcove we go. The health bar's not looking fantastic, and that makes me very nervous. Cataclysm. Wildgrowth keeps Chachi alive, and that's not but Maker's got blasted. Flash from Viper. The Force Bomb brings the Cultivator down to size. This ain't a Wuxia novel. Unfortunately for you, you are the one who is just not quite able to see the heights of Mount Tai.
Knight 9-0-3 at the end of the game. BLG, not the easiest early game. They didn't have the easiest path to this, but unlike BLG of even just a couple of months ago, and this is something that we've returned to, BLG, when they get rocked a couple of times, either in early game and mid game, don't feel like they're as fragile as they were before. Great carry performance from the Syndra. Great team fighting into the late game from BLG.
Towards the inhibitors we look, and that will be the end of the game. Credit to IG, made it very competitive. I think Jachi and Mako on the whole had great games, became a win condition in of themselves. The problem is there is still a knight in shining armor, and you just don't have the ability to win on this particularly tourney field, where Knight ends up at 9-0-3. Billy Gaming win the game 1.
IG, definitely a team which has leveled up from last split. Definitely a team to watch. Not a team that can beat BLG in a game like that right now, though, when they have to deal with solo laners, with advantageous lane situations, with the ability to scale into the game like that Syndra 2. That's a step too far.
Was a little bit, and again, you know, a couple of those team fights we began to wonder. You see how potent the Xin Zhao Lulu is. Wade loves his Xin Zhao, so Jachi get the lead. I think they just needed one of Renard to hit good stuns, or
yeah.
And you know what? I don't even think Breathe is obligated to be weak side frontline this game. Like, there's a certain amount of what do you do, with the one very obvious exception of that slightly poor all out. I don't think there's that much more you could ask of the Cassante. Again, that solo kill against Knight sucks, but again, at that point, the damage had been done and the Syndra was already snowballed. Like, it's just not a very fun time.
Yeah, I think what we found again is IG found themselves in a situation where Jachi was the only threat. This happened again, so if you want good reading material for this, or extra, external, you want to do your homework, watch Game 3 of IG Weibo. I know a lot of people blamed Jachi for that game. That is completely unfair. Their solo lanes were meant to be threats, and they weren't in that game. You look at this game one here, I don't think the draft really allows for an Annie carry that much, unless, thank you so much for the sub there, by the way, Simi, really appreciate you. But maybe the Annie gets fed and can jump on the backline. That's probably extra carry. Breathe on the Cassante, sometimes get into the backline, but it's inconsistent. Realistically, this game is going to come down to how much that bot lane can do, and they really tried.
You know what is consistent though, Alex?
Yeah?
Our streaming schedule. Get in here, guys. If you are not hitting that follow, like, subscribe button on Twitch, on YouTube, on Onivia's channel, what are you doing? And if you're on one of those channels, come follow us on twitch.tv/Nymaera. Come follow us on Alex Nymaera Hapkin on the YouTube. Come follow us on Onivia.
That's me.
This is a huge way to help support us. We are pushing for 11,000 followers if we can. We are about 200 off that. So if you've not hit that follow button, I know there's a fair number of you in here right now. I'm going to assume a number of you have not hit that follow button yet. It really isn't that hard. It means a lot to us. And again, if you've got that little extra cash, or you've got that Prime subscription just burning a hole in your pocket and you've not used it, drop it here. We are pushing for things like Partner Plus, and that means things like gift sub, which are fantastic. And please, guys, if you want a gift sub, you know, well, it helps a lot. But pushing for Partner Plus means if you've got those individual subs, or you've been gifted a sub, and I know there have been a lot of those going around, you think, you know what? I quite like this content. I think I could justify a coffee a month on this. I could justify a coffee a month.
No, if you're if you're a moderator in our chat, you probably follow us already. Just saying that one's probably a given.
This is where Amber goes follow. And you go,
But appreciate that as well. Yeah, if you're watching on third-party sites as well, I know that some websites host the stream as well. Very flattered by that, but if you ended up wanting to watch through on the main channel as well, it means a lot more to us, and it would make a difference to us continuing to do this. We're going to go put on an ad break as we're coming through into this too. That's a lot of damage from Knight and Viper. They did a ton of work there. And fun fact, Monkey, do you need a break, Sam?
I do. I really could use a bio break. So
cool. All right, Sam will go for a quick break.
Do you need a coffee or anything?
No, I got half of this one. To be honest, I should probably have less. I'll roll the chair around, so just be aware of that. Okay. Keep yourselves hydrated, folks. Very good game from Knight on the Syndrome. Okay, let's get ourselves into an ad break, and we'll chat about the game. Fun facts for Monkey. Let me have a think. Well, since your name is Monkey, did you know that some species of monkeys, particularly baboons, which are not monkeys, right, but they're like within the same like a primate group, can go to war? There are only a few species in the world which do that. There are humans, obviously, termites and baboons, another three which I know. Funnily enough, you know there was that very famous ape researcher back in like the 1980s. The group that she was with, about like 20 years later, split into two rival groups, which then went to war with each other, basically. Yeah, and it was initially theorized that it was the groups the part which had ended up interacting with her were the ones which fighting against the others. That was proved to be false, though, really exonerating her because she felt really awful about that for a long time. She passed a while ago, though, but, wonderful humanitarian. Monkey War sounds interesting. Well, it's very interesting that happens in nature, I suppose. Obviously, I don't know. It's different when it's nature doing it right rather than us. Yeah. Hey, see. Oh, yeah. The CB. Yeah, I see that the sub is now registered actually in Twitch as well. Appreciate you. Compliment for Monsters. I really appreciate it. It actually makes me really happy seeing you. Like, okay, it's made me really happy seeing you become friends with a lot of people in the community, Montes, and people are becoming friends with you. But like, it's kind of like a lot of the time, obviously, when we're on stream, we see interactions of people interacting with us, but it actually makes me really happy to see people in the community interacting well with each other too. Like, oh, we've actually got like a network of people which are actually like fairly appreciate each other. That's cool. Oh, and of course, like, the fact that you're here at, like, crazy hours as well, I understand that is, the hours watching LPL are not the best. Corey doesn't have a regular sleep time. I didn't either when I was on, like, full esports mode before I was working in it. Okay. I was just chatting. Has anyone else been playing Replaced, by the way? I finished it on stream, but we've got a game review coming out for it at some point. I need to start, by the way, there's another game I'm going to start playing. I'm not going to do it today, but I'm going to start playing the Cthulhu game. Alex, since you know... Hang on, Night gets player of the game. No surprise there. Very, very good game from him. Alex, since you know so many animal weird animal facts, do you have a top 3 favorite animals? Oh, I can't say I've thought about it like that. Top 3 favorite animals. I used to really like sheep. Sheep are cute. Little fluffy things. I used to really like them. No, I wouldn't say I have like I just like animals in general. I wouldn't say that I have favorite animals though. I wouldn't say that. I love all animals, but I have a soft spot for orcas. Orcas are crazy, right? Because they could very easily predate on humans too. They choose not to because they're just like, yo, these guys are kind of entertaining. They're kind of funny. Like in the same way that elephants consider humans cute. Oh, elephants are up there. I like elephants. I've had a chance to like walk with elephants the one time, which was very, very cool. Basically in northern Thailand, there are a lot of elephants which have grown up with handlers, really, and they'll never really be able to integrate into wider elephant society again. So they basically now live on a reserve with their handlers. Although they won't, they don't breed or anything there. So this should be the last generation of them, unless, But yeah, so those ones are kind of like more. What's the word with it? Associated with humans / yeah, they've kind of grown up with humans, so they're more white elephants. No, like it's elephant society is obviously very complex, very, very complex. Elephants are arguably the most intelligent animal not including humans. Elephants are very, very intelligent, but I think octopus are probably that, right? Octopus are incredibly intelligent. Yeah, elephants have graveyards. Elephant graveyards are a thing. Yes, they are. Crows have the largest brain to body ratio. Largest brain of anything to have ever lived ever, a sperm whale. Sperm whales have an incredibly large brain. Yeah. And then elephants are incredibly intelligent for sure. But then there's stuff like orangutans are very, very intelligent. Very intelligent. And they're intelligent in different ways is the thing, right? Intelligent in different ways. Crows and parrots, yes, parrots are very intelligent too, and they live for a very long time, parrots. Yeah. Orcas are very smart. Orcas, this is a fun fact. I said this the other day, so I'm not gonna, yeah. But I think that, so orcas have, like, distinct communities around the world, so to the point where orcas are no longer classified as one species. I think there are 4 distinct species of orca now. They hunt in different ways, they socialize in different ways. To the point where there's an orca community which wears salmon on its head. Like, it'll just take a salmon and it'll just, like, float around with it on its head. And they started doing this back in, like, however many years ago. They stopped and they started doing it again. Just, like, just wearing fish as a hat. That's just the thing they started doing. Have different languages too? Yes, yeah. Whales communicate in certain frequency ranges. And there was a very, very sad story of a whale that communicated at something like 153 hertz when the rest of the species communicated on like 155, something like that. Around that kind of boundary, so they could never communicate with their own kind because they were communicating at the wrong frequency. But then a few years later, it found another whale which also communicated at the same wrong frequency, so they ended up communicating. Very, very sweet. One of my favorite stories in like whale happenings. There are whale happening stories. Yeah, I can't remember the exact frequency. I might be quoted wrong on that, but yeah, sometimes whales are born with like irregularities in the way that they communicate. They can't communicate with other whales, which is very, very sad. It's hard ranking intelligence of animals because some smart animals lack abilities that dumb ones don't. So you have to question what abilities are considered more intelligent than others. For sure, because we often think about communication, pattern recognition, and problem solving. That's what we often put down as smart, right? And also things like using tools. Using tools is a big one for intelligence, yeah. Did they have children? What frequency they use? I'm not sure. Not sure. All's well that ends well. That's very funny. It's very funny. Okay, so BLG IG. Next game. Well, IG probably need to pick stronger early lanes. The problem is, what do you do with Renard? Like, what is mid lane just an instant loss condition in this matchup? Probably is. I just don't know what you do in terms of mid lane matchup. Because I think that Knight is just going to dunk on Renard most of the time. I don't think you want to pick LeBlanc into him, do you? Renard was doing well early levels. He did, yeah, but then just the game fell away from him, you know? You know, he took a couple of bad trades, a bad reset, and suddenly the game was over. Galio duty? Isn't Syndra just a natural and quick outscale? For sure it is, but then the Annie should still be able to get like flash stuns in fights, and he just couldn't. He couldn't survive any of the lanes. I think that they didn't pick. I didn't think that they picked good enough solo lane matchups for them, for sure. But there's also like a certain level of, you know, they need to do better too. There's two sides to it, which is a problem, right? Because BLG solo lanes can just sometimes just instant win you a game. In fact, they often do. They are a very, very strong set of solo laners. I mean, mid lane loss is normal for against Knights, right? Except for specific people. It is, but you shouldn't, you know, if you're IG's coach, what do you do? I find Breathe less forgivable because he picked his matchup. Yes, I somewhat agree with that. Yeah. You know, the Cassante I felt was, yeah, I felt like that was somewhat of a mistake. But what do you do there? It's Bin's Renekton is the problem. If Bin gets Renekton or not, most of the time you just assume it's a loss. Just ordered groceries. I'm big chilling. Cool. Congratulations. Let me have a look at pre-roll. We should be okay with that pre-roll. It's just a little bit of a longer game, the last one, weirdly. Wait, was it? No, it's just because it was the first game of the day, that's why. Wait, there are LeBlanc changes? WAP ratio increased from 10% to 25%. Wait, was that low before? Wait, WAP ratio is only 0.1? That's crazy. W cooldown increased from 8 to 5 to 10 to 6, so one more for max level. Wait, your ult chain now stuns instead of rooting? That's too much now. E deals continuous damage now, so it's more consistent instead of burst. RQ now. Wait, is this true? Is this true? No, this has got to be a put. This can't be true. This can't be true. No, because they're saying that like the mimicked Q now silences. They're bringing back the sigil of silence for that. W now becomes invisible during casting? No, fuck. No. That's got to be a meme. That's got to be a meme. No. SCS, your hatred for BLG is truly something else. You always come up with a new angle to be a hater. I can appreciate that. Your dedication to BLG hate is quite funny. I'm really hoping those LeBlanc changes are fake. Is it April Fool's still? I'm freaking hoping so. Let me see if SpiderX has tweeted it, then I'll consider it legit. But I don't think that's healthy for LeBlanc. I think that'll make her more... I think that'll make her less fun to play. Okay, I don't think I've seen it from anywhere else, so maybe that's gotta be a meme. That's gotta be a meme. Yeah, Blade, I think you're right. Yeah, I agree. That's gotta be a meme. There are other champion changes on PBE though. What have they got there? I'm sure you think that, SCS. I'm sure you think that. Zeri additional change. Minion execute threshold is going up based on AP as well. So your passive minion execute is different. Shyvana changes. AD growth is increased. Base attack speed is increased. Attack speed ratio reduced, so less ability to kind of like instant stack from, well, get value from attack speed builds. Q cooldown refund is reduced from 1 second to 0.5, so that's halved. Q passive AP ratio is removed, so you don't have AP Q anymore. The active ratio, oh, that's the passive ratio. But the active Q ratio is increased. W base shield increased. W shield health ratio changed, so better for tankiness. W damage bonus from AD ratio removed. Wait, what do you mean there's no AD ratio on W anymore? That sucks. AP ratio increase. So they're removing like they're reducing like a Blade of the Ruin King build. Okay, whatever. We'll get into draft 2 and we'll talk about those changes after because I'm sure they'll be very interesting. Okay, into draft 2. IG butchered in the solo lanes in game 1. Orianna banned. Varus Ashe banned, so we got ourselves a fair amount of the priority bot lanes taken off the table. We still have we don't have Lulu that was played in game 1. We've got Bard. Ezreal Bard is the big bot lane that's still available right now. Still have Ryze Pantheon. Ryze Pantheon, the most powerful duo there, and Rumble. So we have Ryze Pantheon, Rumble. Rumble's banned away. Do we ban away Ryze or Pantheon? BLG on first pick again. It's hay fever season. Oops. Oh, Sam's gonna yell at me for taking antihistamine. I better take one at some point. The Karma band as well. Yes, I forgot about the Karma. So we're gonna get one of the Ryze or the Pantheon through, maybe both. IG might actually let both through and pick up the remainder. So do IG ban away the Pantheon and let the Ryze through, then counter it with something like a Cassiopeia? Shyvana's been demolishing ARAMs. Shyvana's always been weirdly good at ARAMs because of her AP poke build. They can't. So the Ryze is banned. Pantheon first pick. Pantheon first pick or Ezreal Bard. Because you're going to let through Ezreal Bard if you pick the Pantheon. Do you have a pick you're happy to play into the Pantheon? Would you rather pick the Bard or the Ezreal yourself? You could pick Pantheon then something like Caitlyn Elise. Because I think that's good versus the Ezreal Bard. Yeah, pick the Pantheon. Let them have the better Ezreal Bard if you have the counter to it. Hey, Sam.
Hello.
Into draft. Pantheon was left up. Ryze was not. Let me roll this back around.
Appreciate you. Well, Shin got Pantheon, which is largely scary.
Yeah.
I will also say, obviously, the lock-in of the Xin Zhao last time, obviously, we saw the Jarvan picked in, but it also did mean that the Xin Zhao then doesn't go to Shun, and the Xin Zhao is one of the more potent options available to the player.
So, do IG just lock in Ezreal Bard now? And if they do, did BLG lock in Caitlyn Elise?
Yeah.
That was what I was wondering, because initially I was like, well, do you pick up one of the Ezreal and Bard to break up the duo?
Yeah.
And then I thought, well, if you can counter the Ezreal Bard, which I think you should be able to at this point, they're a squishy bot lane, and you do have some powerful duels you can play. Lock in the Pantheon first. Shin's probably the best Pantheon within the league. And then... yeah, pick up a bot lane which counters the squishier Ezreal Bard. I
mean, the only other really, really generational Pantheon I think I can go to would be someone like Tarzan, right, who's historically been an exceptional Pantheon. Debating a Nocturne here, very good with the Bard, because of course you can follow wherever the Paranoia is with your magical journey. People don't quite rate Bard as a dive follow-up, but I really do. Basically because his ult and his magical journey give him surprisingly long reach to follow plays. Ezreal takeaway though then for Viper.
And it has been Viper's best champion. Now he's struggled on, he's weirdly struggled on champions like the Varus.
He's normally been so potent.
He's normally been fantastic on, but the Ezreal has remained very strong for him. The Jace has been let through. So then IG have a problem. Do you lock in Sivir or something that works well with the Bard, or do you lock in the Yorick immediately? Because you have to make a choice here. You've got a double global. You've got globals on both sides who want to go towards the volatile Jace matchup. They want to go towards it. You have to lock in either the Yorick to help breathe, or lock in something like the Sivir to avoid your bot lane bans.
I was about to say something like the Ryze, but of course that's been banned because that would have been the other option to give you another global from the mid lane. That hasn't been the idea so far. I mean, you could Galio, but again, that feels quite early, and doing that into night feels rough. So I think I'm largely agreeing with you. It probably will be one of those two picks, and what a read. That's why you're the color caster. Picks up the Yorick pick and makes sense. Breathe is very strong at that. It's not great fun for the Jace, basically, because you don't deal with the ghouls particularly well.
So now to the second bans. BLG will ban away stuff like Sivir. Trying to think what else goes well with the Bard, but that one's pretty high on the table. BLG, I think IG should actually ban away the Onivia support here. I think Onivia is pretty good against their comp right now, and it works very well in laning first. So I think IG should actually ban Onivia here for that mid lane matchup. Remember, there is a chance of the Jace being flexed mid lane for BLG. I don't think it will be, but there's a chance of it. I think
it's been happening now and then again, but not so much in the LPL games proper, but obviously we've had qualifiers and other stuff going on. And basically, people have been doing some shenanigans. There's the Caitlyn ban. I think that would have worked well with VAR, to be fair.
Yeah, I think Caitlyn Sivir should be the bans from BLG. I think that one's easy, and then the Sivir can just kind of speed up the rest of the team and spell shield the poke. Makes a bit of an issue there.
There's nothing else that could be very potent here. I think you want to do anything like Lucian. I suppose it's not awful.
Thinking about it, IG could also go something. Well, you could go Jhin as well, because there's no tank on the side of BLG. Yeah, fair.
And it's also semi-global follow-up. They're going to get rid of the Elise again.
Support.
The early pick options that are very potent for On. I think it does potentially allow that Onivia you were talking about. You have some ways to deal with it, but the fact that, of course, Nocturne can press Bard's got the ability to say, quick, I've created the doorway. But those are all kind of slightly more odd questions. Fourth AD carry ban, I suspect, incoming. The Sivir would be the most obvious one, but unless there's a lane dominant champion, that's just skipping my mind here.
Well, the Jhin, I think, is actually better than that. They banned out the Victor instead, huh? I guess it would have been like that double kind of error denial of Gravity Field and then also Dark Procession. So we've seen that with the Onivia games as well. We have like Onivia, like we've seen Onivia, Yorick, Victor, where like all three of them put down their zone denial and there's just nowhere to step. So unless you just have really good flank angles or very good mobility, you're just never allowed to move.
No, exactly. And often even if he does die, he dies hard, and then you get the ult off the back end of it. Quite scary. That would not be either. Debating in a Felios pick here. Jhin would make much more sense there.
The Felios would have been very bad. That's very cool pixel art. Oh, it's a hover. Of course, it's a hover because, of course, Mako and Viper have that skin. The Felios is a hover for Viper, who won that skin with Mako on the other side of it as well.
I have it confirmed as well. I believe this is the first time that Mako and Viper have versed. They've never played each other before.
Played each at that.
The last time they were playing, it was as a duo back in 21, winning on EDG. A very different roster, very different era of League of Legends. Knight is going to be donated this last pick, we expect.
I actually think, well, I think the Mel's not bad here either. I don't know if Renard plays much stuff, we should deal with that. I think you don't pick the Aurora because it would allow the LeBlanc on the other side. Renard is very comfortable on LeBlanc. It is a takeaway from him. He hasn't looked that good on other stuff from it. You won't have the Victor to trade against it. He might go for the Lissandra himself now. Lissandra Nocturne, pretty good engage combo, but it is heavily outranged. If you don't find your engage angle very cleanly, you are going to get hurt very badly on the engage.
So, if you lose vision control, if you spend too much time dawdling about when to make a play, bad things will happen. Don't allow that to be the case.
And here we have our full compositions. I'm worried, Sam, that BLG once again have some really good lanes. And they have Shin'On, a very comfortable jungler. If IG can survive that, I do like Bard, Nocturne, and Lissandra as an engage combo onto an inherently squishy team. But I think that the Onivia support is going to cause issues in the bot lane. We called it out in advance. I think that LeBlanc is going to... Look, Knight's LeBlanc is very good in lane. So we're expecting it to do a lot of work, even into the quote-unquote counter matchup of the Lissandra. We're going to go into a quick ad break to make sure we don't get them in-game, though, folks. So subscribe if you don't want to see them. And we'll get into game.
IG, very fun draft there. Like, the engage range is long, even if the champions themselves aren't necessarily. But as you said, if they don't pull the trigger on good timers, it will be a bad time for them in fairly significant manner. They don't want to sit around eating poke from Ezreal, from Jace, from LeBlanc hopping forward, from Pantheon just charging up a queue. The Onivia, I appreciate that. The early lane, not all that exciting so far. Jayo's all done. A little bit of a heal there burned by On. G with the statistical advantage dip towards the late game. Why would LeBlanc start W? Easier to play around with potential early ganks. Allows you to go put early wards down for the level 1. You can basically say you're not starting Ring as Frost as Lissandra, so you will not be able to stun me, so have a bad time. Or if you do, it's not going to be great for your shove. So it's not bad there. You can also just hop forward for better auto, uptime, that kind of thing. It's not bad. Also, it's just better wave clear at the level 1. If you do want to race for level 2, the W is your only real AoE spell, so I think you're still obligated to do it, probably. Is the honest option. Why do you think Viper went exhaust? Ezreal's have been doing this of late, actually. There's the hop forward. Knight should get the ethereal chains. Can Sigil of Malice after. Nice trade back there. Nonetheless, LeBlanc into Lissandra is a well-studied matchup. Again, right, there's a lot of mana burned by the Lissandra. Her passive for a long time was get mana back. Very boring passive. It was quite funny. Knight is going to lose a couple minions there to the turret. Slightly sad about the damage they took beforehand. But yes, Ezreal's have been taking exhaust a bit more regularly, basically because they don't necessarily need the barrier. They've got enough mobility, and so the exhaust allows them to escape from all ins because the slow and the DPS check means if someone does pounce on them, the exhaust actually potentially saves you over something like a barrier because of how you are as a champion. Actually into something like the Nocturne as well. If the Nocturne comes jumping at you, the exhaust, very useful to kind of outpace his damage window. So it's worth noting Zuyan isn't actually a rookie. He's played for IG before. This is his second debut into the LPL. But he has been very good. He's much improved from his previous journey into the LPL. He played like 6 best of 3s and was pretty awful in all of them. Thanks for the reset, by the way, Angie, as well. Didn't know you. I mean, he's obviously, but again, he has been great. And obviously, that win against BLG was excellent. That Vayne game was pretty clutch. Don't get me wrong. Again, that's not to take away from Zuyan, of course. His ability to come back, especially considering it's on quite difficult circumstances with 369 stepping down last minute. Very impressive. What's the purpose of the Onivia support? Couple things. CC chains really obnoxious. Crystallize punishes enchanters so hard. It's the wall. The wall, more than anything else, is incredibly annoying into enchanters. They have a very tough time dealing with that. And obviously, you're a range support as well. Once you get the ult, you actually have quite a lot of early damage. But yeah, basically, because wall doesn't necessarily require you to put any, you know, stats into it. It's just a wall, right? You press the button and it's good. So that's very strong. The passive is quite annoying for you to get punished. And does pair up relatively well with some other things. Bin, gonna get some shove here into the Yorick early. Has gone phase rush to try and run away from things. Way speeding towards level 6 as fast as possible. Won't hit it off this camp. Would theoretically of about 2 to 3 more if he can get this level 6 Scuttle Crab. He's feeling pretty good. It is going to be top side of the map, so you can see why both junglers are around here. On looks for a bit of a chunk, won't necessarily do much more than put a ward down for Narboz in that bush. It's been a relatively quiet early game here, though. Again, the laning leads have been strong from Bin. Viper's also managed to get a little bit of an advantage here, virtue of that plate that's been picked up, not returned on the other side so far. Shard of Ice goes wide. That'll be the Glacial Path, the Ring of Frost, but Shun kind of just says no. Renard has to self-ult there. Gets decent amount of healing, has to flash away. The Cosmic Binding is decent. The wall forces some flashes away. He's now potentially in danger. They wanted to fight for this level 6 Scuttle Crab really hard. but there's still good damage here. Shun gets the stun, but Breathe has come on down. Now Shun's in danger, but here's Knight looking for the kill onto Renard and gets it. Shun likely gets away, but now Bin's coming on over. It's spicy out here in the top side. The Dark Procession comes on down. The Maiden doing a lot of work, not take down, but Wei goes down to the Shock Blast. Stun into the wall onto Bin. Breathe gets that kill. Mako trying a magical journey away. That means that Breathe is now in the 1v2 in the river, but it all backs away 2 for 2 in the river. Wei and Renard falling for Shun and Bin. Worth seeing who got those kills though, because Mako got them for IG, which is a little annoying on the Bards. Whereas on the other side, that fell down on me.
Has fallen down. It's all good. We can fix that easily. Back into the mid lane, bot lane though. Jachi taking a hard trade from Viper. Did say that his Ezreal is one of the best champions for him. 2 shots hitting, 3. Oh my god, has to flash the last one. W hits after, but on coming down.
Nice.
Stun, it does land. It won't be a kill hit, but does force the barrier. So barrier for flash between the AD carries.
There you go, nicely done there from Jachi to make that a much more interesting discussion about what was going to happen. The damage is good. We come back to live and have a look at this again, because basically this got real spicy. Renard goes in, has to self-ult, and it looked like BLG had a really good time up, but watch Breathe's flank in a second. He just roams early.
And it's also a good stun onto Knight to stop him getting kind of like an instant kill in there. On does have the passive, which makes it much easier to play. Back into live though, Renard's caught. He does have, he doesn't have the ult.
He does it. Hop forward, his Ring of Frost onto a clone, and so he dies. Nice pickup for Knight. It's now 2-0-1. No Dark Seal stack, because he's building towards Merc Treads as fast as he possibly can.
And he's got 2 kills in the counter matchup, Sam. This is how Renard wished he could have played versus Xiaohu. Knight getting ahead of Renard. He's been struggling against Knight. To be honest, most mid laners do, so I suppose there's no shame in that, but it is a big problem. Shun doesn't get the empowered Q onto the Raptor, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. He didn't have that smite. Steals away the small ones. Wei being ahead of Shun again in the early game in terms of farm.
Is Bin goes to the skies, knocks Breathe away. That'll be the end of that. Just hammer away at some of those ghouls. And chunk out that nice shock blast onto the cannon to secure it. We'll then blast that ghoul as well. There were a couple of questions in chat which I tried to answer as well. I'm curious what you thought.
Yeah.
There were 2 specifically. Right. So why do you start W with LeBlanc into the Lissandra? My basic say, look, the mobility is important to put down level 1 wards. It's your only AoE skill to attack the wave. And also, if Lissandra starts, she's going forwards there. And she's just the paranoia. Have to hold on to this conversation. They kind of split targets and the tether's quite quickly broken there. I don't know about this one, IG.
Well, Renard's in a great angle. They don't have vision onto the Lissandra, but I think they're just letting the camp go. I think the BLG realized they don't have the vision control to fight that, so they're gonna let Wei get that camp. It does mean that, of course, Wei is further ahead. Great vision into this topside jungle, actually. Into everything. They had one just behind Raptors. They were on the red buff itself. They're seeing Shun get that recall. It will be 3 grubs for Wei because of that. So, question of the W star. W star is by far the best thing for LeBlanc, unless you're into melees. Melees, you don't have to disengage the trade. The big thing about LeBlanc level 1 is that you can kind of, if you run electrocute, you can kind of, you can auto W. I really like that he's gone for the airy here. This is something that Arya used to do actually into a lot of hard matchups on the LeBlanc actually. Famous mid laner from Detonation, Focus Me, now on Hawks now as well. One of my favorite mid laners of all time. But it allows you with the W to get in and then disengage when you think the next skill is going to come out. So you get to choose when you start and end the trades, which is very, very important. Basically, no other mid laner can do that at level 1.
Yeah, and obviously, like, if Lissandra starts Ring of Frost at level 1, she has, like, no wave control. So she doesn't really have the ability to punish you for hopping forwards at the level 1 quite as hard either.
Yeah, quick comment in chat. To be fair, Lissandra hasn't really countered LeBlanc for like 5 seasons now. I disagree. I think it absolutely has. I think that Lissandra still has great value into this pick. Great trade here from Modern Viper.
Wonderful combo. There was a question about why are we seeing Onivia support? Crystallize alone is incredibly annoying.
I didn't think that would lead to a kill. That's why I was yapping about the mid lane matchup instead. Knight just needs to be a little bit afraid there. Smite onto the scuttle. I just thought that they wouldn't have the damage. It's a tier Onivia. They end up getting the kill anyway. Viper and On getting the 2v2, despite Mako having the 2-kill Bard, the hyper carry Bard support. But, IG not having nearly as much success in this bot lane this time around. Of course, in game 1, a lot of that was from the bot lane skirmishes, which went well for them. Not using the airy poke really nicely there, by the way, using the max range of the chain. Chain's technically your longest range skill. Allows you to trade very, very far away. Mako might go for an ult here. If they can get the Lissandra ult on, then obviously things get very problematic for Knight. They might go for it there. No, they don't. Choose to not go for the play.
Bit of consideration, definitely. Not going to lead to too much there, though, nonetheless. Trying to get on to make all that magical journey just about work. The Crystallize nearly interrupted it. Now they're trying to jump onto Knight, who actually ends up distorting a little early there. Just get under the turret, but likely dies. Flash for the Flash Frost, and they secure the kill. Tempered Fate turns off the turret. On is going to be there to try and mourn his mid laner's death.
So Knight goes down, they get the kill there. They do manage to get a little bit of damage onto the mid lane turret too. Viper going for the 1v1 onto Jachi, fourth shot back. W not hitting there. Pantheon ulting topside. Bree does have flash, flashes away. Bin tried to flash for the knockback. So it ends up being flash for flash. Feels a bit bad for Bin there. Could have just taken the free summoner. Goes to get himself the wave in a decent spot. We'll know that there's a ward in that top lane brush now because the minions still remained aggroed onto him. See if he chooses to push that out or not. IG getting that first kill onto the LeBlanc really important because again, you know, a lot of the time you do think, oh well, you know, LeBlanc's trading quite well against Lissandra, and then just one other person comes into the lane and you realize, no, this is a problem. You know, Lissandra can poke you out, and then of course sets up so well for you as well. And you know, of course, Renard found the worst end of this too, where Xiaohu demolished him on the opposite end of this matchup. That's probably why he's picking it up here. Viper jumping over the wall, but there's I don't know, he's taking more damage than he wanted there.
Definitely did, but a CC now back, Shin potentially looking mid lane towards Renard. He's going to have to Glacial Path away. Very low in the mid lane, but no one going to go down. Come back from Renard in terms of the farm at the very least. Stun though onto Mako, who is not having very good fun here. Trapped inside the Glacial Storm. They see a ward, more autos coming forwards.
Ow!
Yeah, Flash Frost, True Shot Barrage would have been dangerous. Flash for the Flash Frost! Oh, On, you are so good at this champion!
He is the only Onivia support in the world. I trust to make something happen. I was wondering, Sam, whether he would take the magical journey there. Hang on, wait. Okay, he's really good at the champion. He has gone too far, and he is going to die. Jachi gets the kill on. Great, but you're pushing your luck there.
Viper has got flash. There was a flash Q angle there onto Jachi. He did have his own flash, but won't land it. And they were looking for it, and I can understand why. You want to punish as hard as you can there. But Wei has got the ultimate and the Hexblade, so he just gets to jump on the bird.
Yeah, losing a death like that really hurts, because now Jachi is ahead, and that's going to fund him towards the Ghost Blade, Sam.
Yeah,
it funds him towards the Ghost Blade. It's sad they weren't tracking the Nocturne well enough. Get stunned, didn't have the flash anyway, no way out. Just pushing a little too far, not respecting the jungler on the other side. Knight roaming top side, but is spotted on the ward in the river. It's a big problem for IG that they've not been able to shut down this LeBlanc. They get one kill, but not before he's done damage in lane. And a reminder, folks, I know there's some comments in chat saying that Lissandra isn't as good into LeBlanc as she used to. Lissandra is still one of the best matchups into LeBlanc and should really, really punish that, particularly when you're getting those Qs over the wave to poke down. Typically, the LeBlanc does lose the lane even from the start of the game. Level 1 can be a bit hard, right? Because you don't start with a W, but even then with your Q trading not weak, you really do need to shut him down, though, because as LeBlanc gets ahead, you still have that mobility. On doesn't have flash again. 2 deaths in 2 minutes. On went from being very good on this Onivia to giving up 2 easy kills.
Yeah, and that does sometimes happen on the Onivia. We saw it with Mako the other week as well, that once your passive is down, you just become that bit more vulnerable. Nice pick up there from IG, make no mistake about it. You can see why On was there to try and give Bin some safety. He's in the right sort of part of the map. The problem is he wasn't ready for 3 people to be on top of his head. Here we go.
Have flash way going for the dive. I think he should have headed into the golden turret, Sam. He does get away, though. Phase Rush saving his life.
The magical journey gets Mako out. He's been really spot on with those to escape this entire game. Nice journey out. And actually, you know what, Bin? He spoke wrong. You could just stand there and deliver.
Yeah, he got the phase rush. Meant that even though the fear procced, he ended up running away in the correct angle. Worked for him. I thought maybe he'd have to a little bit further. Renard does have the slight XP advantage onto Knight. Knight on that roam lost a little bit of XP there. Not too far behind, but see that Knight still trading well here. Has the Ludens built up already. Trading with the chain. And Herald started for BLG, uses the Battle Herald. In fact, might be a good game to do so, just because these fights are going to be so tight. And hang on, might get caught again. More CC lands onto him. He could die. W is cleansed. Well, uses the cleanse preemptively. Good wall, breaks the fear tether. On needs to start running away. There's 4th shot still there. What do? There's nothing to be done there, especially with everyone else kind of around. I think IG are starting to really find some progress in this mid game. Yeah, because On has died 3 times in 3 minutes. He's not got the passive, not got the flash, and BLG are not respectful of where the people can jump onto the bird. The Onivia is good at taking already winning areas of the map or a stable position and then working with that double jump towards top side. LeBlanc teleporting. Bree does have flash. It won't save him, though.
Yeah, they say, well, we can't play for Dragon, we can play for the other side of the map. The cross map comes on through. Who are they donating the kill to? It will be Knight, who gets the Dark Seal stacks.
He does. Buys the Dark Seal stacks, gets 2 immediately. Using wait, is he using the World Championship LeBlanc? Oh, it's the X one. It's the World Championship one. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, cool.
We're taking over.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was the theme for that one. But anyway, he has the upgraded Motores. He's got the Dark Steel stacks stacking in. Now gets himself an alternator already. He's really getting some good gold here now. 1,000 gold ahead of Renard again. Much like that last game, and this is a game where LeBlanc can do a ton of work. You know, there is some threats of the Bard CCing you on your return portal. There can definitely be a threat. Might jump onto the top side here. Mako up here with Shun. They catch out Bin. Here comes the Nocturne. Oh, Bin might be in a lot of trouble here.
He might be. Flash away. Does keep him safe briefly. Goes down, but just about to that final auto flying. The dancing grenade was required, and it does do the work required. And now, of course, IG 2-kill advantage, trying to save this mid lane turret on, pairing up with Knight, being very annoying.
Oh, very good journey.
Is now going to be forced to flash that magical journey. IG with this gank squad, the jungle support have been so frustrating across this mid game.
They have been. I think that Mako's had a great series. I think that he's been playing very well this entire split. Took a split off to basically rest, recuperate. And I think he's deserved that. You know, he's one of the longest careers in League history. Playing ever since 2015. Debuted in January 2015 alongside Xiaohu. Both of them still playing in League at this point. Mako just taking that split off. Came back and has looked really, really good so far. It's been a key part of IG's level of form right now. But of course, both these teams on 3-1 in series wins for the split so far. Knight is off for Vision. He could look for a play here. If anyone else comes around, I think they just kill Mako here. He does have flash. Can he flash from Magical Journey? Yes, he can.
Needed to, though. That was getting a little dicey. Make no mistake about it. And again, Mako has been attempted to be picked how many times? But again, as the Bard, you are surprisingly slippery, especially if you are next to a wall. The flash is needed this time, though, and will potentially cost him later. We'll wait and see.
A good little vision play from Knight to make sure he can get that flash out of him. But they would have really liked to see the on Q did just miss there, which meant that they couldn't get the full kill chains after. They might just ult top side again. Bin has to stand very far back. The grubs from IG are helping the Yorick get ahead. We know the Yorick can be very scary for the Jace. He's not that far ahead right now, but the Nocturne means that he can't walk up and contest the wave. Wave been playing very well in this game so far on the Nocturne from the early skirmishes. Everything else, Renard walking up into mid lane. Worth noting, Viper doesn't have cleanse, so if the Lissandra jumps at him, well, he's an easy target there.
The one, that's the one. No McHale's or anything left yet. And again, On has been trapped at the zero item really for a while here. I've stopped getting involved. I thought what was looking like some really vervy play, you know what I mean? Playing with a little bit of
verve.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. 2 minutes till Dragon. As Hextech Rift on gets the wall onto Jachi, but Jachi doesn't care. In fact, he might just take the egg here. Jachi! Great trade from him onto the Onivia.
Stormrazor, Ghostblade, Tempered Fate, flashed away from an On is dead. Nice from Jachi, who just says, no, we're not doing this.
Yeah, Jachi has been bullying On. On went from having a great laning phase to dying 4 times in this mid-game. Pretty uncontested. On is giving up a lot here. Now, earlier in the year, I said that BLG, despite them having a host of great players, the best litmus test for BLG is how On is doing.
Yeah.
If On's doing well, BLG are probably winning. If On's doing poorly, BLG are probably losing. He is a player with incredible upper ceiling. He's one of the few players in the LPL from the support role who I can actually think gives issues to someone even like Carrier, even at peak.
Oh man, that's so annoying.
But he is a player also that pushes his limits. Always. Fantastic stun here. Ezreal trying to E out. Actually ends up Eing into the stun, ends up flashing the ult. I don't think he needed to flash that, by the way. I think that's a mistake there from Viper. Easy summoner. But right here, they're just preying on, pushing his limits too hard.
And I think the other side of that is Mako just outplayed them, because I think On says, look, I've got 3 people around. There's no way they can full send at me. And Viper's E there gets the stun onto the 2 people who could have saved him.
And that's why stuff like the Ghostblade Stormrazor from Jachi, really good early power. Very good early power. If he just walks up and gets into auto attack range, yeah, you're gonna die. And then one of the issues which is gonna happen with this team is that the LeBlanc wants to one-shot the Jhin. The Jhin can actually threaten that back onto the LeBlanc now with this kind of build. If Jhin gets into range, I actually think with the point and click, LeBlanc has always been an okay matchup for the Jhin.
And the other side of this, of course, now is that, you know, you've gone towards this build. It's no Mosquito build, no utility. I just want to hit people really hard. And I think in a game like this, where you're obligated to burst the first target down, that's nice, right? That's a big deal.
hang on a second. Might jump onto Bin here. They are definitely going to jump onto him here. They delay it a little bit. Jump forwards now.
There's a potential angle over the wall as On comes in. It's immediately stunned, looking to get a wall down. The curtains are called, though, and that's a really good angle from Jachi. Oh, boy. Glacial Storm does a little bit of work. The Tempered Fate forces a hop away, and now On is a long, long way away, trying to keep his top and jungle alive. He's dead as well, I suspect. 3 kills for IG are just a matter of time.
On will die. Nothing really responded to here. On puts up a wall, but it's not going to keep them out. They found themselves a window. He flashes for reasons.
Keep up with him?
Now, the thing is, because he's delayed them so long, it means that maybe Knight... Oh my god, what's he doing here? He can... No. He will die. I appreciate the attempt on. It is a 5th death for the Onivia, who's not had a good time. Knight tries to walk over, can't get that much done. Dragon did go to IG. BLG are getting outplayed on the sidelines now. Bin has not been having a good time. Wei's been having a very good net game on the Nocturne, as is Mako on the Bard, as you mentioned. And they're just not able to see the play coming, and they certainly can't fight it. I think that they're being very, very greedy trying to look for these plays. I think that they have to be linking up with the very mobile Ezreal LeBlanc to see if they can be the ones making the aggressive plays. You know, Knight teleports, but there's nothing he can really do there. Jumping onto Wei now, this is important. Can they get onto the flashless Nocturne?
They can certainly look to punish. He puts down the Paranoia. There's the Ethereal Chains. The Stride Breaker doesn't really slow anyone. He does die, and now we can start that play with a little bit more fire, I suppose. Ice is actually on, gets jumped onto. Just get a decent amount of value back with that Crystallize to force people to run away. Jachi just about gets out that blast, going through Mako. Back into the mix. What the hell was that? Grand Starfall behind. Knight still looking for more. Mako, remember, no flash, no magical. Actually does have the flash back up just about. Likely falls, does go down. Hops on forward with the Mimic Distortion, but now Knight's in danger. Has to hop back. Needs to keep running because, again, they are still very low. Doesn't take that glacial path back. Knight and Shun alone in a 1v2. The curtains get called, and that means Shun is likely dead. Tried to jump onto Renard, can't quite do it, as the CC is good, and Jachi gets another. I think BLG are about to fall out of this game.
It's another game where Knight is trying really hard to get involved in skirmishes, and if he does, then basically they win the fight. But IG are finding ways to catch out people like On, like Viper, like Bin. Bin teleporting in there. It is going to be their 1500th kill between the two of them, Bin and Shun. But Bin's teleport there was pretty disastrous, Sam. No two ways about it. It really feels like this is going to be a Knight game or bust for BLG. The rest of the team is falling out of the game. You know, On dying so many times back to back. Bin losing in the side lane. Shun getting put behind by Wei. No, IG, real credit to them. I think that they're doing fantastic across the map with the Nocturne and the Bard moving so quickly. One of the things that we were asking for, saying, look, get the LeBlanc into the game. Knight can save you if you play around him. You need to make sure that it's the LeBlanc with the high mobility pick potential that can make the play here. But On gets caught out again. It's a bad teleport from Bin, who teleports into 4 people, immediately dies. He has an awful time of it. Really, this game, it needs to be about Knight for BLG. Jumping into this bot side, and Shun's dead again, as is On. They're not doing that, Sam. They're just dying on cooldown.
They are. Now Bin goes golden, courtesy of a Tempered Fate, and the Fate is looking like it has been cut very swiftly by some Fates in some underworld in Greece somewhere. Largely for this immortal BLG from First Stand that look all that bit fragile now.
Might try to jump onto Jachi. Again, he's trying to make the plays. BLG need to be playing around Knight. Right there, you'll notice that everyone dies away from the LeBlanc, who's doing great damage here. Just play around Knight, and you'll have a much better time of it. I think that Shun, On, Viper, Bin, I think they're getting a little bit panicked now, Sam. Baron should be IG's.
Realistically here, there's not a lot to be done about it. Knight's going to come over, but there's a Dark Procession hit by that Morning Mist, so he's going to have a load of those ghouls running at him. Viper now looking to throw some poke down. Lands a W onto Renard, but I just don't know whether a 2-item Ezreal's got enough to do the work here. Desperate to get something done. The fight at the back end of it. The Grand Starfall coming to play in. Viper hops around, trying to get some more of his passive. Rolling Wei, though. Gets the slow over the wall. Viper gets that one, but can he keep more? No, the Mystic Shot is down. The far side alteration needs to do some dodging. Goes hopping away. There's still a trap. When did Jim put that down? WQ doesn't land it onto Mako. Continue to hold well here. The Mystic Shots are landing. Knight's holding. The deadly flourish from Jachi finally brings the Ezreal Ezreal down the sides, but Bin has come around. Baron secured. I appreciate it, Viper. You played well there. It's just not enough.
Yeah, Viper and Knight, the really mobile carries, get some crazy damage down, but BLG don't get that many Baron buffs off the table. IG take the Baron, and they get 3 out. It's a very good game from IG. They're doing very well at forcing plays with their heavy CC, the lockdown of Lissandra, Jhin, Bard, everyone flying at each other makes a huge difference. Mako makes the mistake of going too far out. Knight does a really good job of buying the initial cooldowns, which allows Viper to jump very aggressively. And finally, the Ezreal and the LeBlanc get to play a highly mobile fight. Very nearly ends up getting the kill there. Gromp ends up getting aggroed, which eventually ends up being the death of Viper. I think he might have ended up being he might have ended up surviving. Oh, Shen's dead again, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not great news. What was looking like a very solid early game from BLG has well and truly fallen away now in this mid to late stages. 5,000 gold and 20 kills to 9 for Invictus Gaming right now. We are in a kill-a-minute game. Largely, those kills have been going the way of Invictus Gaming, and then newer AD carrying Jachi 9-0 and 5 is having a tear.
He's doing fantastic. I think the chain inting by On definitely not helping the Protobelt to dodge. I mean, this is a 1-7 Onivia support who's gone. He's got the disco summoner, Sammy does. Yeah, On, you know, if On is not playing well, BLG's macro falls apart. If Bin's not playing well, then a lot of their carry power goes down too. And Bin is 1-5, On is 1-7. This is the hang on, On's caught again.
There's just nothing to be done at this point. And again, this is the problem, is that the Onivia is actually no longer able to do things like put the walls down because it puts you in range of everyone else. And I also say in the mid game, BLG did a horrible job of defending On as well. Some really awkward moments where they kind of split whether they were defending or not. And now pressure's just gotten too much, because the problem is what could have been a relatively low damage burst comp kind of threatened with just basic abilities. Ult's not required.
There's the Shun ult coming through, trying to get into the back line.
It's good Grand Starfall damage, but again, now the problem is I feel like BLG are out of damage. The suck from the Maiden puts Knight down to about 10 HP. Just about escapes. Bin looking for a potential accelerated shock blast on the flank angle. The wards will spot him out, though. He needs to try and interrupt best he can.
Oh, Breeze coming through.
No! He's going to try and jump to the skies. Flashes forward. Should get Mako. No! Doesn't have the move speed. And Wade's going to get the slow. The thundering blow doesn't keep him safe. Now, Knight, though, on a flank angle, wants to bring on Mako. Will get that one. Viper's here as well. Can keep hunting. I think IG here a little deep. Jachi at half. True shot barrage puts him down significantly lower. On with the rocket belt. Keeps them interested. Looking for that flash frost. Can't land it onto Wade, but the distortion forward claims the life of that Nocturne. The Ring of Frost puts Viper into the dirt.
Jachi went back into Knight. Knight gets 3 from the fight, Sam.
He does indeed. Now Renard needs to back away his Glacial Path. When's that Ring of Frost coming? Needs to be a bit afraid. There is a potential ult in 3 seconds from Renard. Knight, pick your timing well, son, or you will end up in a tomb. Glacial Path taken. Not going to be followed up there. They're trying to keep people interested. The Pantheon's coming as well. Eyes on that. They want to keep people here and unable to reset.
Yeah, Knight just wants to keep them busy. Needs to be careful of that ultimate. Doesn't jam it right. Knight goes down, gets baited. Knew that Shun was on the other side of the map, but Knight, after doing so well in the fight, goes down to the second ultimate of Renard.
Well, they hold the base. The game doesn't end. They get some critical shutdowns, but I won't say it was clean.
Knight is really trying to keep them in this, Sam. Like, this LeBlanc obviously makes the mistake at the end, but this game would be so far gone if Knight hadn't been playing all of this smoke and mirrors on the LeBlanc. 7-2, got the death cap just before engaging into that fight. Viper is behind 4.6 thousand gold. Still putting out a good amount of damage, but doesn't feel like it's very playable. Mako way in the enemy jungle, pulling the Nocturne ult now.
I'm going to try. The Temper Fate doesn't land onto On. He's got an egg coming up. They don't quite get the kill on him. That's actually quite critical. The problem is they will get it onto Viper, who gets to go nowhere. Comes out of that golden station and goes, what time is it? Time for you to die. The curtains get caught and down to the egg. We're going again. They scramble him. Renard goes over the wall and helps pick up another.
BLG take another fight without Knight, who's dead, and they can't do anything about it. Mako gets chained up, will die. Good burst from Knight, but it's a trade. BLG don't take the fights around the LeBlanc, and it turns out that's their strongest member. Bit of a mistake. IG forcing the play so well. We will get a game 3. The macro was better. The picks were better. IG will bring us to a third game.
Over 40 kills in a 30-minute game. Invictus Gaming were out for blood, and blood is what they found. We go to game 3. What a wild mid-game from Invictus Gaming, because once they started that pick engine rolling, they refused to take their foot off the pedal.
I just can't believe that BLG took so many fights away from their strongest member by a mile and Knight.
Yeah.
You know, so many times when they were losing, it was just, oh, let's just take a fight without the LeBlanc. I feel like that was just such a mistake. I mean, Knight played a good game, a very good game on the LeBlanc, and I feel like the rest of the team didn't quite realize how much work he was putting in to do that. I think that ended up being a huge mistake. IG on the other side, real credit to them. They were the ones most of the time choosing the play.
Yeah.
And they did really well with it, particularly as soon as they started catching it on over and over and over, the game fell away.
It really did. And again, because part of the problem was, like, you look at this comp from IG, is like, if they do get that first kill, it gets really scary, especially because the Jhin, who I don't think will get MVP, I actually think it's going to be Mako, who had a stormer of the game. He was very, very good on that Bard through pretty much all the stages, even when the early game was kind of going a bit awry. But the moment the Jhin was just sort of saying, yeah, one shot is half of someone's health bar.
Yeah, for sure.
Like it's a very different game state to, hey, we've got to force them with LeBlanc, Lissandra to try to get a kill. Like, that wasn't the case. They could do it off basic abilities, and once you get to that point, it gets very, very scary because your ability to keep hunting for more is a lot.
I'm very surprised that On died so many times in such quick succession at this point, because he'd been on such great form.
Yeah.
Now, you know, obviously you go back 2 years or something, I'd be like, okay, On has a game like this every so often, like once a series it'll happen.
Yeah.
He hasn't had that for a little while, but he pushed his limits a little too far, and real credit to IG, a lot of teams in the past have realized that if you get On to start panicking, he does kind of drag the team down with him at points too. He is one of the best supports in the world, perhaps actually at first stand the best support in the world, but he does have this other side to him which he hasn't shown that as much this year, which is, you know, linked to that lower end of his play. And by the way, I don't know if you called out this earlier, by the way, Angie, thank you so much for the 30 minutes. Okay, that's cool, that's fine. Appreciate that as well for that. We do get 3 games. IG clearly better than the last split, clearly a team to watch. I didn't think that they would be contending very well today. They proved me wrong. Fantastic damage from Jachi.
Yeah, it's good work there. Jachi hits the mark pretty heavily. Viper did okay, but really wasn't able to get involved. And we saw basically BLG send On to various locations. Hey, we're going to defend BIM. Dies doing it because there's more members from IG who are faster on their own with the Lissandra and the Nocturne. Yes, the LeBlanc is strong, but then you kind of go like, okay, so where's everyone else? And I think BLG ended up like just a little bit too far apart. They tried to play for farm and all the rest of it, and it kind of just left individual members out to be pounced on, as that kind of roaming squad of jungle support, jungle mid, proved very dangerous. There were some good plays from BLG early on. Like, they did get early leads. The problem is, once it started going wrong in the mid game, they had no way to kind of pump the brakes.
Aren't we coming up to Mako's decade of league soon? That was last year. He debuted in 2015 January, so his 10th year was last year, LMAO. Really good play from IG across this game. And I think Mako was one of the crucial parts of that, of course. Very, very good journeys. Very, very good aggressive plays. I think that BLG, they focused far too much on the parts of the map where the LeBlanc wasn't. Now, I know that you're going to get forced onto by the Nocturne, by the Bard, but there were definitely points in this game, particularly as we saw, you know, some of those bot jungle fights, where they decided to initiate without the LeBlanc being there. Yeah. Those are the fights which I blame them for, not the ones where they got jumped on when they couldn't see it coming. That's just a fact of playing against, you know, multiple heavy roaming global teams. And I think that Bin has had just an awful game. You know, the Jace did nothing of value in this game, Seth.
Yeah.
Did so little here. Didn't get the lane lead. Of course, against the Yorick, it's a bit of a mess, but, you know, Bin, this has been his, you know, his worst series in a while. Even the Renekton last game, there were some team fights where I thought he should have done better. Hope we see some more from him, and I hope that loss to top esports hasn't tilted him too much, because Swian did really deck him in that last series.
Yeah, I mean, there was reasons for it, right? But hey, if you are going to get Vayne counterpicked, and that's a big deal, because Bin had been looking pretty damn spectacular. In fact, BLG had come back looking pretty good, but back-to-back series losses would be a very different vibe. It'd be very LPL, but it'd be a very different vibe from what we come to use, as the Tempered Fate again from Mako was excellent, because the other side of this was how many times did we see BLG try and pick off Mako and fail to convert?
Worth noting, by the way, about the 2015 MSI thing, because of like how young players were at that event. Remember, there just weren't as many regulations back then. I mean, Faker won Worlds when he was 17 in 2013.
Yeah.
So a lot of players played very, very young back in 2014, 2013, 2015, right? So it wasn't like a problem back then, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, it's kind of only recently switched to being 18 as the minimum age, at least for Tier 1. I think Tier 2 has got a lower general minimum age, so I know obviously in China it's a little different. Basically, in part because it allows different sponsor categories as
Yes.
well, which is a big deal for making some money, which, you know, makes some sense.
So can I request
Of course
a coffee?
you can.
I'd love
I
a
was
coffee.
about to ask.
And for everyone else, okay, keep yourselves hydrated, but also keep us supported if you got the bandwidth for it. If you'd like to drop a like, follow, subscribe, it makes a huge difference to us. You know, this is a family business, we're brothers. This is how we pay our rent. So the more viewers we get, the more likes, follow, subscribe. That helps us with the algorithm, really helps us keep ourselves in business. If you want to have top tier LPL analysis, history, and all the good stuff, we really need all the support we can get. It's a very hard time to be working within esports right now. Basically, all the broadcast work has dried up. It's very hard to keep yourself around as a broadcaster, and we'd love to keep working in the scene. It'd be a shame to have to dip out because we don't have the support. Jad Sheep, 13-1-8, will get player of the game. Fantastic game from him on the gym. Did very, very well at punishing people who walked at him aggressively. And Onivia finally falls. The Onivia support has finally been beaten. I swear Fearless Draft is worth an essay to analyze its use in different games. Yeah, and also how it affects balance as well. I mean, yeah, I think that like I said, I've been pretty vocally opposed to Fearless Draft. I think that Fearless, it's made balance a little lackadaisical at points. I think that it allows you to let problem champions go through, not undetected, but it lets them go out of control a lot more. Have I put adverts on yet? I don't know if I did, actually. Okay, I'm going to put some adverts on now. But yeah, I think that Fearless Draft has allowed some champions to go through. Are we worried for BLG? Well, it's a couple of series in a row where Bin hasn't looked fantastic. BLG are looking a little bit more flustered in mid-game than they were, well, around first stand and before, right? I mean, yeah, it's obviously much worse than they were doing at first stand and first split. I think that, you know, Bin's laning was actually, well, no, the laning's not been the worst. No, the laning's not been the part of it which has been wrong. It's actually been the bits of like the 2v2s which are going wrong. His individual laning's been fine. Hey, Magical, good to see you. No, that's things going on. Oh, what the heck is this? Hang on, what is this?
要是我摆动作，
对你
What is
你
this?
现在是个小矮人，
先蹲着，
先蹲着
我先窝起来，
然后你手这样把身往上升，
往上升，
对，然后这样转，
真转，
不是你人不转，你手转，
对，
对对对。
What is
然后你
this?
哎，不是，
腰花射，
不是你，我说你是个小矮人，然后
啊，像矮人的波比，
对
，OK，波比大战，啊，这样的
，OK，
全是游戏的嘛，
对，全是
，OK，
你这个腿往前踢，是要这样
是
，OK， 然后你是这样，然后这样。
Oh, charades, but you acted out, right? Yeah, yeah, when that is charades.
OK， 还有，然后，
还有3个字，
你在不是你在海边个帐篷下，你戴什么？
海边站墨镜啊，
对啊，你现在这样，然后你这样再这样，
盖伦，
差不多，然后还有，比如说你现在你40、50岁了，然后 你晚上的时候你会去那个
跳广场舞
对啊，没问题，
为什么是这样的？为什么是盖人家跳广场舞？
没问题。
为什么是这样的？
你想的很快啊，
肯定很快的。
OK， 先是个这样，我断腿了，你先断腿，你先。
我是英雄吗？
对，是个英雄，你先
进
啊，对，你就走吧，
然后呢？
你就这样走，然后你走的比较有那个，
太空服
不是，就是比如说有很多人在看你，然后你要在上面走，
几个字
4个字吗？你想一下，就是那种
走秀吗？
演出的快感就是我
模特走秀，一台走秀。
What, Chinese Jin? That voice is so
很
cool.
简单呀，你先这样，
这样吗？这样是什么影响？
就是有一束灯一直在闪你，你想象一个是什么画面？
就出彩。
不是。
有个灯在闪过来。
对呀，这你没想到，我已经给你暗示的很明白了。
这个很出名吗？
对呀，然后等一直闪他，对
，5个字的名词，
就形容他这样就是很帅，然后什么就是
谁被照的？
哎呀，这你怎么想的？那梗那么火，你不是老看梗的？
小虎啊。
对呀，就小虎。
啊，小虎那个闪光。
你闪他，
我
是男的战争吗？这你没想到，你会一下想到了。
拜，下次见。
Well, that was something. I guess I'll turn my camera back on. Right, we have a game 3. We have a game 3. Now, BLG, what's going wrong for them? What's happening with them? I think that I think that Bin is doing fine in lane, but I think that BLG are not playing well around 2v2 top lane. I think that Shun is not getting ahead in early jungle as easily as he was before. This is a big thing that's been happening across the world, actually, is that some of the best junglers in the world have been caught up to a certain degree. Hey, Solly, how's it going? And I think that IG, I think Wei is a very good player. I think Wei is a very good player. I think that Mako has been playing incredibly well. I think that Wei and Mako are one of the best jungle supports in the entire league right now. And I think that while Breathe and Renard are just strictly worse than Bin and Knights, if jungle support gets ahead and the draft allows it, we've now seen that actually, it is possible to overcome that BLG duo if you have the ability to lock down the map. I do think that BLG haven't played around Knight very well. I think even in the Syndra game, like, Knight had to do it kind of himself, right? I think that in that second game, Knight was really trying, like insanely trying. But I think BLG got caught out while Knight wasn't in, was on another side of the map, and they didn't play safe enough against the combo, or they initiated the fight themselves without LeBlanc. I think that was a huge mistake. I'm glad Jachi's having a good run. I was worried when he initially got to IG, then they got put up against some pretty... I was initially worried about him when they got put up against stiff opposition. Yeah, for sure. I think that Jachi, when we saw him in top esports, very good when he got out of lane with a lead. Not very good at actually getting out of lane with a lead. So that was the problem there. I own a cat and volunteer at a cat cafe. I'm 100% a cat lady. I do really want to have cats at some point. I am a cat person. I like cats quite a lot. In fact, you know what? I might have said this on stream the other day, but yesterday I was like drifting in and out of sleep in the morning. I was like, oh god, I gotta get out of bed, but 10 more minutes. And then like I was like drifting in and out of sleep. And then one time I like woke up, it was a dream. And I just saw there was just like a cat just right in front of me. Then I panicked, then it panicked, everything went crazy, and then I woke up. It was sad. I was like, damn, I have a cat. Crazy. It was an orange cat. It was an orange cat. Although I really want to avoid. I like, there's so much stigma against black cats. I think that they deserve some love. What's the volume like that? That's fine. Shouldn't be too long until we get back onto stage. My mom loves black cats. I grew up with a tux, with a tuxedo. She was called Socks because she was like all black and then had white feet. Yeah. In fact, actually, Shox has a cat called Jack who looks really similar to the cat that Sam and I grew up with. Yeah, so our cat was called Soxy. She was great. I miss her. She was around basically since I was born, and then up until I was about 13, 14. I think she lived to 13, maybe a little older. But yeah, I've always loved cats with that. Do you have a black cat with white feet too? Wonderful. Yeah, Shox's cat had a health scare recently actually, but I'm glad that Jack's okay. Yeah. Actually, when I first moved to Germany, Shox asked if I could cat sit for Jack, and then but I couldn't at the time because we were living in like an Airbnb. It was a bit messy, so I was like, I don't really feel like I can. But yeah. Okay, should get back onto stage now. IG have evened up the series. BLG, not the easiest couple of days for them. Now they've had to play against 2 teams in 2 days. They've had to prep for both of them. Playing back-to-back games is not an easy thing. However, BLG are BLG. We expect them to overcome that anyway. Currently, as well, they were best team in the world. Bin was, I think, best player in the world. Now we've had some doubts about that. A couple in there. Oh, we've got the long cat in the background as well. Oh, there's long cat. He stares at you, camera. He stares at you. My sister has a cat that refuses to eat cat food. Oh, God. That's funny as heck. Well, draft 3 then. What are we expecting? Well, IG, I think they want another dominant jungle support. We had seen the Nocturne banned away from Wei a lot. And I think we're understanding a lot of the reason why now. And now we see whether they can do the same. Can Mako get onto the map in the same way again? Can Jachi have similarly good game? And a lot of people have complained about Jhin. I think you can see why that Jhin is still very powerful and picked in the right places right now. Now, that is a Jhin which has had pretty poor overall global win rate. In fact, let me just check the top level win rate it's had. In tier 1, this split, it's at a 40% win rate, which is, you know, it could be worse, I suppose, but let's see what it is in LPL. In LPL for this split, that's actually, I think it's second win. Is that a second win? Yeah, that's its second win, so it's now 2 and 4 in LPL. Welcome KDA to the stage there as well. And to the crowd, rather. A lot better than the 22% than last you checked in early April. That's true. It did have a really low win rate for a while. But like I said, I think that Jhin definitely has a place. Jhin is a strong champion at the right points. We'll get ourselves into our draft 3. Deciding game between BLG and IG here in Shanghai. You see the Fearless bans on screen. Ashe banned away. No Ashe Seraphine for the entirety of this series. Orianna banned 2. BLG will have first pick. IG will have counter pick. Ryze, I presume, is going to get banned by IG. Rumble, Ryze, the 2 power picks, which I think have really made it through to this point in the series. BLG banning. They banned the Ryze themselves. Okay. Well, the Onivia was already taken out. I think the Ryze was more powerful as a first pick at that point. Shinzao, Nocturne, Jarvan, Pantheon gone. There's Vi. Vi as the jungle meta is pretty good here. Maybe BLG banning the Ryze because they want to go for a Vi first pick and then combo it up with like Ahri, Aurora. So imagine I think IG ban Vi now. I think IG should ban Vi. Ban Vi Rumble. So they ban the Rumble. I think they have to ban the Vi. I don't think you can let BLG have that. And then you look at like, well, I mean, Skarner's on the table at that point. I suppose that's the next best thing. Karma last ban. Okay, that was the other power pick. I forgot about that. Yep, Karma banned as well. Do IG ban Vi? I actually think it could be a first pick Vi for BLG if they don't ban it. And then I think you go for like Aurora, Ahri as your 2-3, one of those two. I think Ambessa also on the table too. You could also get potentially even Vi Ambessa. The Ambessa's banned. The Ambessa would have been really nice for Bin, especially with the Renekton gone. Oh, Varus is through. Viper's not looked as good on the Varus though. And now can't you just Vi Aurora yourself? Isn't Vi Aurora really good here for IG? You can Vi Sivir as well. Something like that. I don't really think Viper's been playing well on Varus recently. I don't actually know if I want to see that. But I think Vi is so important in the jungle here. Bin has been spamming Varus and solo queue. It's a very good top lane pick. But normally you want to play that into the Rumble. It's banned away. They picked the Nico. Nico Vi, very strong duo as well. They take the Vi away, the Nico away from the Varus. I think Vi is so powerful. I think Vi needs to get picked up by one of these teams soon. The Aurora, okay, if you pick up the Aurora now, it means that if BLG pick up the Vi, then the Aurora can ult through it. What does Knight have against it? Because typically you play LeBlanc into Aurora. The LeBlanc into the Aurora, but the LeBlanc is gone. You could go Vi Ahri here and just say Ahri does have a slight losing matchup versus the Aurora, but it's fine. You don't have multiple pick you don't have the poke champions, right? Because you don't have Corki Jace, so you can't go for a full poke comp. Those are some hella hoppers there. What? Skarner thought about for BLG. Don't you just take the Vi away? Yeah, just take the Vi away. Don't give Vi Aurora Nico. Exactly. You got to pick the Vi. I'm surprised it wasn't picked earlier. The Knight Ahri comes in. He is the best Ahri player in the world. But IG have a pretty scary comp themselves. They have good backline access onto the Varus. The Varus is not going to find this very easy. In fact, if this draft goes a certain way, it might even be a Renata angle for On. Just to try and save the dive. Sivir potentially for Jachi here. Kai'Sa maybe too. Kai'Sa's worse against the Varus. But it is better against the Vi, I think. So they do go for Jachi Kai'Sa. Hey Sam, thank you so much for that. All good, all good, all good. Good, so we have a very interesting draft coming through. It really has been a draft which is focused on the Vi. Varus first pick did make its way through the draft. I got it. It's all good. But because that Vi gives you that point and click consistent engagement. That's the big thing for that. Gives you that consistent engage. And now we have just huge dive combos on either side. We have Vi setting up. The Ahri, the Varus arrow follow up. The Caitlyn, but oh, they think the Varus is going top lane. Okay. Now, someone was saying that Bin has been practicing this a lot in solo queue, and it is very, very strong. You go for that Dusk and Dawn. I think it's quite risky to do that against, you know, a Kai'Sa comp with heavy engage. We'll see what he goes towards too, because you really want like a large engaged jungler for him. He might be forced to go something like Skarner, but the Skarner's banned now. So what do you do for Wei in terms of engaged junglers?
That's a good question, actually. Where are we at in terms? I suppose you could do Neferi. It's not necessarily engaged, but it's certainly target access.
Now, Zukra, I completely agree. The comment in Twitch chat is Varus top. Yes, Varus ADC into dive feels so bad. Varus is going to get hit by Aurora ult, Nico ult, Kai'Sa ult. How is Varus going to play the game as ADC? You know, basically, Varus into this kind of comp is kind of bad. It's not. So if you're playing it top lane and have another ADC, it's like double the AD carries to get blasted by this. The logic would be you win lanes so hard it doesn't matter, but it is a risk.
Also, Varus top tends to be able to get more tank items in. Like because he's got more levels, because he gets to stand and deliver a bit more, you can dive him and he just says, great.
You can go Hex Plate, you can go for Zhonya's as well.
Dawn's actually decent tankiness. Jack Show can come in. Like, you do hit a point where actually, if you take it top, the Varus is a lot less diveable than I think people sometimes recognize. And again, the other side of this is the counterpunch of Vi Ahri Varus ult is single target hell. There's that Neferi would allow you to dive forwards, and I did wonder about that one. Don't hate it as another bit of burst to follow up with, particularly that Kai'Sa.
Neferi's good here. Neferi's good. It's a good matchup into the Vi. It's a dive champion in the jungle. We were wondering where to go. We'll sometimes forget about this champion. But Neferi's really good here. Doesn't bring you the CC to set up. That's really what you need. It's only the Nico CC right now. That is a worry. And the problem is, what can Breathe do in top lane against a potential Varus pick that actually brings you CC?
So things that beat Varus and often banned is things like Aurelia. It's things like Olaf. Those kinds of champions are risky and not very pro-scene. There are answers to Varus top, guys. There really are, but they are not tanks. Yeah. They are not bruisers. These are fun hobbits worth remembering, especially with that Gnar locked in, of course, that the Varus isn't going top.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I was worried about. It's like, well, what can you do there? The Gnar gets picked in for Bin. It's away from Breathe. I'm sure he would have liked to go for that too. Support pick for On coming through. The Poppy's pretty good. That is... well, 4-dash champions if you include the Proto Belt from the Nico. I think the Poppy would have actually been pretty okay there. Go Alistar instead to have that just rock solid front line. And against Kai'Sa Nico, you don't need as much laning phase power because the Varus kind of wins that for you anyway.
Ornn, Sion, the two I'd consider. I think Sion is the better laning option and can theoretically join the dive a little bit because your hard CC somewhat limited. Nico, Sion brings some of it, but then to an extent, the Neferi, the Aurora ult do offer at least target access. You do get on top of people, there's a bit of CC slow, and actually people like the Varus probably still don't have a lot of fun there, even if the CC isn't especially hard. There is such thing as just saying, actually, if I just stay on top of you, I still win. In fact, IG last year were quite famous for drafting very high access comp, very low CC comps, and playing around that quite heavily.
So BLG have the Vi and the Alistair, lots of hard CC there, follow up with the Vi and the Ahri. Knight, I think, is the best Ahri in the world. This guy is fantastic at that champion. It's a bit of a hard matchup into the Aurora in mid lane, but it's not that hard. It's one which you can kind of lose like 5 to 10 CS or like have the worst resets but still be fine. Both of you looking for the big plays. In many ways, Aurora is kind of like Ahri with more damage but no charm. That's the big thing about her, really. Similar levels of mobility and that ability to play through that kind of short to mid-range burst. IG have a crazy good comp if they get an initial bit of CC. The Aurora and the follow-up from the Kaiser is going to be crazy. Going to go into a quick ad break, folks, so you don't get those in-game. Game 3 from IG BLG coming right up.
Not had this one conversation quite yet, but reminder, Danny was coaching IG last year. He's now on BLG. It's a very different world. The BLG have been very successful so far this year. This series just a little bit more questionable in the second game in particular. Again, part of it's the BLG playstyle. They're never shy about a fight. Last time they took a load of fights and they went very wrong. Not always simple though.
Winner of this series goes top with Top Esports at 4-1. Loser will be put down into, well, the mid pack. See those GIOs and see who comes out on top.
1,200 total games for Invictus Gaming. Now the /1 in the league. That's kind of wild, actually, when there's teams like WE, when there's teams like JDG.
Well, of course, remember, it would have been RNG/Royal Club as well.
Indeed.
But people forget that, you know, RNG, like IG, were there at the very start. They just didn't become top tier for quite a long time after that point. Of course, they really came up into the fore later, made it to Worlds in 2015, won Worlds in 2018. Mako and Jachi trying to poke out Viper on actually getting some auto attacks in on Alistair. Rare phenomena there on the cow.
Indeed, indeed. He's on it. Headbutt forwards. There's the heal burned there, just to make sure they got out of that, and that's sometimes what you have to do as the Alistair Varus is just try and get those headbutts down, try and get to that level 2 as fast as you can. Thank you for all the follows again, guys. If you don't hit that follow button, and you are here in chat, we are trying to push towards 1,100 followers, and that requires you guys hitting that follow button.
There's a ward protecting the invade from BLG on the bot side. They have a ward on their Raptors too. Vi is not good at level 1 or level 2. Really needs level 3 to really fight. So with that in mind, watch to see what Wei's been doing. Wei has been getting ahead of Shun, and that's been one of the key parts of this. The way that BLG won first stand, became the best team in the world for that period of time. See whether they continue to go to that point. Right, was having incredible laning and incredible ability to get ahead of in the jungle matchup. They get him back in turret shot onto Mako.
Gonna be forced to flash back out himself. Nicely done from On. He's always been an excellent Alistair player, and that will do to burn some of those summoners and break the back of the early shove from this Kaiser Nico. That at one point was a very oppressive lane.
It was, yeah, but then it kind of got overtaken by things which could just focus even more on lane. Viper did just miss like 3 minions there on the turret. So that's not great from him on not really helping with the whole farming thing. Right there, another one, so that's about 4. 5 minions. 6 minions, no, 5 minions lost the turret there because On and Viper don't quite end up calculating the HP, and On isn't exactly helping him farm out here. Mid lane matchup somewhat as expected. Early losing lane for the Ahri will teleport back in, and then things get a bit more even.
The one, and again, there's not a lot you get to do there as a Varus because you can only auto attack so fast, and the HP bars basically meant that when the turret shots hit, they were kind of put to awkward HP totals. Decent damage there onto Mako, actually. Does need to be a touch careful. The shove is completed. Of course, Viper does have the TP, so with his wave shoved back, Viper should be able to reset, come back to lane with probably something like a tier, and be quite happy with his game state.
Shun getting this bot scuttle. Not going to have to smite this one. Will spot out Wade there, so even in farm. Shun dropped to CS somewhere or other. Maybe didn't kill one of the small raptors. That is not fantastic there from Shun. Jump straight into the Nymaera. You lose this matchup, mate.
Has to flash away. Went over the wall looking for a potential gank and just straight into the Nymaera. That is just very unfortunate timing.
Yeah, and Wei stuck around in mid lane. On is roamed around. Good charm. Does get the electrocute there. Means that Knight will now have winning phase of lane until Renard backs. That's actually really important for him. You'll notice that Knight has managed to catch back up in CS. The first back is where Ahri really hurts. Gets hurt by the Aurora. Fine there now because Renard will have to get a recall before he gets himself lane dominance again.
You've got the double amp tomes already for an answer. Somewhat okay with that. The HP bar being a little lower is a little frustrating, but not the end of the world right now. Triumph from Honor. Triumphant Raw. Sorry, Triumph being the rude.
Yes. Yep.
Raw!
Ah.
Every time he does it, I just think of, you know, that one scene from Madagascar. Yeah.
Roar. You know the difference between big cats and small cats is whether they can roar? So, yep, that is the definition between a big cat and a small cat, which is why cheetahs are not big cats. They can't roar. They just meow. So they are large, small cats, which I know is very confusing.
I thought they were still in the big cat family, I'm not gonna lie.
No, technically they're not. They can't roar.
Is this Pluto is not a planet all over again?
No, this is actually, I think this is actually a definition. I remember one of the things we think of as big cats is different. On taking Terra aggro, JDG takes a ton of damage back.
I thought it was their ability to get involved in organized crime.
They're also not that large. Wait, what?
Oh, that's fat cat. Sorry, wrong.
Oh, right.
Yeah, wrong definition.
And that's different from the Rat Pack, which is...
Yeah, wow. Don't play jazz, obviously. Everybody wants to be a cat.
Heal used by Mako that's trying to avoid the damage from the Varus. Now, Viper and Mako, it is an absolute pleasure to see them on the same screen at the same time. At what cost, though? It's not the old EDG bot lane. Viper and Mako have gone their different ways for many years now. Last time they were on the same screen was 2022. Long time ago. Viper... Even if Armor Jachi, though, Jachi is actually doing completely fine here. And then it'll be a question of which lane actually scales better and gets out onto the map. It's really annoying from Wei there, by the way. Wei just held the wave, which Knight wanted to get into turret. Knight's got himself a CS lead in mid lane. That's not expected in this matchup. Doing well here.
Shouldn't bot this ward a little bit. Knight's around, and Wei is going to be okay here. That ward's not going to get cleared. That's actually quite important. But again, the Scuttle Crab is still going towards Shun, and that's the level 6 Scuttle Crab, or it normally would be, but I think Shun will be about to camp off that. Why would you say that?
No, I think he does get still. No, he does get that. He was fine on that point. The reason he gets that level 6 Scuttle Crab is because Knight is winning mid lane and bot lane is winning the push as well. Not great farming from Knight there, but that's fine. He's done his job to get that level 6. There was a real chance of a kill onto Wei there, by the way. If Wei had panicked used his W, I think Knight just pulls the ult and forces flash at least. On around the corner, gonna hold the wave in the same way that... Oh no, he's not. I thought he would hold the wave for him. I guess because it's a cannon wave, it means it's just gonna be one melee minion lost, and On wants to keep himself hidden on the map instead. I say that. I think he was pinged out on the map there. So he heads back towards bot.
Does indeed. Varus now at the point where he can kind of just 1v2. It's the way of these things. He's got a lot of wave clear. Stays largely safe unless Mako decides to full send with a Pot Blossom.
Knight has himself the Dark Seal. By the way, Ahri players out there, as a several million point Ahri player myself, played it for like over 10 years, the best piece of advice I can give for you on this champion is buy a Dark Seal at the earliest opportunity every single game. Ahri is a snowbally champion. She wants to get ahead of the game, stay ahead of the game. Getting something like the Dark Seal, especially in pro play, is not something that we see used nearly as much.
Check Reed's runes for me for a second.
Comet, yeah.
How often is that done? Because I would have thought grasp, but I suppose it's into the ranged mini-guys, though, is the idea.
I don't want to put you on blast here, but when Sion is into an auto-attack, into a matchup, you can't auto-attack. Comet has always been a thing.
We had this conversation earlier this year. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes, it's about to say so. Shoot, but my assumption was because it's into mini-night was my assumption.
I love you, but when it comes to Sion, if you're going into a ranged matchup, this is the tank things. Either Spellbook or Comic, depending on the power of them. Ult through the charm. Maybe a play from Mako here, forcing ult for ult. Knight winning the trade.
To get the ult out of that regardless. Ult for ult onto the dragon we look. BLG should be able to pick that one up just fine.
I don't think this is going to be contested. Again, Knight control over the mid lane. It's not led to... Well, it has led to a 10 CS advantage. It's doing well in the matchup. Trading ult for ult there, getting the HP advantage. Knight is controlling the mid lane in a way that I'm not sure IG were really wanting with this matchup.
We had similar things last game, remember, where the LeBlanc kind of got ahead and then didn't really convert into doing as much as I think we were hoping for. Had one or two good fights, but then also hard force, lost a lot of HP. BLG in general didn't have a fantastic time of it, it must be said. Then we get that Mega Knight into the wall, back away, I think, for turret shots become a consideration.
20 CS lead for him, doing really well in this matchup up here, and that's just going into the nitty-gritty of this matchup. It's one of the reasons you do go for the Comet on the Sion. In fact, this is a big thing with Sion when Runes was just first released, actually, with this one back in like season 8 or whenever it was.
Yeah, I remember.
Sion would go for this, and sometimes Ornn would too, because it allows you just much better laning phase power. Renard's coming over. Ult from the Neferi. There is a flash from Shun. Might ult back onto Wei here.
Yeah, going to get a lot of damage back. That was nasty. Wade's going to flash and W, but unfortunately that means his W's not up, and that is a very easy pickup. Ari with the Dark Seals. Renard now in a bit of danger as well. Charm just wide there as Renard skirts away from Ari's declaration of love.
Yeah, Knight gets the Dark Seal stacks. 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. That's important. Extra 8 AP under the wings, or tails, I suppose, in this case, for the Ari. First blood for them. This is what you want to play towards with the Vi Ari. Those first big plays of the game. If you get a kill there, you start snowballing, and then suddenly, you know, if you're even or behind, maybe you don't kill a Kai'Sa with ult. Maybe you don't kill a Sion on a side lane, or Aurora with ult up as well. When you start getting ahead of the curve, actually, you need 1 less skill to kill them, which means it's much easier to kill the person, which wasn't as available before. Shun playing very well around Knight in this game so far. Great arrow there from Viper.
On going to be rooted up briefly, but it's not going to be into too much of that. Mako being a little lower there is not exactly what you want to see, and what's one of the things that Varus does sometimes do into Enchanter lanes, just hit the Enchanter a lot, and then they become a lot less able to control the lane.
Question in chat about how is BLG going to kill Gnar later? I think you perhaps misunderstand. Hang on a second. Get the ultimate onto Mako. Flash away from the arrow that would have killed.
Would indeed had to get on out there. The heal also burned on both sides. Now they can potentially run it. Jachi, that passive fully stacked. The blight stacks are in, and this ain't Dragon Age. You don't have the Great Wardens to keep people alive. That's what we want to see from Viper and On.
The Fangs sink in. Double kill in the bot lane to Viper, of course, against his world's winning support. The two of them haven't been on the same screen since 2022. You know what? I think Mako would prefer to be on the other side of the screen right now. Viper 2-0.
Did you like my Dragon Age reference, Alex?
Sam, I don't know enough about Dragon Age to say if it was good, but I like the fact that you did it. I'm sorry, I'd never played Dragon Age. I know that. I'm aware that this is a mistake and a failing of me as a person, Sam. Yeah. I'm aware. He actually didn't flash away from the arrow. That would have killed him. It did hit. That's why he took so much damage. Oh, man. Hang on. Ult's up in the top side. That is going to be damage from there. Neferi's going up. Nar's going to die.
I think that is a dead Bin. Indeed does go down to Wait. Nice combo there. Took the ult from Sam from downtown to get in range, but it is successful. And then, of course, we just saw the end of that one where Viper got a really nice flash to secure the kill onto both bot laners. Though, as we noted, Wait trades well topside to get the kill. Bin.
One of the questions in chat was, how did BLG kill the Sion later? Vi, very good tank shredder. Gnar, very good tank shredder. They're actually very good at shredding armor with stuff like the Vi passive, the W, rather, denting blows, shredding armor, and then the Black Cleaver as well. And Gnar having mixed percent HP damage. Really, really good at killing the Sion. Now, you need the mini Gnar for that, which is one thing. You can kill Sion with Ari with certain builds. He won't be going for that this game. He'll probably be going towards squishy burst potential, which he should do in this game. There's, you know, everyone else needs to die besides the Sion too. And Knight with the lead should be going towards something like a Magi's. He might go to the Proto Belt. I don't really want to show you that, but he'll probably build it anyway. And then we'll see if he goes towards, you know, good old Deathcap, Shadowflame, Void Staffy items.
That would likely be the combo.
Right, this Varus combo is going to be even worse in this combo. Yeah, I was actually talking to Dragdar about that in some DMs, talking about some of the tech for it, because, yeah, Varus can double... Basically, what people forget is when you pop a Blight stack, it reduces the cooldown of all of your regular abilities by 13% per stack. So if you get 3, that's 36%. If you get 3 stacks on 2 different people, that is already, like, 60... So that's like 70% of your cooldowns already. If you have Shiv, Dusk and Dawn applying stacks to multiple people, you can end up getting 2 WQ arrows, so like your empowered arrows, in a single rotation.
Also, if you go Voltaic Cyclo Sword third, having picked up Dusk and Dawn, your E will apply and then immediately proc Blight stacks, because E is weird in the fact that you can basically proc Blight stacks after your E is landed.
It's worth noting that's Voltaic and Shiv, not Voltaic and Dusk and Dawn, because it's the Shiv which applies to stacks. But then obviously, but you still do it third anyway. Ult on towards Bin, he doesn't have flash. Jump forwards with the Kai'Sa, that's your side lane. Kill onto Bin, who's been pretty fallible on the side lane today.
Yeah, in fairness, they did full send with lots of long range ults, and it does not like Bin is, massively far up in the lane there. He had wards down the river, doesn't necessarily be able to see behind the enemy turret there. I think that's, there's not a lot you get to do there as the Gnar without the flash.
Besides having advanced vision or just standing back knowing that you're potentially on weak side because your Varus is already on turrets on the other side. That would be like the contextual information is IG want to make a play top side. And the wave wasn't in a good enough spot for him. So perhaps some foresight from BLG, not good enough there. Now Bin doesn't even have a lead versus the Sion. That's actually a problem. IG have actually shut down Bin quite well. Same way to how Top Esports shut down Bin quite well.
He did indeed, and again, we're not really seeing a lot of attention towards this top zone from Shun. He's largely played around mid, and that's all well and good. And again, they will get Dragon for this for BLG, which is significant. Don't get me wrong, they still get a decent lead there. You know, I'll give Bin some sympathy. He's like actually 2 meters outside his turret. He's got wards down the river.
No. He was walking back to that point. So he was actually more like in front of his front bush, because I think he was about just level with his front bush. I'm like, okay, you're mini Gnar, you're not close to Mega, you don't have flash, there's a Scion with ult, and there's like a Nefari's Kai'Sa. I personally think that was too far up given the wave state.
Just don't think you can afford to leave that wave with where it was.
At that point, don't have the wave in that position. Should have seen that coming out. Like your strong side on bot side. That's my problem with this, right? The problem with top lane is that it's so in depth on this stuff, and you never want to drop a wave. You never want to drop a wave without reason. So your default is, I'm going for the wave. Then the question is, well, what could they have done to avoid that situation? That's where things need to be done in review. You need to see that in advance, get the vision down, and have enough information to know that Bin isn't going to get jumped on. Obviously, they didn't have that bit.
Vi will nab away some camps on the other side of the map, punishing for being all around that Gnar, who, again, is not going to change his ways, I don't think, this game. Again, if they spend too much time around there, it's still going to be a little problematic about what they're giving up elsewhere. They've given up that bot turret, they've given up the dragon stacking, they've given up the grubs. Is that really worth it for the couple of kills on the Gnar? I'm not convinced as yet. Knight now potentially being run at. There isn't a Fury coming on down. This would be a little different. Knight's got the ult. We'll need to burn it to get away.
Yeah, I realized he'd pushed up very far. He was on the weak side. Whatever, he has Malignance, he has cooldown boots. His ult is on like a 80-second cooldown, less than that actually with the rank 2 of it. So he doesn't care about that. This is one of the reasons you build instead of the Rod of Ages, right? Rod of Ages makes you harder to kill. Malignance means that you never get to catch them to kill them in the first place.
Yeah.
Viper holding this mid lane with On. Good arrows there. He's had a strong game so far. We did criticize his Varus for his recent performances. You know, you think back to Split 1, there were a couple of times where... Remember that one where he walked inside Shinzo Ultimate, then missed the arrow onto him? The last split, that was one which sticks out of memory. Last game as well, struggled to land good ults and arrows. Need to see better from him in this game. Doing well so far. Herald started. Teleport in from Ahri, who I'm not sure he's going to have ult in time for this, though.
No, I'm not convinced either. They'll come flying over. The Herald goes down about 3,000 HP. They might want the fight regardless. On burn the ult relatively early here to avoid some damage. Headbutts Mako away, so can't get involved for a pop blossom straight away. Bin beginning to stack up his Mega Gnar's got the shield to work with, so can afford to be pretty aggressive. Jack's just going to get healed. Mega Blast going away, but that's leaving the rest of IG split off. Potentially looking at this bot lane still has been behind the turret, looking for Mega. Gets Jachi down to 20%. I think BLG might look for a little more here. They want the empowered recalls ASAP.
Scion could teleport back in. They're trying to clear out the wave. Do they engage onto Viper? Now, BLG quite split right now. On has ult, Shun has ult. There's the Scion ult. They're trying to break out of the envelopment.
Bin has his Mega Gnar falling. That means he won't likely have that Herald Force top lane between worlds goes. That's Viper's spell shield down from the edge of Night. They can keep looking for more. Bin begins to trade out well with the Trinity Force a little bit here, and the Herald gets no charge, so ends up being Herald, but it's entirely useless.
It could have been a lot better for BLG, though. They don't get any kills. They get the Crystallize on this top side likely here. Charm onto the Scion. No one on IG dies. That is a bonus for them. I thought that BLG were really baring their teeth and looking for something there. Don't quite manage to get the play which they wanted to. Dragon in 2 minutes. IG, at this point at least, do survive, but not getting that Herald, that does hurt a bit.
Looking for something there. Can't quite get everything they were hoping for.
Second item in for Viper as well does have that Edge of Night. Edge of Night in this kind of game, I mean, it stops some of the poke coming through from, or some of the initial engagement coming through from the Nico. Can help against the Neferi as well. I suppose in this game you realize that there's a lot of dive onto me. I need to have safety. Mako caught out on the flank there, was potentially looking for his own Proto Belt as well.
On can just keep walking at Mako here. I don't think he's got the shape changer anymore, but they can't continue to follow up, so that'll be him just leaving that one as is.
Yeah, I actually just realized as well, I actually really don't like the Edge of Night for Viper. I was thinking about it, well, into heavy dive. Proto Belt removes it pretty much on cooldown. There's actually no way for you to have your spell shield up. The Proto Belt pops it for free. It's a big problem, and the Proto Belt is actually more useful for that than the actual damage. Proto Belt's damage isn't crazy, but it does pop the spell shield. I think that's a mistake from Viper.
Maybe, but I still think actually it means that the Neferi doesn't get to immediately get the burst on you with an R. Actually, I think if you... I think the other thing is, as the Varus, as long as you stand behind the Alistair as well, your range is long enough that you often have to over-index to get the Rocket Belt from just straight front to back, unless you're looking at a flank angle. And again, Mako can do that, Renard can do that, but actually it's already saved Viper a major slow from the Between Worlds. So that's already been relatively significant, that top line play.
Yeah, I think it's limited value. I think at that point, because there's so many easy ways to remove it, I think it would have just go towards your Muramana second or something like that, or your second lethality item. I think that's more valuable at that point. Knight laning against Breeze doesn't really want this. You don't really get to play against the Scion unless you have Leandries, which he's not going for in this game. He will go for that Protobelt second. Dragon's alive. Ari doesn't have TP, will have to walk down to the play. Does the BLG look to fight for this? Red buff actually picked up by the Ari for, and he's getting the honey fruit as well to get himself healed up for the fight.
IG in the river right now. Bin is around half of his Narbar about there, so should be able to build it up in the fight should they look for it. Should now over the wall, will be spotted out shortly. There's the sweeper being turned off. On though, immediately jumps onto two. Bin on the other side. We're gonna look for the smite on the dragon, don't quite get it, but Pop Blossom comes on down. But buffered through with the decent assist. Nice work there. They blow up the Nico. Shun falls, but not before taking the Nefiri with him. Jachi in the back of the pit, not having a lot of fun. Bin needs to be a bit frightened as well as Knight with 2 charges on the ult. Gets out the decimating smash, and Breathe and Jachi forced to flash out the back here, I think. Do they follow for more? Of course they do. Rocket Bell, and another option for Jachi just about doesn't burn until the last Foxfire comes across, and now Bin across the wall in the Krug pit will allow Knight to get even more 9 stacks on the Dark Seal. Hobbs back towards the mid lane. He's just the best Ahri in the world.
9 stacks for Ninetales. A massive team fight for the Ahri. Teleports in with the 2 items and gets everywhere. Gets involved with every play, jumps over to multiple sides of the fight. And I don't think IG managed to shut down the right threats. As soon as the Scion ult flew into an ulting Alistar, I thought, this fight's probably over. The cleanup happens from Knight. And BLG, well, there's going to be a teleport onto... Okay, Viper has a Mega Cone. Does he live from this? He maybe does with that cone now.
He does. He's got that one there. Actually, On was around as well. I think would have been challenging to jump onto. Actually turns a lot of damage onto Mako. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh, Mako needs to heal. Just about escapes.
Just about, but... off the map already. Yes, turns out 3 item Varus does work, Sam. It does work. Knight gets himself a top lane turret. 3,000 gold ahead now. Renard in the mid lane matchup. He has been clearly the best player on BLG today between all 3 of our games. I think in game 2, most of the rest of the team was struggling. Him and LeBlanc really did his best. Go back and just play again. I think as soon as the Scion ult goes onto the ulting Alistar, I'm like, okay, you probably messed it up at this point. Viper save. Knight gets to space out against Jachi, jump in and jump out again. It's very good spacing of Knight using the full duration of his ult charges to make sure that he can kind of stick around well. Jumps back out of the Scion Q. If he gets caught by a bit of CC in front of Jachi, he probably does die. So it's well played of Knight to jump in, jump out, keep on with that. Protobelt does get value here. Malignant's burn. And I think it was the red buff actually, which ended up getting the kill after that point. Knight picked it up just before the fight. Worked out well for him. It's a Majangle, Sam. It is a Majangle.
Looks to pick it up. I think if we come back, in fact, there it is. What do you know? Good call for my color caster there. Nymaera correct on the Magi.
I'm just saying, could have had it before the fight, before you got like all those kills, but...
I'll also put this out there, of course. On in that last fight, managed to make the Aurora do nothing.
Oh, yeah,
She got absolutely no value. Viper flashes, stays alive, headbutt away. On does have the ability to ult, will indeed need to do it. That buys a lot of time. And actually, hang on, this gets tricky. Jachi left real low. The arrow just wide. But here comes the TP, and this Kai'Sa needs to run. They're looking for more. They smell blood in the water, or certainly in the jungle. Bin nearly the Mega Nard, the empowered shield over the wall. The season resistant charm. That's a dead Renard. The bunny rabbit is turned into stew. Looking for more. Way gonna throw some dogs at Knight, but I don't think they're gonna do very well into a mythical creature. The dog pack decides they're gonna put their tails between their legs and run.
Out of the dog and the fox. The fox claims the territory. Baron is alive. No Aurora. I don't know if BLG actually want this. I suppose they do.
Yeah,
but
Jachi
this
has
is
the back, right? He's not here.
I'm actually not loving this, Sam. They don't have Alistar ult. On's half HP. They use the Ahri ult too. This is actually a little dangerous.
I raise you Mega Nard.
Yeah, sure, but I still think this comes down to a smite fight. No, they're going for the fight after.
There's the attempted hop into the wall. Good damage. Shun begins to stack that pass, and the Pop Blossom is good, but there's just no follow-up. Jachi's not got ult, he had to use it to survive the last play. So the Kai'Sa can't follow. Weighs at 10. The zombie Scion is singing Cranberries plaintively, going, please, someone, what's in my head? Because I wanted this to be the win. And they'll turn back to Baron with the man advantage.
Sam, your comment of I raise you Mega Nard turned out to be quite on the money, Sam. Bin gets an excellent ult. CCs everyone up for the combo. And even though they didn't have all of their cooldowns themselves, hang on, nice jumping forwards again. There's no ult from Jachi. Chooses not to flash forward for that. He did have a Seekers, but I think with Nefiri with ult around, didn't really want to mess with that too much. Forces Jackie from the play 17 Dark Steel Magi stacks for Knight. Great game from him. He's had an excellent series. Knight still continuing to be the best mid laner within the LPL. Great series from him.
And watch what happens to Jachi's HP bar. The Chains of Corruption into the empowered Q. Jachi is lucky he wasn't one shot.
And yeah, it's been a really good Varus game from Viper. You know, we've complained about, we've had criticism of Viper's Varus for a lot of this year, actually. I mean, the Renard hopped back and forth, so he's trying to dodge out of skill shots, ends up getting him killed anyway. It's not fantastic from him, but yeah, you know, Viper's Varus has been really, really good. We've had criticism, and I say that, oh my god, he's died as we're talking about him!
In the picture-in-picture, he just picked up a kill. That's partly why they blew up Renard again, so they had to full send elsewhere. The problem is they've sent to try and kill this Varus with a man disadvantage, and now they're losing more members. Good damage from somebody, gets a blast shield and blows up Jachi. Mako's going to fall. The punish on Viper's death will be legendary. Shoved into the wall. No Kung Fu Panda references required.
Oh, the resets come through. Great Zhonya's from Knight, goes golden into stasis, and comes out of the fight 8-0-4 with 25 Magi stacks. He's my favorite Ahri in the world. I think he's the best Ahri in the world. Fantastic acceleration play, knows how to snowball in this champion like no one else in the modern era of League of Legends. And, well, IG, they've definitely not had the easiest time in the mid lane matchup. Bin is running Renard down even, forces the hop backwards.
Does indeed. We'll drop the turret aggro heat, and Renard will at least have the honey fruit to get himself something to work with, but that's still 3 plates falling on this one. It'll be more of an economy baron than anything else, but still, what an economy swing it will be. 11,000 gold for BLG is the lead. They've got Soul Point. They can reset, and I think we're going to see some very spicy items. Here we go, this replay. This is Viper TPing with On to come and make this play onto Renard.
It's not been a good day at the office for Renard. CC into the ult, does get the spell shield blown and a bit of passive stack onto him. So what happens after this point? Because we're just saying, look, you know, Viper been playing very well on the Varus so far. Do they just walk up for vision without having the support? Okay, that is a misstep from Viper. Had no flash, had no spell shield, instant kill. Luckily, there are members around and they overcommit for it, but Viper, the misstep feels a bit unfortunate there. Back in the picture-in-picture, so BLG in the enemy jungle actually doesn't look like a crazy amount of stuff happen there, at least from what we can see. Great Zhonya's from Knight, just starts to reset.
A nice idea there from IG to get the punish, especially because I think BLG with their jungle and mid lane roaming through the jungle to spot people out and assume there was no one in there, and there very much was. Chains of Corruption Lambert's only onto the Scion right now. He doesn't take that much damage. Begins to now, though. Gets some damage onto Viper, Jachi, and Renard. Potential damage. The Pop Blossom doesn't really catch into the people they need, and the Bunny is again dead. Knight with the resets. Lots of ult charge to go. Golden again. And use a CC. Bin with another Mega Gnar into the wall. Everybody's dead.
10-0-7 for Ahri, who goes golden again. The Mega Gnar, the arrows, all of the follow-up is there. The Sacrificial Cow is just that this time. On went under turret. It's been a fantastic Alistair game from BLG support as well. BLG are forced to a third game. The second game is definitely one they'll have to review with the way that they didn't manage to leverage their strong points and they fell to the map play. But BLG still managed to get through with the series win. They'll draw even with the team that just beat them the other day in top esports, going 4-1, sending IG to 3-2.
Well, welcome back, folks. That was a crazy series. I really enjoyed that. As always, I have been Initialise. I'm joined by Nymaera, whose channel you're likely on. Guys, if you've not hit that follow button yet on the Twitch, on the YouTube, what are we doing? Come on, make it happen. I am this guy's older brother, which is pretty cool. Make sure to support us if you can. Even basic things like the follows help, just to get count, like follow count stuff matters for things like sponsors, and it really does help us out. On top of that, if you've got a Prime sub, if you've got a regular sub, hell, if you've got an extra little bit of a gift sub in your back pocket, consider dropping it here because it does really help us push towards things like Partner Plus, which is a really, really big deal in terms of our ability to just get more out of doing this and make it a sustainable way of bringing you all this content pretty much every damn day of the week. It's pretty cool stuff. So if you're liking what you're seeing, please do help us out. Parky, a pleasure to see you as ever. Thanks for coming on in and looking after us as always. The late night ARAMs were fun, but I really should have said no. I regret my life choices. What can I say? We lost both those games as well. Which, however, again, other ways you can support us. Ko-fi is channel agnostic. Very helpful to those of us, those of you who maybe don't want to use Twitch, and that's completely fine.
That is Ahri's 8. I think Ahri is now 8-1 in LPL.
Really?
Yeah. The only losses come from Cream in one of their losses, I think, in their first series of the split. Also, Knight's first game on Ahri of the split too. So that means that his 9th champion out of something like... He's played a lot of different champions
Yeah.
to Split. He's basically only... Thank you so much for the
Yay,
gift, Crafton. Really
Crafton,
appreciate
thank you
it,
very
too.
much. Shilling successful.
Shilling successful, there we go. But yeah, no, Knight continues to be just really fantastic. Split votes there between Knight and Viper in terms of MVP. Viper, fantastic play. My MVP goes to Knight. I think that he was really, really good at accelerating the game. His control over a matchup which should have been losing is what really tips the edge for me there. The Aurora is meant to be ahead of that. Now, I know that Renard definitely not the laning player on the caliber of many of our other LPL mids. That is a problem for IG. I think we're seeing that the difference between IG being, you know, this kind of mid-table pushing top table to being truly top table is having a player like Rookie. Now, Renard is good. I don't think he is bad, but he is not an elite LPL mid. Definitely not up there at the levels. I mean, we saw Xiaohu beat him 2 out of 3 games pretty handedly. Knight pretty much solo won this story through that, this series through that as well. Noyan, thank you so much for the sub as well. Really appreciate you. It's a good, you know, good series for Knight. Some worries, I think, for that early jungle pathing, which is where a lot of their strengths has come through before. Some worries for Bin when he's actually in danger on top side. I don't think they quite have the information to give Bin the room to outplay in the way that he was before.
That's the one. That is the one.
Second series, of course, coming back up now. JDG versus Weibo should be genuinely very, very fun. Did you see the results of HLE Genji? I did see it. That might be one I go to VOD review, folks.
Let me go have a look, 'cause I've not seen it. I know there was at least a 3 game there.
Was
it?
No. No.
Oh, what?
Yeah, where did you think it was the 3 games there? Why did you think it was 3 games?
I thought it was.
Why?
Well, it was because I tried to keep an eye on it, but I was mid-game, so I didn't look at the...
Yeah. No. It's Genji downfall seems to be happening, which I'm very surprised at. There's gonna be a ton of review to do on Genji because what the heck is happening there? KT's at 6 wins. KT are the best coached team in the world.
They look so
I think
good right
KT
now.
look really, really good. I think that they don't have the star player of some other teams, but they understand the meta and how to play the map really, really well. There's no world in which Nari should be matching damage with a Varus. That's an incredibly good game from Knight. As we were saying, Renard completely shut down. I think Jachi had a good series. I liked how Jachi was playing. But really, I think the key to IG was much like last year. I think Wei and Mako really good, really, really good. Wait, don't VOD review it. Genji looks so off now, but that's why I want to VOD review it, because Genji never look off in regular season. Why are they looking off now? That's actually the most useful ones, because it means you learn a lot about what makes them tick. And that's the most interesting VOD reviews for me.
I think Kanavi might have just run Canyon.
Yeah, Kanavi, when he's not against T1, actually does really well, apparently.
And by the by, like, the copy paste was back. Zeka became what everyone feared. His eyelids disappeared. His head was swelling and his ears started bleeding. You okay, Gonru? Asks Zeus. I'm even better, Wuji. I see it all now. They're not going Baron or Dragon. They're going home.
Wonderful, sir. Dude, that just sounds like a Dune copy paste, sir.
It's actually from Counter-Strike. I believe it's
right.
originally Carrigan. They're not going A or
No.
B.
I know that, but like just the way that you said that with like the eye, like the bleeding from the eyes and stuff. I'm like, that just sounds like a navigator.
My tune. My Arrakis.
Well, you say that, Ghost. Did you see game 2 of this series? Because, and actually, yeah, game 1 was actually pretty good, decent from Viper. Actually, On didn't have a great, look, his game 3 was good, but his game 1 and 2 weren't fantastic, actually. Even his Nami on wasn't fantastic.
Yeah, I think the Nami was fine. It just wasn't special.
Like, this was, well, yeah, but for On, we expect special in most of his games, right, from recent form, which is, no, he hasn't had that level of form for, most of this year, which is very good for, obviously, for BLG, but yeah. Yeah, Ghost, if you watch back the first 2 games, On was actually not great today. I think this is probably the worst series from Bin and On we've seen, like, together for a while. I mean, they still win, right? And that's a good thing. And it's good that they can win while they're not on peak form or what have you. But, yeah, I think that there were some worries, actually, for top and support in this game.
You know, if HLE win Worlds,
Yeah.
not entirely out of the question. I mean,
Yeah.
realistically, KT are the guys, but, HLE, great team. Guma would then have 4 World Championships in a row.
That would be unmatched. Yeah, that would be crazy. Yeah. I mean, HLE do have the names on paper to do it. It's just a case of whether they can unlock that. I mean, that's why HLE was, like, I think a lot of the story around HLE has changed because Split 1 was so bad for them because they just didn't synergize. But remember, on paper, this is meant to be one of the best teams of all time. So. I think On's Onivia in lane was fine. Yeah, it was good in lane. He was doing fantastic. And then he inted 5 times within like 7 minutes or something. It was really, really bad. He went 1 and 7 at the end of it because he just kept pushing his limits. He just wasn't safe versus Nocturne
I'd
Bud.
really love to review that because my question is like, actually, is On right to be positioned? So the other thing is like, as an Onivia, like, you do need to be in a position where your walls are useful, and that's often why you see.
But you also need to be on the same screen as one of your teammates.
Well,
which
exactly.
Is the problem,
and that's my question, because I felt like a few times like, no, there were people on screen, they just didn't come and help, and I don't know whether that's because they couldn't, or because On was too far forwards, or whether it's because the call was we're just not helping, and I don't know which it was, if you see what I mean. Because I need to go back and look a little bit more closely at the minimap to say, actually, could you have helped it? Because while in the mid lane, where like I thought the Pantheon kind of chose a really weird path to come and get involved in the fight.
The one where Jachi just walks up to him. Or...
Yeah, and then also like Viper E's behind the Pantheon to get stunned, so that takes them both out of the fight for quite a while. Like, there's a few moments where I'm going like, I feel like that could have been playable with. I mean, it probably would have been risky because at that point the gym was very fed, but I'm not sure.
From memory, I just think that On walked up and got outstatted, and there was if you walked up as a team, you just lose 3 people instead of 1. So for me, I just think On miscalculated. Anyway, get ourselves a post-game interview. We'll listen to that, and we'll let you hear from who's on stage today. That looks like a Shun to me. There we go. Shun, we'll let you listen to
也要
that.
恭喜你们拿下了第2赛段的第4场胜利。今天在赛前2个队伍都是3-1的3-1的一个积分嘛，所以说这一场胜利也是非常关键的。所以此刻拿下关键战的胜利，什么样的心情呢？
就比较开心吧，然后第2把就比较可惜。
其实也是提到了第2局啊，我们一会儿也要来详细的问一问。首先从今天的第1局来开始吧。那今天第1局呢，你的第1波 gank 是有一点小可惜的，但是从那一波之后，你们的一个战术重心从下野变成了一个中野的联动，所以当时你是怎么样去考虑这样的应对的呢？
因为在笑大波其实打出之后3对3是没那么好打嘛，然后中野的话，安妮本身就比较怕皇子，容易白给。
是的，后来也是养出了一个无解肥的中单，同时你们在第1局的31分钟的小龙团也是打得非常的好，非常的有耐心，一直在拉扯。你当时在侧翼最为关注的点是什么呢？31分钟的那一波小龙团。
当时就一直在看对面的位置吧，然后决定就好开就开着。
当时也是关键的开到对方的一个 C 位。那来到今天的第2局，刚刚你说到打得很混乱。确实能够感受到第2局，尤其是在可能冰鸟在阵亡之后，慢慢的你们的节奏就脱离了手中了。所以当时你们的这个沟通是有怎么样的一个问题吗？又是怎么样进行的一个复盘，很快的调整了状态呢？
因为我们玩游戏比较激进嘛，然后可能会有时候配合不上嘛，然后就会自己容易死。
所以说是这个 BLG 的风格如此，但是也希望可以更好的调整过来啊。来到了第3局，其实也是从中野打开了局面，在当时对方其实也是非常希望能够牵扯住你们中路，能够不让他动起来，所以你们是怎么样去打开这个局面的呢？
第3局的话，我觉得主要是在上半野区要不河蟹赢了吧，然后赢了之后，其实我们中野会比较主动的占据河道视野，能辐射边路就会赢得比较轻松。
是的，而且来到19分钟的小龙团也很关键，和第1局也非常的相似了。当时你们看到对方已经开龙的情况下，是怎么样去积极应对的呢？
因为对面已经先打龙了嘛，我只能先去绕后，然后在他们的侧位给他们压力，然后让他们的站位会没那么好，然后团战会赢得比较简单吧。
其实可以看到，从上一个大局的比赛结束之后，大家对于整体的 BLG 的状态还是有一些担心的，尤其是今天的第2局，反复出现了一些 BLG 之前的问题。所以你觉得目前的 BLG 最为关键的点会是什么？需要去提高和改进，来迎战之后的这个魔鬼赛程呢？
因为我们本身就会玩的比较放松点，然后也会按照自己该怎么打就怎么打吧，然后就大家调整好状态就行。
希望能够好好的复盘啊。那最后一个问题，刚刚也提到是魔鬼赛程，是背靠背的比赛，明天要迎战了 AL， 那后天呢也会再度跟 IG 交手。你们目前的一个备战的心态会是什么？能不能跟大家分享一下呢？
就比赛比较多吧，然后其他的其实没有什么太多区别。
好，希望 BLG 可以好好备战，也期待你们明天的比赛了。我们再次感谢勋选手，我们的赛后采访到此先告一段落。接下来把画面交给我们的解说席。
Good to hear from Shin there. I hope you enjoyed that. Getting ready for our second series now, JDG versus Weber. That should be really fun. I think that is, you know, like, I think that JDG also having back-to-back games they played against NIP yesterday, they lost. There's a lot to be said about that. But JDG, one of the things which I want you to keep in mind is the fact that they do have back-to-back games. Yeah. Pretty much all split. I think it's 8 out of their 14 splits they have back-to-back games.
Which is tough.
It makes it very hard to prep them. Makes it very hard to prep them.
And I think especially because they've just come off first stand, there are additional qualifiers happening right now. Viper gets player of the game, which I think is fair. He did in fact have an exceptional Varus game, got the early snowball, hit some really clutch ults. Needed from a player who's actually, you know, as it stands, this is his first MVP, which is quite alarming considering your name is Viper. Arguably the best AD carry of all time.
Yeah, when you've got 10 games and you've won most of them, but you haven't got a single MVP. I mean, the problem is you're on a team with a bunch of very, very good players. Player of the series, I think, is quite obviously Knight, though.
I agree. He was locked in the whole series.
He was the only player which I think did well in all 3 games of the series. That's the big thing, really. Although Viper, like I said, it was a toss-up between Viper and Knight. I gave it to Knight because I think he won in a losing matchup, and that flipped the game to him. But Viper did very, very well in the 2v2 as well, and continually put out damage. Great game from him too. And it's symbolically important because it is against that world's winning support from him as well. That was one towards mid. I would have given another one. I think that Knight was really good.
Interesting, of course, the club and the summoners all give it to him, and they're always the ones I track, right? Because what are the players thinking? What's the team thinking? Does make some... Is it always interesting to track?
The winner club, I believe, is like a subscription thing. Though.
Oh, so, is it? Sorry, I thought it was the winning club. Oh,
I think no. Winners club, I believe, that's like a subscription thing. So that's your premium fans.
In that case, I do apologize. I've had that down wrong because I had it down as like.
I think I've mentioned this before, actually, but yes, I believe. Anyway, whatever.
Okay.
I believe that's the case. Player of the series is Knights. No, I mean, it's a pretty easy thing because we don't have the direct translation, but I don't believe that. Winners club, I believe, is. Yeah, I believe that's the case. Unless someone else has said that, but I believe that's premium fans, maybe. But anyway, the player of the match is Knight. Does very, very well there. Incredible series of laning performances versus Renard. Yeah, I think the Winners Club, I think it's like the name of the, like the premium fan club, I think. Did someone tell you otherwise? Or?
No, that was just that was what I heard from a while ago, but I don't actually know is the honest answer.
In that case, I'd actually love confirmation of that, because now you've got me thinking about that. That may well be the case, and that would actually change things quite a lot. So we can try and look into that.
We had this conversation before, and I was like, my understanding is it's the team that won, but like I wasn't sure. So if anyone does know.
Yeah, because it's Winners Club is different from like Winning Club or something like that, right? So that might just be a translation thing. But I thought that was like a premium fan thing.
Which would also make sense, to be fair, if you're going to want to find ways to have fans get involved,
I mean,
and actually support the league, it's a great way of doing that.
I think that's a good way to get some extra dosh in. You say, like, look, you can influence the MVPs if you pay for your subscriptions on it.
I think that's a great perk.
Yeah, I mean, I'd do that.
And like, look, if you're a super fan and you want to get involved with the league and find a way to kind of get some value out of your money and support your players and your teams in the league, that's a great way of doing it.
Yeah. Knight, fantastic game from him. Player of the split, player of the series. I mean, it's his first Ari game of the split. Looks very, very good. I do think this guy is the best Ari in the world. I mean,
just exceptional, isn't he?
I mean, look, if you think of the top, I keep saying this, I'll refresh people on that too. I think the best Ari players of the modern era are, at least in the last few years, although Shao who was, he's fallen out, but I think the best Ari players, since the rework have been Faker, Chovy, Knight, Rookie, and then I actually think Kerr, even though he's not made it internationally, I think Kerr is very good on the specific Ari skills. For me, Knight is the best of them. It does change around somewhat. I think that Chovy's been second at points. I think he's dropped down that. Everyone has voted for Knight in terms of player of the series. No surprises there. Fantastic. BLG series is over. It was a great one. We do have a great series coming up. JDG got rocked a little bit yesterday by an IP. Weibo also beat IG last time they were out too. So while on paper, go back a day or two, you'd favor JDG. I think actually now this is a much more even series. Yeah. It depends what form Weibo turn up in, but JDG have 2 series back to back. There's a chance that Weibo actually creates some real issues here.
Al, I know. Do you want a break?
Yeah, I'll have a break now because I know that you've got to go off later, so I'll do a break now if that's all good with you.
That's not a problem at all. Have we got Spotify on already? I didn't double check.
What was the short story of NIP versus JDG? It's the year of Assume. Gala and Vampire got like shit stomped. The bot lane was not close.
Yeah, specifically Gala just died loads.
Gala was not bad.
Yeah,
Gala was bad. Vampire
was given a horrible task.
He I don't think it was really on Vampire, but like he and Gala lost as a duo. Assume and Draw, I think, are one of the best duos within LPL. Nice dancing. And I think Guon was exceptionally creative, and credit to Hoya as well. He played stuff like the Gragas into the Jace, did really well. They had like a Gragas Vi combo, fantastic. Yeah, so the bot lane from NIP,
It's been good.
Sam, they might be like second best bot lane in LPL. I think Jackie and Fungyue are better in 2v2. I actually think that Assume Draw might be our second best bot lane. So that's absurd.
And if you want a statistical number for this one, by the way, guys, NIP were just behind JDG for like most snowbally team in the league, with top esports like leading the way. I think NIP have now overtaken them after that game. And the bot lane has, on average, 1.5 kills in lane, the highest in the league. They are basically guaranteed a 2v2 kill minimum, which is kind of wild. Basically because they are so good at looking for them. They draft very aggressively for it, and Assume's been playing really well with it. He really has. The Yunara lanes have been solid, and I think that's great news. If, of course, you are a, what's the word? NIP fan. There we go. Looking back in time just to watch the biggest frauds in LPL history. Oh boy. We run ads. Probably ought to run some more ads, guys. They should be better prepped for WE. We'll see. In other news, Genji's woes continue. Yes. Part of it is other teams are starting to come together properly. This should have been a really good Kanavi meta. It just should be. This is exactly his bread and butter. Early prio lanes to go and be absolutely oppressive in the enemy jungle. Play with arrogance. Play with your hands on things like the Shinzao, things like the Pantheon. Have a Neferi in your back pocket. Have a Kiana in your back pocket. Something like that. And just take over the game and be this voracious jungler that is unrelenting. Have that with people like Zeus, with people like Zeka on theoretically good metas for them, and you're in a good space. You're in a great space. It's taken a while for all those players to be on it at once, and that's great news. And again, there'll still be some questions because again, there's just very streaky players on HLE, but that's great news. And Genji, Duro's kind of fallen off. I think Keen is struggling to leverage leads. Canyon looks very anemic. He doesn't really know what he's doing on the map, but I think that's partly because the team in general is feeling a little bit lost in terms of how to make plays, and they're just caught behind the pace of the game. Gen G are not a team really that likes to play fast in between objectives. They're great. Imagine we've seen teams get leads against Gen G before, you know, assuming laning brawn doesn't come to the full, right? Like, again, there's just the element of like Gen G have just got very strong players, right? So sometimes you just win by virtue of being strong players, or win lane specifically. But you could make early plays against them, you can get early ganks off against them, you could draft to get early leads against them, but then you turn up to first 3 big coordinated plays around objectives of the game. Gen G at 10 minutes snaps, you lose the game because they just get insane leads from that, and they've been close enough and before this it all goes wrong. But the other side of that then is that's not been happening because they've not actually been very good at using the prio lanes to get Canyon to do stuff, because I think Duro's been struggling. I don't think they're actually supporting Canyon that well. I think Canyon's not on great form, and I think that, yes, I think probably the elements of the background stuff with Ruler are surely not helping, but the synergy is off. They're not looking particularly tight or quick in the early game, and that's hurting them, and they just don't look. The aura's gone, you know. The aura's gone a bit. I mean, they're still a solid team. 3-3 is not bad. It's just not Gen G. And add to that, teams like KT really leveling up with the coaching and players being on great form. Perfect looks like a much more consistent, solid player. BDD has continued his ace level form. This is great news. Great news. Adding an effort as an actual true blood support has really helped them as a team. It's not a done deal, of course, but that's significant. HLE, it was a super team on paper for a reason. Can get that down there. Welcome to JDG's home arena here. Beijing is always a good spot. We'll get a little flyby. Cuz looking really solid in jungle, I agree. Guys, if you've not hit that follow yet, please do. NettlePixel, thank you for that. Appreciate you guys. Just trying to pick up as many follows as we can, head towards that 11,000 mark. Also just helps you be here on time. We do other cool stuff here as well that's not always LPL related. So if you like cool games in general, it's a great space for it. Makes a massive difference, especially if you are just enjoying the content. Hit that follow button. Makes a big deal. I see you guys on YouTube. I see you guys on Onivia. Do make sure to find your ways over to the other channels. I'm Initialise Cast as well, so please do make sure to follow my socials. Can be quite nice for those who do. I think it is just this, isn't it? There we go. Boom. Sounds convincing. Put on one more challenge points on JDG. Well, Weibo are a dangerous team to underestimate. Though, to be fair, I think if I was JDG and I had to pick a team to prep against, probably would have been Weibo. Maybe that was the mistake, though. Because, again, the other side of this is actually JDG have been quite reliant on getting early prio lane to do cool things through bot. Xiaohu versus Gala going to be one that's being hovered here. And I think that's understandable because, of course, if you're looking at great duos across LPL and League of Legends in a wider sense history, the RNG power duo from RNG's halcyon days of success really was via Xiaohu in the mid lane, Gala in the bot lane, the Prince of Pentas, and the Emperor of Spring. That Spring Tiger was so scary. There is some wonderful, wonderful history there. There's the recent history as well. Playoffs, round 2, round 1. It was a pretty close run thing. Of course, JDG in the end, of course, were the team to make it to first stand, and that really gave them the last. Hey, Abrak, good to see you, mate. But this should be a very exciting series, nonetheless. They're going to throw back to Uzi Ming. I mean, to be fair, was also a truly exceptional lane that I think a lot of LPL fans still hold in incredibly high regard, because, of course, why wouldn't you? Uzi was one of the real greats. And I think Ming is often really seen as a bit of a hero, partly because of his kind of duo with Uzi. I personally have always thought Mako was the better support, but I think for a long time that was the combo. I'm going to make sure that we can hear this, though. And we'll
的俊佳选手，先跟各位打声招呼
This
吧
for。a second.
大家好，我是 JDG
Bye bye for
的
now.
俊佳。
今天要再次面对背靠背的赛程啦。其实昨天老师说了，这个赛果会让我们有一点觉得意料之外。回去之后，教练组有给你们紧急复盘哪些游戏内容吗？
就复盘了很多关于游戏的内容吧，然后就希望今天可以调整的更好。
还是要查漏补缺一下啊。那今天要迎战的对手呢，在前2天他们刚刚结束了连败之势，其中呢这个打野选手杰杰也是表现突出，所以今天你会觉得你们野区的2位会是怎么样一个掰手腕画面呢？
因为杰杰一直以来都是一个很优秀的打野嘛，然后就他最近状态我感觉特别的好，然后希望我对他就能够赢下来吧。
那也是给你们加油了，待会儿见。同时呢，也为大家采访到了 WBG 的 JD 选手，跟各位打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG 打野杰杰。
欢迎。上一场转折线的比赛啊，大家对 WBG 的丝血翻盘、杰杰的皇子，包括小虎的冰女，都印象非常深刻啊。在终结了连败的颓势之后，你会觉得对整体队伍士气是一个很大的提升吗？
算是拯救了我们队伍吧，因为在失败了太多次之后，其实整个队伍相对来说情绪都比较低迷吧。
所以其实也是给队伍很大的一个鼓舞啊。那今天其实很巧的是，我们都采访到的是打野选手嘛，刚刚俊佳选手也是表达了他的看法。那杰杰有没有在赛前想对他放出的话呢？
就让我来会他吧，看看他的实力。
好的，我们就期待2名选手在接下来的对弈和拼搏了。那我们也是给所有选手加油了，待会儿见。
Well, there you go. That'll be enough of that. But fortunately, guys, team's about to hit the stage. Great to hear the interviews there. Weibo first out. Joining JDG at their home arena here in Beijing. Xiaohu team captain, lead the way.
有请北京 JB Gaming。
JDG, hometown heroes here. Gala leading the way. Be standing opposite his former duo.
本场比赛是在坚定你所相信的北京 JDG 主场进行。LPL 第2赛段组内赛第2周第4日的比赛，由 WBG 对阵北京 JDG 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Welcome back, folks. Players sat down. I just chose the wrong moment to do that little camera flick. That's fine, but we got rid of the who you're at. That's okay.
All good. Right, let's get into this then, Sam, shall we?
Indeed.
So, big stories for this game. Of course, JDG, it's another back-to-back series of games for them. They're playing in Beijing, but they're a team which often has teams travel to them. So they'd like to have I believe they like to have the arena open 2 consecutive days in a row. It makes it much easier for logistics reasons, but it does mean that they have to prep for 2 best-of-3s in 2 days against 2 different teams. Very hard thing to do. Weibo coming off a win versus Invictus Gaming. I think Xiaohu looked really good in that series. And I think that Weibo, we are just waiting to see if they can click. They did for bits of that last season, particularly in regular season.
Yeah.
In playoffs, Well, they didn't until they beat anyone's legend in a best of 5 and thought, damn, that was really good. And they bombed out to JDG in playoffs after that point. They switched out Hung, Erher, their support for Hung. I think that's been a mistake, Sam. I think that Hung has been struggling, and I think Erho still, despite being a rookie support, would have actually been the correct choice for them. I'm a little disappointed in them not sticking to their guns on the newer support that actually replaced Hung for them last year. We're gonna get into that draft. JDG coming off of a loss versus NIP is the other part of that equation. They're looking to bounce back here today after getting rocked in bot lane. Gala and Vampire losing handily to Assume and Draw, who seem to be a rising star here in the LPL.
And of course, they've got no easy feat against them, with Elk being on the other side. Hung, of course, joining, replacing Ura, switched with, I think it's WE who ended up with Ura, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yeah.
I had a moment there to think about
all
it.
good.
It's happened a couple times now over the last couple of years with those two supports who just traded places across organizations. Bans now coming on forwards. Ashe and Varus becoming regular mainstay Game 1 bans. The Jarvan is the final ban. At the moment, one Orianna or Rumble's getting on through. We might see both get through.
Orianna, Rumble, Ashe Seraphine. Those, oh no, sorry, the Ashe Seraphine. The Pantheon Rise.
Yes.
Pantheon Rise are the 3 big ones, which I'm looking at here. Still have stuff like Ezreal Bard available. Rumble is such an easy first pick, though. You might Ambessa into this. You could even Vi Ambessa if you want to do something a little different. Pantheon Ambessa also fine. I think you lock Pantheon, Rise, and Ambessa on 3.
I agree.
And the problem with that is, the way you beat JDG is often you pick a priority bot lane. So I think typically, I'd love to see that top side combo, but you don't want to give too much of a power bot lane to Gala and Vampire.
The other side of this, of course, is Honku is a good Onivia. We saw a really good showing from him the last time. It wasn't enough for the win, I don't think, in that game. It was close, or am I misremembering on that one? It was a close run thing. He ended up 4-0, had a very good showing on it. Can't quite remember whether they converted that into the win or not. I'm having a blank. I think that was game 2, so they might just have done. So I take that back, but still did a very good job with that. The Pantheons alongside it, so very good, strong duo. I think if you don't lock the Onivia now, it gets banned, but you might just say, we want this prio bot lane, give me the Lulu, and hey, Cassio and Onivia get banned now.
Yeah, so what do Weibo do now? Do you lock in the Ambassador and just say we'll trade top side for bot side? At that point, you're giving look, Gala and Vampire, I think, struggle when they don't have a winning lane. I think that's what we've learned from them. When they lose lane, they don't know how to play the macro, and they don't know how to stay safe on the map.
Yeah.
Gala falls behind, Vampire struggles to make plays. Weibo are choosing to give JDG comfort. They will have a very powerful top side of the map, and this is what I said. Look, Pantheon Rise, Ambassador third, it's a very strong combo. Lots of point and click, someone's dying. But you have given JDG comfort. You have given Gala and Vampire one of the best lanes on the patch. You're not going to get the Ezreal Bard now. You're not going to get the Corki Nami. You might have to go towards something like a Lucian Milia.
Yeah, the other option is I think you can either ban Cassio and Onivia and just put Honku into something that's not that the Rise gets a free lane, or you get rid of Xin Zhao, you get rid of Vi.
Vi away from Junja. Yeah, that makes sense, because of course the other part of JDG is the acronym, which stands for Junja Dice Gaming, as in Junja. Oh, gotta get them here. Yeah. Junja Dice Gaming.
Roll
we
it.
have.
What's he getting today? It's a 5.
Very mediocre. Not a very good roll. So
mediocre.
They've rolled the Junja dice. It's come up as a 5. That's actually a 15. That's the wrong thing, but there was a 5 on there. Junja, it really is the lifeblood of this team. If he does well, JDG do well. If JDG don't have Junja on good form, though, they fall apart with it. Now, having a winning bot lane makes the macro easy for him. Means that it's less likely for the enemy support to come into his jungle, stop him on his plans. The Onivia's banned from Honky. You were calling that out. He's been a big player of it. No Bard, no Nami. What does Hung go towards now in this bot lane?
Couple decisions, I think. Yeah, they're going to get rid of that Onivia side of it. Yeah, there you go. So the Xin Zhao, I think, makes sense now, right? Unless you can't lock Xin Zhao yourself, right? There's no way to do that.
Well,
so
no.
At this point, you get Xin Lulu for JDG, which I think is still a very good comp, I think, on the whole. I think splitting the difference here has probably not been very helpful.
Whereas for Weibo, I think they probably go Lucian Milio here.
Yeah.
I think they go Lucian Milio. Yeah. That's the last of the powerful things here. Is that because Junja is that good, or when he's in bad form, he's so bad they can't win at all? It's both. He's a very snowball-y player. He does both. When Junja is ahead, JDG know how to follow the play from him. The other problem is that JDG, they don't really play through jungle support. They play through jungle and support. They're not really duoed. They play through heavy winning bot lane. They play through heavy agency for Junja altogether, but they don't combo up in the same way. In fact, Tabe said this on First Stand, saying they tried that at the start of the year. It didn't really work out, so they played more towards individual strengths. Azir towards Honky, good DPS, gives them double AP solo laners and good range to work with. Junja has to go the Xin Zhao now. I think it'll end up being a fine front-to-back composition from JDG, but they have to keep range.
Because if Weibo start pinging Ambessa, Pantheon Rise onto the same target, someone's dying with or without Lulu help.
Yeah, and again, they basically, I guess the decision was that, look, we can ban the Onivia and we don't think you want to Cassiopeia here. This would be a different look. I think the Skarner would potentially punish some of the divers here. You can just impale the Pantheon Rise. Ambassador coming on forward. The only thing is, there's a lot of very mobile people here. It's not always the simplest. And now actually the Milio makes even more sense because Skarner hates this combo.
What? Why not the Shinsao? Because you're absolutely right. I mean, the Milio is now going to counter the Skarner ultimate. I mean, there's nothing else you want to use your ult for besides healing. That seems like a huge mistake. You can also, it's much easier to hit the Milio Q onto the Skarner that's trundling at you, whereas the Shinsao with the fast E, much harder to block. So you can play the mind game, much harder to react to that on the same level. I think Weibo got given an extra draft edge there. Now, in terms of overall draft, you still have Lulu Yunara, Lulu Azir, both double attack speed scalers, so Lulu will give them great value on that. But Weibo have fantastic point and click. I think the bot lane matchup is fine for them. Going to talk more about that though over an ad break to make sure we don't get ads in game. Subscribe if you don't want adverts. Let's get into game, Sam, and talk about how these compositions are going to go through. Because we've seen Lucian Milio be good in lane, struggle in mid and late game. I think that the Milio has been picked off a lot. I think the range advantage from JDG is going to be scary around objectives, especially when you have like disengage Skarner, disengage Lulu, disengage Azir. Even the Rumble can put an ult down and stop you following up. But I am afraid of the point and click from Weibo. I think if you get, you know, any point and click with the Rune Prison, the Shield Vault, the Public Execution, I think that Weibo kill the first target, even if there's Weibo, rather Lulu shields onto the target, which Weibo pick off. Here in Beijing, though, folks, let's get ready for those Gyos. I think JDG have a lot to bounce back from. They had a difficult series versus NIP where bot lane were kind of brutalized in that bot lane. We'll load into our first game of Series 2 here in Beijing, halfway across the country. Weibo, JDG, take to the stage in Game 1.
Those dulcet tones are back, Alex.
JDG Chant Leader, we've missed you.
Need a little bit of assistance here. What they can do with that. That's Gala barriering for no real reason there. We stand that summoner, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you do it for his individual autos at points. Elk using that W there does have the Vigilance passive, gets a shield from the Hung, heal on the way back. The level 2 trading, or level early trading for, you know, stuff like the double taps. The level 1, level 2, very important between these two. Elk and Hung, of course, we know that upper ceiling have a decent bot lane into here. Xiaohu gets the level 2 onto Honku first. Honku actually chooses to level up his E, not the Q, for the shield.
But there's still going to be a lot of spell flux and overloads. Honku needs to be really careful here. He eats a lot of damage. Turret shots coming. That overload would have put Honku desperately close to death. There's a pot in inventory for both, but it also zones Honku off a number of those minions. I think he lost 1 or 2 melees there.
Yeah, I think he might have lost the XP, importantly. The gold, you can, whatever, early levels, you can lose a bit of gold. Losing the XP, that's where actually the laning phase goes wrong. Cozy Campfire leads to the extended autos for bot lane. So mid and bot lane doing well in laning phase. JDG, they pride themselves in the laning phase. Xiaohu doesn't get himself to level 3 just yet, which meant he didn't have the Rune Prison. Honky cleared through some waves, but he is backing early.
That is not a statistical graph I ever see here from the kind of prognosis bot. That is a very heavy advantage to Weibo as the mid game rolls around. I very rarely see that, but bluntly, I can't disagree with it because we were having our issues like, what's the Skarner do this game? I think the side lanes are going to be good. I think the pick is going to be good. You've got the Enchanted to match. I think the scaling is good. Like, I think you are going to be winning at most periods in the game here, unless somehow, some way, your just DPS check of Honku and Gala outvalues.
Elk used the barrier to make sure his reset wasn't interrupted there, by the way. Hung's going to try and hold the wave. He actually might die there if things go badly enough. Does get the level up. Doesn't manage to hold the wave, though. Lulu's reset delayed on the other side. Jungle's going to get Spurtle Crab on bot side. JJ was pathing bot to top, so Jungle's pathing in opposite directions. JJ will get top side, Jungle will get bot side Crab.
Not quite enough for a hold, but still I think saved a fair number of those minions. Elk backs for the early longsword and the refill, just saying, right, that's what I'm going to use to leverage the early power in the lane. Potential ability for Judge
they can jump
drive
around
behind here. Xiaohu now got JJ around as well, and that makes things a bit more interesting. Of course, Junja now doesn't have any CC, so just keeps walking forward and say, I don't think you want this.
For the record, I actually don't think any minions were saved in bot lane there. I think they all went into tower, so I'm not sure Elk actually got any of the minions saved there, which means actually the minion lead in bot lane is dead even, despite Gala and Vampire losing the early phase of lane. The actual gold advantage hasn't come from anything just yet. They're gonna have to take some more hard trades and then get ahead.
There's the Vigilance. Let's Pursuit, double tap. And then an Ardent Blaze to follow. Get a few more of those orders down. That longsword difference could be pretty significant early on here, just with a little bit of an empower there with those extra ranged autos. You don't have like the Tidecaller's Blessing empowered autos, but still Milio, no bad options really in terms of making sure your AD carry does a little bit more work there with the extra range, if nothing else. Zucker burned down a little bit here versus this Rumble, but again, your value is to stay alive early on, get Eclipse, then follow up on people like this Rise, on this Pantheon, and blow up that first target with extreme prejudice.
In this game too, you can even go back for the first Hex Drinker back, because you have double AP solo lanes to face off against. So that's not too bad on the whole for Zucker there. He can choose what he wants. He's got the cookie, so he's fine to stay in lane until he gets himself the first back, which he wants. Again, trading in this bot side. I mean, if nothing happens between these two bot lanes, the Cull obviously wins out. Good Q there. Of course, reminder, there's not just the heals and shields with buff up. Lucian is also the hard CC as well. Barrier this time used a little bit better, but still, Lucian Milio hurts a lot.
Indeed. Hung, of course, here going up against 4 of his old teammates. I believe he was on JDG not so long ago himself. Was doing quite a lot of good work there once upon a time. Trying to be as obnoxious as he can be here. Desperate to get some value here on this Milio. Again, it's been a bit of an odd switch. He and Elk have not had the best success, at least in the early stages of spring.
Yep. So way about, yeah, I mean, because JDG had a ton of supports last year. I think it was Draw and Missing. Trying to remember who the other one was there. It was Hung that went between Top Esports and Weibo last year, and then of course he was on before that. It was on LNG. So actually JDG wasn't one of his teams, but to be honest, mate, I actually had to load some stuff up. It's like, hang on, where was he? She actually flashes away from that, flashed after just the ultimate. Equalizer used to clear out the wave.
And of course, with that sub out moment where as well last summer, I kind of like, oh yeah, that's what it was. But yeah, still playing with and for a lot of these teams over the last year or two. It's been in a really weird spot in terms of his level of consistency, to say the least. Was a big, big one. Of course, also looking at people like Xiaohu and going, playing with you.
Of course, Gala and Hung used to be the bot lane on LG 23. That was the bot lane which went 5 games versus JDG in 2023 summer finals. That was the first LPL finals I ever cast it and Xian with Mazel. Remember those days very, very fondly.
Zucker in the top lane as well, back in LNG.
Zucker in the top lane, yeah, Zucker and Hung back in 23. Rise might go for a Realm Warp here. Ooh, this is interesting. They have double flashes. Can they get anything in here? Here comes the other global.
Look for more, there's the Rune Prison. Wonderful shield vault follow. There is nothing you can do there. Gala says hello to all of his old teammates. Hell, it's even his old jungler from the time he was on IG last year.
And it was so many ex-teammates for himself. Everyone but Elk, obviously, the person in the same role. Gala's been around on a lot of teams, a lot of successful teams for Gala himself. And JDG, when they lost against Genji at First Stand, one of the things which Tabe said about that series, again, on the First Stand desk, was very informative, by the way. Go back and watch back that segment. He was talking about how, you can't draft as a triangle. You got to draft as a square. You got to have everything in your draft. Elk is going to be chased right the way back to his tower. Vampire won't let him get the easy reset there. Elk won't recall too greedily. We'll make sure he's out of range of the reset there.
Stealing your last chocolate.
It's okay, Sam. That's fine. I do have another chocolate bar of it. It's fine. But the globals was the thing which punished them at First Stand, where they tried to play. I think that was the Caitlyn lane, and they got played. They had a TF Pantheon, I think it was Instam in that game. And they didn't know what to do with the heavy pushing lanes, because JDG love pushing lanes. They love having individual agency. Heavy globals against them has caused them some issues before. Sam's still eating chocolate, so I'm just gonna keep talking.
I'm done now. It's okay.
It's okay, Sam. You can. How was it, Sam?
It was really
nice?
lovely. Yeah,
You're getting fed there, Sam. Wonderful.
I actually probably need to eat some lunch before I go as well at some point.
Yeah, well, there's curry in the pan, Sam. You can have that.
I've got a lot of stuff I left over.
I innovated on my Japanese curry. I put some coriander in with it, because I was like, oh, well, got it in the fridge, may as well use it. And I thought it tasted pretty good, actually. It didn't really think it would work, and it did, so
Mission successful. Fighting on the top scuttle, maybe as it spawns here. Grubs as well. Ah, yeah, Grubs is more important. What am I talking? What are we saying? Rise back into the mid lane. Doesn't have Ghost or Flash. I think really JJ should leave well alone. He might steal with a Q, but that's about it.
Massive stack. This gets a bit interesting. Fails the steal. Won't look for anything more. Zucker's gone for the Hex Drinker, by the way, early on to try and deal with the Rumble.
Yes, we did think so. Yeah, it's double AP solo laners.
Correct. Xiaoxu gets run down the river early on with that prio, and so Ambassador with the reset. The Grub's all secured, kind of as expected.
The problem with the first Q steal there from JJ is that when you kill one Grub, the other ones heal. So if you kill the first one, you're not stealing the other ones because they immediately heal. It's like 1,100 HP. Definitely not killing it. With that, Hongq did have a slight XP lead onto Xiao, who might even sweep him. No, he does choose not to. Of course, they would have ended up under turret. What am I talking about? Azir doesn't really want to be under turret there. And this is his own one. This is his own one. Xiao, who did, of course, roam out of lane, got a very successful play into bot lane. However, it's not like bot lane's crazy far ahead. Again, the gold lead is even. So despite there being decent plays from Weber, you know, the early trades in bot lane were good, while the CS lead didn't come through. Well, and even though they might have got the kill on bot side, again, the CS lead isn't there. There is a kill onto JJ. He's happy with that. But even then, you know, Jinja's farming up fine. JDG, while they might have been robbed a little bit by that, I think game plan is still on course for them.
Yeah, I'm still nervous coming to this mid-game. I'm not sold on this Skarner last pick out. I think the Shinzao was just there and waiting. It was so good with the Lulu. It's got more early agency. It can be a better frontline, probably. Okay, I grant you, there is worries this game where the Ambassador, Pantheon, Rise, they're all kind of within your Thunderdome. You don't block as much damage as you might in another game, but I'm just not sure the Shinzao's going to have, also the Skarner's going to do that much more. Is it danger of being stunned himself? He's not actually that tanky from the jungle necessarily. He's going towards the heart, still culling. Can actually use bot lane. Junja also around. Public execution top side. Gonna try and trade out well here. There's a grand starfall as well, and Xiaoxu says, I'm gonna get the minions and run away.
He's going to try to. Does get the equalizer on target on the wave. He will get all of the... No, he doesn't get the 2 millions. Whatever, it means that they can't push in afterwards. There's a clean gank throw from JJ. 2 ultimates, 2 kills. We've seen a lot of junglers struggle to pull the trigger on the champion. We saw that from... I think it was even Junja versus NIP. He struggled to do that. It was a game recently. I was thinking of saying, hey, they're just not pulling the trigger. And of course, even players who are very respectable in their roles have been struggling on the champion recently, like Canyon, for instance. Struggling to make plays on the Pantheon over in the LCK. You got to make sure that you're using that global. It's why fast teams like IG, like BLG, like Weibo, make the most of it with very aggressive junglers, which kind of call the shots themselves.
Partly why we were expecting teams like HLE to be good earlier in the year. It took a little while, but looking a bit better now. It's partly why I'm a bit surprised to see a team like T1, who are normally so good out of that jungle support voraciousness, just not making the same kind of impact. In fact, tomorrow, if they don't win, they potentially drop to 7th in the league, which would be pretty obscene to think about. We could have Genji and T1 in fries, by the way.
Gosh, crazy stuff. Zerka doing very well versus Xiaoxu here. Xiaoxu, a player which we have really good expectations for. He has been one of our best top laners. He struggled versus NIP, and it looks like as Dragon's spawning, Weibo say, right, you can take the Dragon. We're killing the Rumble again. He's going to kill the wave, but they might just kill him anyway, Sam.
The BLG gambit, screw that second Dragon, we want top prio.
Exactly. This is what BLG were doing. A lot of first split and then into first stand as well. They say, you can go towards the Dragon, but if we know you're on Dragon, you're not top lane to protect a difficult matchup. Zerka doesn't get the kill this time. It's JJ, but it's Xiaoxu being denied some extra farm and XP. Hongq is getting value here. He's another 10 CS up, gets a plate in there. Xiaoxu versus Xiaoxu. That's going to be a thing. Definitely a difference in the mid lane and top lane in terms of the resources put in there, but Xiaoxu god damn it, still fairly even in gold.
Yeah, the who and the shoe will be a very important question this game. Not the footwear or the important question.
So all the who is in like the Mongolian metal band, which are great, by the way.
They are wonderful.
The who spelled H-U rather than W-H-U-O.
They do a lot of throat singing, which is quite fun.
It's really cool. Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's awesome to kind of like incorporate, you know, stuff which is important towards like your culture into modern musical styles and stuff.
Some old school Celtic stuff does it as well, which is which is fun. So you get a lot of your slightly darker Irish folk has out to that.
I need to hear like Gregorian chanting more within metal, Sam.
Yes, it's always one of my favorites.
Yeah. Cole is almost in from Gala. He is down a little bit of gold because Elk completed the bot. No, they completed the bottom quest at the same time actually, but the plates are definitely helping. That Lost Plateau is definitely helping.
Should
be able to pick up that third one there. JJ taking the opportunity to run into the enemy jungle and nab away one of these blue buffs, which can be a fairly significant win. This would also be the upgrade for JJ. Gets that fully upgraded smite. Feels very nice. It now has that 1400 damage. Significant can look potentially bot lane, but Skarner's also coming around. Are we playing this?
This could be interesting, because if you go for a big play, then obviously the Milio, if he gets in range, has a very useful ultimate.
Good chunk.
Good chunk from that empowered Q. Yeah, Yep, extended range from the Lucian, double tap on top of it, that hurts.
Hung takes the turret aggro after, has himself a little cozy campfire, and that means the bot lane is going to have to reset. But because of that, I think Junja has to be a little bit careful around this Gromp. He has Gala stick around and help him clear this out.
I can't remember the last time that Elk played Lucian, but he is a very good Lucian player from memory. He played it a lot in 2022 and 2023. Yeah. Back in the, obviously, way back in the Jomong days as well. Lucian used to be, you know, the bread and butter pick, but he was often ended up put back into the mid lane. But once it kind of get around to 21, 22, came back in towards the bot lane. Potential play on this top side. Hongq does face check Zerka, but he stops the rebuild.
Yeah, manages to repudiate out there. Not going to be too worried about that. Got the Eclipse now done as well. I think that's pretty wise. The early Hex Drinker, just good for Ambassador here into double AP. So in his health, the Skarner does a bit of AP as well, I believe, with some of his abilities. I think that is his strictly his damage type.
I think that's like, so weirdly, I think it's a lot of physical damage, isn't it? Is I thought that
I thought the passive, all those kind of the threads or whatever it is.
As the tremors,
the tremors, yeah, they were AP, which I think is actually a lot of his damage. Scales off his HP. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've looked at it.
Yeah. Physical damage on the Q.
Passive
is magic damage. That is true. So it's mixed damage scaling off it. And then I think a lot of his, and it's magic damage on the W but physical on the E. So your Q and E are physical, your passive and your W are magic. So it's mixed damage scaling off your HP, which is really annoying.
It is a bit, exactly. So there we go. Elk
hang on, Pantheon's coming.
Whoa, Pantheon's coming and Gala's left low. This gets spicy. He's gone top lane now. Flash over the wall. Hongq dies.
Hongq struggling here. In that side lane, tried to get his ultimate out. I think he gets either flashed or backstepped, then flashed onto it. Can't disengage, goes down. And in mid lane, Gala and Vampire losing the 2v2 against Elk and Hung. Now, I was worried about Hung. I think he's had a bad split so far. I think on the whole, Wavo have struggled with their support, but Elk is doing really well with him on kind of a enchanter duty there. Gets the extra Q on target, wants to get the double tap to avoid the glitter lance.
Does indeed. Nice little relentless pursuit forwards there. Leaves Gala and Vampire a little low. Worth noting, of course, Vampire can kind of fake it out with not necessarily a barrier bait, but does have the wild growth bait, which will do just as well. Have a look at this topside play, where I'm assuming Xiao, who just ghosts, gets the spell flux and roots him in place.
Oh, it's right on top of the Pantheon ult too. Has flash, already used the shuffle. Ult's not in a good spot. Flash over it, instant kill. Zir goes down. Quick, easy. JJ, Sam, that's 3 for 3 on ults now.
Yeah, he's done very well. He's 3-0-1. He is very ahead of curve. And JJ is a player I think has had some questions around him, because he's been on exceptional teams like IG last year. And then they were just like, well, how good are you actually? Do we want to keep you around? Do we want to switch you out? And there was all those questions, like the jokes about him being the Prince of Thieves. He's been on world-winning rosters. He's got some quite impressive skins to his name for a reason. But his ability to be truly best jungler in the league has kind of been a bit more questionable. He's doing well here for Weibo in this game. He's on a Pantheon, a champion. He is very comfortable. And Junja eats a little bit too much damage. I think, again, Junja not really found a way to get involved in this game yet. But again, what do you do as the Skarner here is kind of the question we've been asking.
Well, I think the draft really doesn't help. Hongq does have flash, does have ult again. He might try and ult him under tower, and he does get him there.
I don't know whether Xiao cares. He's got a Seraph, so he does. He's got a Roa rather, and still manages to get the kill and flash out. Nicely done.
Hongq in side lane's not his favorite place, dying twice in 3 minutes odd. It didn't even need the Pantheon ult this time, so it's probably actually twice within 2 minutes, because it's still a cooldown. It's about the cooldown of it. Dragon's available, no flash on Xiao, and his health is low. No teleport from Hongq. I think JDG might get to Soul here, actually. But no, they're not choosing to go towards it. I did wonder whether they could walk over with some resets coming through. Would be important for them to get towards Ocean Soul Rift. If they get that Ocean Soul later, then, you know, with Lulu Shields helping you survive, the Skarner being, you know, quite tanky, that is very strong.
No teleport on Hongq, not here for another second or two. Xiao, who's been able to reset, get back out. Of course, he's got himself the ability to get over here relatively quickly with a Realm Warp as well. Would it be required? Not so far.
Hongq's coming down. They do have Realm Warp, but again, what do you do with the Skarner here when you hang on to get the room?
man. Gala left at about half. Nice rune prison. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, the rune prison, definitely not the rune warp, which I said again. Oh god, it's happening again. Fight over the mid lane. They're going to go back towards the Baron. Do they use the realm warp to change the position? Ghost not there for Xiaohu. Quite hard for him to close gaps.
Yeah, Gala gets shielded. Remember, he's still at half. Watch for the rumble. TP to the other side. Public execution. An option here. Gala needs to be able to run away. Hung does eat a lot of damage back end of it, though. The Battle Herald gets Zika over the wall. The Impel means very little. The Equalizer is decent, but JJ with the Aegis Assault stays safe. The soldiers are good, though, and Weibo are going to be left a little lower than I think they would like to be. Man advantage, but health bar's not fabulous.
Yeah, there's still the public execution from the Ambassador. Panty can ult back into the play if he wants to. I think that's actually what they're going to do. Ryze is going to push out bot lane. They're going to recall with the Pantheon and ult him back in. Skarner's dead for 15 seconds. He can get back in for the smite specifically for that. Gala's pushing mid lane. I think they realize we actually can't stop this now. Pantheon has the global. In fact, he won't even need to use it.
Yeah.
That opens up an option to punish the overpush here, actually, if something else had happened. But no one else to combo up with. JJ, well played from him. Realized he could survive there. Had a crazy Battle Herald in. The Battle Herald has become meta. I remember a year or two ago, I was wondering, why haven't we seen Herald used as a combat tool? Because I think it's because everyone realized they needed it to destroy towers in that meta. Now you don't need it with the Crystal Overgrowth. You have enough tower damage. You can just say, screw it, I'm using it for the extra combat ability, and that's what teams have been doing a lot here.
And JJ just about gets out as well. Good Aegis Assault allows you to escape. And the thing is, you burned everything but a Zero ult there. Gala, once that transcendence of the self kind of ends, what do you do there as a Yunara? You just don't have the tools to keep that fight going, especially with those resets coming on.
You know, in draft, I was saying, look, JDG comfort draft for them is one where they have a powerful bot lane, one which is a winning bot lane, a priority bot lane. However, the other thing that we said was, you know, Weibo, they played the gambit of saying, we're going to lock in as powerful a top side as possible. You have your Yunara Lulu. Credit to them. They realized they had enough bot lanes to say, we can still end up trading heavily onto you. I mean, the Lucian Milio has been better than the Yunara Lulu in this early game, despite there being slim gold lead partly from the cull, really. They haven't had pressure. They've not been able to take over the game. Now, that might change going into the future of this game. Late game, the Yunara Lulu does some crazy damage, but Elk and Hung have held them to account.
The thing is, there was a little stat that came up. Weibo with the 100% first turret win rate. I think there's a reason for that, because it then allows him to start doing some side lane shenanigans. And Xiaohu, probably the best side laning mid laner of all time in the LPL across the grand scale of it. He's always been so good at that.
It's him or Scout. I really like Scout and side lanes too, but you know, it is those older heads who know what to do with their macro. Culling takes over half the HP. They might jump forwards here. Elk cool down a little bit low. They do have the Breath of Life here. The Q lands though before.
There's Breath of Life. It's
Hung flashes out of range. What have you done? Hung flashes out of range, so the ult can't cleanse the Skarner. Hung just entered his AD carry.
Oh, why Hung? Okay, well, Elk hung out to dry, I suppose.
He just flashed out of range, so he couldn't cleanse the Skarner ult. Oh. I can't believe I've just watched that from a pro player, Sam.
That's really bad, Alex. And Elk's going, bro. Here we go. We'll get a slow-mo of this.
So he dashes forward right here. And you need to land a lot of double taps to get it off cooldown. Again, he has flash. But this is the problem with the Lucian lanes, right? You need to make sure you have enough stuff up here. Then what the hell happens here? Hits the Q, that's good. Then he flashes... Oh, Jesus Christ. I think he mistimes it, is the thing, actually.
Yes, I think he's in range. But the other thing is he has to flash where he's impaled to, and then he definitely can't press R.
Well, you can because you use, like, Mikhail's. It actually takes effect slightly after. You can self-Mikhail's yourself.
Yeah, but I guess he flashes, he didn't want to get CC. Anyway, but either way, he decided not to go, but he decided to flash to avoid getting CC'd himself, which makes some sense. But Jonji does get away with that there, Weibo, with the slight edge here in terms of statistical win rate. Of course, the Dragon stacking is good from JDG, which is kind of where they're getting that additional little edge. They've also got grubs, which theoretically is useful. The problem is the Ambassador and the Rise are getting to the point where I don't think Rumble or Razir ever do anything to them in side lanes.
I just can't believe that the Milio was picked for one job.
Stop the Skarner.
And they failed the one job the first time it happens. I think it was a missed time not flashing out of range. A misread from me on the live play there, but still bad from Hung that happened in the first place. That shouldn't happen like that. Elk should have been completely safe. Does have the flash still. I think he thought he wouldn't have to use it there because he has a Milio to do that. And this, folks, this is not the first big misplay that Hung has had. He has failed. Flash Seraphine ults, he has failed. Flash Nico ults that happened against top esports where
Oh, sorry, it wasn't top use. I think it was versus the Tristana. Who was that playing that one? I think it might have been Assume, actually. Anyway, failed that at one of the other attempts as well. That's the wall stun onto the Ambassador on the side of it.
She doesn't care that much. Trying to get a chunk there onto Vampire. Can't quite get it. Who gets on a decent enough angle there to escape. Was burning the heal to do so, though. So that'll be on cooldown coming into this next dragon fight.
Yeah, the Yunara W slowed out, so he couldn't reposition. One of the big things about Lucian is that you really want to hit your W onto the target to get the extra movement speed. Because once you start dealing damage to a target marked with a W, you get that move speed. When you start your ult, it's way easier to get on target. So, and it also applies to anyone damaging those targets, by the way. So if your teammates start damaging a W mark, you get the extra movement speed towards them. Remember that one. Fight over this dragon coming through. It is the Rune Prison. Thank you for reminding me. Jundra in the front line. Breath of Light is available for Hung, and it should cleanse the Scar ult next time it's used.
Should do. Again, we've pretty much hit with a full complement of summoners. The only thing that's missing is Hung's Flash and Vampire's Heal.
Question in chat, don't JDG outscale Weibo? It's arguable because the point and click from Weibo can remove one person from the fight very, very easily. I think Yunara Lulu outscaled the Lucian Millia, despite the Millia having good value against the Skarner. Ambessa might outscale by herself in the right scenario.
And Ryze matches Azir just fine in terms of scaling as well.
If they get the Rune Prison here, they can just point and click, can't they?
Yeah, they can. They're waiting for it. There he is. He's not going anywhere. Gets jumped onto the public execution after the Wild Growth bites a bit of time, but he's dead. There's the Equalizer. Does a little bit of damage. Alcast to dodge away, but has got a cozy campfire to keep himself topped up. JJ needs to back off. Time out the Gala ult, and you can keep playing from there.
That's the worry which I had. Even if you have tanky Skarner and the Lulu healing them and shielding them, it's not going to save them. Weibo have too much point and click. This top side, which they prioritized over a bot lane, worked out really well. JDG, hang on a second, Honky going on to Elk, flashes it!
And that's a big deal. The Rune, Realm Warp comes on for. I'm getting done in by it as well. They won't take it though, so maybe it was a Rune Prison. They decided not to go into the Jail of Death, which would have been a bit scary, but they forced the retreat, so they'll turn towards the Dragon and prevent Soul Point one more time.
Yeah, Honky doesn't blow Flash, so Summoner Economy works out for JDG there. Between carry to carry. Honky, I don't think he's wrong to look for that play. If he died, obviously very, very bad. Didn't have to blow that flash, though. Worked out well for him. Significant gold lead for Weibo, even in Dragon's 5k up. And as we were saying, I think the scaling question is an interesting one. There's no ult hit from Zucker. JJ might end up looking for a... Oh, no, Jed is not here, actually. He's in River. I was wondering if he'd look for the ult, though, either way. Recall from Xiao, who was trying to double up with Zucker very briefly.
Clears out the way. Of course, worth noting both side laners level 16 for Weibo. 2-level advantage in mid is pretty horrifying because Xiaohu's been able to just continually stay in that side lane without dying, right? Whereas Honky has been picked up a couple times, and that's kind of one of the threats of being into the double global.
Yeah, because Sam and I live in Berlin, we're actually not allowed to say what sporting event 7-1 refers to. You know, Germany gets quite sensitive about the 7-1 scoreline. I don't know why. I don't know which game could have possibly... Oh, no, Brazil. No, sorry. I was on the other side of it. Hang on, wait, no. Germany likes that one. In fact, so we're obligated to say, wow, we're feeling very German today with 7-1.
I thought that was the other way around. I was like, I remember that bit.
Yeah, God, that was the good one. Yeah, that was the good one. I remember going out for a walk, coming back in and seeing it on the TV, thinking, I think it was 5-0 or something like that at halftime. I was thinking, is 5 a different number in a different language? Is that just like 2 in a different font? It's like, no, that is 5-0 in a World Cup game. Crazy.
Damn.
The XP advantage, you mentioned this, actually crucial here. You know, the Rod of Ages helps Xiaohu, but level 16 Ryze is insanely strong. Extra 100% damage on your combos when you get to that level. He's got the Actualizer into. So Ryze will one-shot anyone but Skarner, and maybe the Skarner too.
Yeah, again, especially if you've got Shojin on Zerka, Black Cleaver coming on down, teleport behind, but Gala's forced down very, very low, needs to back away with the ult. This TP could really suck, and Xiaohu immediately has to flash back out. The Arc of Ruin tags Xiaohu briefly, but again, Gala requires the heal, he requires the ult. That's not going to be up or available for the next few moments.
Man, Xiaohu's just not looked fantastic on his way back from first stand.
No.
He's had, 1 or 2 games. But Xiaohu's not looked fantastic. Zucker's been better than them in this first game. In the individual trading, Weibo been looking way better on the side lanes. That was a worry that we had about JDG in the past. I think they've gotten better at it, but JDG are not a side lane specialist team. JDG are a laning specialist team and a 5v5 teamfight specialist team. And they're very good at that, and they came second last split from that. That is a powerful point for them. Weibo are a bit more cerebral. Sometimes they
burn out their brain doing that, and they do some incomprehensible, crazy stuff on the other side of that too. But they're definitely winning against JDG in lane this game, and then also in the side lanes too. So JDG, they're going to have to kind of go to that last string on their bow and see if they can out-team fight, see if they can scale out. Maybe Gala with the 3-item Nymaera can do something with that, but I mean, the Lucian's 3 items too with Emilio. It's not like they don't have their own Enchanter 80 carry combo to play around.
Exactly it, 2 minutes till the next dragon. It's slowed down a little bit here, but again, you've still got to deal with the fact that the Rise in the Pantheon are fishing in the enemy jungle, looking to overload, and that means that poor old Honku has to be afraid. Look, yeah, Honku is what he's thinking about, to try and walk behind with JJ and the Pantheon off is what they're thinking, trying to catch someone on entrance into the jungle with some wards as well, potentially.
I do wonder when the culling's going to come out from Elk. Choosing your target is very important. You don't want it to get soaked by a Lulu shield if you want, but if it's onto Gala, then it tends to make a bigger difference there. Elk wants to tag that W if possible right there. Good damage. There's your culling.
Oh, the wild growth is not enough, and Gala got annihilated. What do you look at that one? The culling comes on through, and he's cattle to be slaughtered.
Exactly. The Lulu is not saving the first target. There's too much damage now. The 3-item Lucian shreds Gala, who, I mean, he's trying to contest in this mid lane, but he has been outdone by Elk. Elk and Hung doing better than Gala and Vampire in this game. They're going to go straight towards the Baron. Now, this is a little bit risky. You can still potentially have Ginger getting that ult on and getting a minute suppress before the Milio comes through. I think Weibo want the fight.
They're going to look for that public execution, get onto Xiaoxi. The Grand Starfall comes behind, can look to jump over the wall here. There is a flash available and a fully stacked passive. Throws out the Comet Spear instead. Ginger gets to drive with the wall, will likely die. Zucker with the Repudiate, with the healing, murders everyone. They're trying to get something to the backside. At least Honku gets a hold of one. The Rocket Bell is decent, but there's a flash on forward for another one of those Comet Spears to the back of the Emperor of Shurima's head.
Zucker flashes the Emperor's Divide in the fight too. It's all green lights for Weibo. They have a great set of side lane plays. They pick off JDG with the point and click. Sam, I don't like JDG's draft. I think they gave over too powerful a top side and they couldn't deny a competitive bot lane. Zucker gets his 1000th kill in stylish fashion here in the LPL by flashing over that Emperor's Divide in that fight. I'm sure we'll see a replay of it. Only Hung dying. Honku tried to go for a big shuffle, couldn't get it. We'll watch it again here because I thought this was risky. They were looking for the fight. They get the fight. It's a great ult onto the Rumble, who has to play defensively. Watch what happens on the back end of this fight here. Honku tries to go through, doesn't get it onto the Ambassador. He manages to survive through to a second round of cooldowns. Combos up with JJ, takes down the Rumble. Really well played from him. And see how JDG just can't keep their battle line solid. There's too much damage. They don't have enough to fire back to keep Weibo at bay.
And Honku decides to send his soldiers forwards towards Elk, try and get someone back through the barrier there, so then he doesn't have the view to escape. And I appreciate it, Honku. Like, if you don't kill Elk there, the Baron is gone. It's still gone, though, and that now means that there's now a Serpent's Fang in for Elk, who's not followed with the Infinity Edge. He just sees a lot of shielding and says, you know what? Someone's got to deal with that. It's going to be me.
Yeah, I mean, it's available for him. It's a good 4th item. Lucian does like lethality. For those of you who remember the lethality Eclipse build, which came through back in... Was that 2020, 21? It would have been Mythic items, so it would have been around 2020 to 2021, that kind of era. Or was it? No, it's 21 to 23 was the Mythic item, so it would have been sometime around that kind of timestamp.
When he wasn't Gale forcing.
Yeah. He had a lot of broken builds back then. I do somewhat miss having Lucian in the mid lane for that era too. Potential jump on bot side. Of course, JDG might look for a sweep to try and break open the Baron buff. Xiao, who does have flash, so quite hard for Honku to cleanly land that combo. Pushed into multiple lanes.
Elk gets to dash on full watch, dash away as he was taking some of that turret, or some of those turret plates. I'm going to praise that one. And we're getting a bit of an overload here, both side laners in the same side lane from both teams. Like, the thing is, I just don't think it stops this turret falling on down. I think the other thing is killing Xiaohu in any good order is very tough through the empowered Merc Treads, and the Seraphs, and the Thrower, Gala, just is not tanky. And this is the Yunara problem. I don't think Yunara scales as well as people think she does because she can never be safe when she's positioning aggressively.
Like this,
Realm
Warp to the top side.
and then they can look for this tier 2 up here.
Yeah, here's one we made earlier, the blue Peter from the blue man in the mid lane. Gets himself half the HP off the top lane. Great damage. Skarner, the Lulu doesn't save them. Skarner will have to go back to their hole in the ground.
Serpent's Fang does horrible things there to that poor Skarner. Honku at risk, just about survives there.
Actualizer was popped, which is why that was really scary. That Xiao Hu did a really good job this game. You know, the last time we saw him on the Rise, that was his bad game versus IG, game 1 in that series, where he didn't look good versus Mako's Tempered Fates. I think Mako had a great series even in the loss there. Actually, he's had a great split in general.
Yeah, his bard's been horrifyingly good, yeah.
You know, Xiaohu and Mako, both players which we're seeing today, both debuted in 2015 January. It has been 11 years since these legends of the scene have started playing. And, you know, Rise has been forever one of Xiaohu's best champions because, as you're saying, Sam, he's one of the best side laners of all history. I think before we saw the Maokai meta of 21 and 22, Xiaohu, I mean, even during them, you needed to play Maokai versus this man because the extra saplings gave you the extra half wards to spot what the hell he was doing on the map. He just read the map better than anyone else. Maokai legitimately individually nerfed Xiaohu. He's like, what do you mean they've got like an extra like 4 wards on the map compared to what they should normally have?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this was a guy who role swapped top for RNG because they didn't think they had a good enough top laner available. Played Gnar and Syndra top and was still an absolute
Lucian
force.
top lane.
Yes.
Lucian and Syndra top lane. One of the best Lucian top lanes of all time. I'm pretty much the only Syndra top player of all time too. Won an international event. The only player to ever win an international event in multiple roles. Now, he's I'm not going to call it the twilight years of his career because we don't know where his career will end up. But there was a point in 23 and 24 where we thought, Xiaohu, you're done. I think before they had their glow up in 23 going towards Worlds, I thought, well, he's not looking great. And then, hang on, there's an ult wall stops, and that's just for a wave again there, just checking if someone was around there. And then 2024, before Worlds as well, start of summer, Xiaohu hit the worst floor I've ever seen from his career. Then they brought Tarzan into Wavo. Things went much better. They made it to a semifinals, got knocked out by BLG on the way to BLG's 5-game finals loss to T1. Xiaohu has always managed to bounce back, even when I thought he'd hit a new low. He's done fantastic at keeping himself relevant within the LPL scene. Is he the top mid lane anymore? No. I don't think he's necessarily, you know, at the laning level he was before. I don't think he's necessarily at the macro and clutch playmaking level he was before. But he has kept himself in the conversation, which is a damn sight better than almost any other mid out there.
Infinity Edge done for Elk, Deathcap for Rise. We've got ourselves a dragon spawning in roughly a minute, and that would be Soul for Weibo, who have been playing this one slow, steady, not giving JDG the option to come back into this game.
On the other side, you know, Honkyu, only the second year of his Tier 1 career, technically played a couple of series at the end of 2024, but we don't really count that. But yeah, Honkyu, you know, played a magnificent 2025, one of the only couple of players alongside Junja who made it to every international event in 2025 with the CTBC Flying Oysters. And we've been waiting to see what they can do in LPL. Came second last split. Junja, the heart and soul of this team in both the positive and negative ways. Soul up in 20 seconds. Can they make a clutch play? It looks pretty hard from this goal disadvantage and the compositional disadvantage against that Milio as the Skarner.
Watch the rumble. Theoretically on a decent angle. El caster relentless pursuit. Oh, Zucker. Zucker got himself a Sundering Slam to give himself another Drake counter step and gets out there. Heal was burned by Vampire.
Xiaoshu on the flank. He's spotted there aside the brush. Elk is really using the range advantage.
Oh, that's nasty. Shield bolt in, and the Skarner is not tanky.
I thought that JDG would have the range advantage, but because Lucian is so ungodly strong, he's actually just one-manning the range advantage for Weibo. Typically, the Equalizer, the Unara W, and being able to slide forward should give them the advantage. That's not been the case, Sam. It's Ocean Soul to Weibo. They'll use yet another Realm Warp to 5-man over towards the Baron. JDG have been comprehensively beaten in Game 1.
They really have, and I think this then starts raising questions. All of this prior on the Unara Lulu. If you can start answering it with things like the Ashe Seraphine, with things like this Lucian Milio potentially that's coming out of the woodwork as well, how much prior do you keep on it? Because I am not entirely pleased here with what this is supposed to be doing. Again, it's not that simple, but it was still a one early stage of the game from that, and then the top side of the map became a problem. You early locked the Unara Lulu. You, on the other side for Weibo, hyper-prioritize Ambessa, Pantheon, Rise. They win that side of the map for you. A later Lucian Milio means that even with all the prior win draft to get rid of some of these bot lanes in this Game 1 scenario, you still couldn't find a way to get the Unara Lulu a guaranteed win. Gala eats a culling, as does Junja. They're both down to under a third. Good God, this Lucian hurts.
Yeah, that's the double tap with Vigilance. Essence Reaver critting with Infinity Edge at level 17. Denies the shield with the Serpent's Fang. Yeah, that sounds like a Warhead dropped on your front lawn. That'll happen. Turrets going down in mid and top lane JDG. They've not been able to find a good engage the entire game. No. Elk has just danced through them.
Man, that's just not it, is it? Gala tries to clear out this wave desperately again, but I think the other thing I've got to give real credit to for Weibo is they're forcing Gala to ult defensively to get his dash, and then just not fighting him. letting it time out and then going, okay, what do you do now?
Xiao, who's going to get jumped onto him. Maybe he can do enough here. Where's the actualizer? Very, very good.
Oh my god! Oh my days! Have to flash. Gala just about gets it, but the other side, John just left low. Zucker is in the back of the enemy base, forces a flash out of Honkyu. Gala's also desperately low. The healing just about there to keep him up. I thought Xiaohu was about to pop him.
Yeah, me too. The Wild Growth saves them. The CC, as much as the healing itself. The Seraphs, I don't think they expected that level of shield, but level 18 Rise will do that. They finally take down the Rise. Oh my god, the Lucian will do a lot of damage. Back, here comes Honkyu.
He doesn't have the shuffle, so he's just gone really deep. Junja tries to impale, doesn't land it. Flash away, Hung gets that one. Elf does go down. Flash is late. That's a nice slide forward on those soldiers with the shiftings. And Zucker in the backline, though. You forgot about the Ambessa. There's to drive into the wall. JJ does come back, though, with the GA. Zucker has got a cozy campfire on. That extends his auto range. Remember, there's a grand starfall. Vampire is going to have to back away. There is no Yunara. That's a big part of your DPS. Honkyu, no flash, no arm guard, no ult. They can't look for more. Weibo will be stalled here briefly, but this is still a dead inhibitor turret, make no mistake about it.
And the waves are still going to crash in. Xiao, who's going to be alive again now, can get back quite quickly with the Realm Warp if he wants to. 30 seconds on Gala and Junja. No flash, and Honkyu does have the ult. You might just one-shot him too with the Ambassador and the Pantheon. Zucker with the Ocean Soul can just keep healing for forever.
Can he gets polymorph, but then afterwards it's the public execution. Vampire stays alive with that Wild Growth, but hops away from the turret aggro. Does Zucker left low? Xiaoshu flashes for it, and they end up going just that little bit deep. One Nexus turret down, all inhibitor turrets down, but the game keeps rolling.
Yeah, Rise just ended up Realm Warping to try and get to that play too, so a bit faster than loose from Zucker. His first death of the game now too. JDG, can they survive round to the Elder? It's a good play from Gala and Vampire. Vampire flashes to get in range for the Wild Growth. Very nearly doesn't save him, actually. I think if Rise had actually flashed early, just straight up kills him.
Yeah.
So Xiaohu, a bit disrespectful. I don't think he realized the threats he was under there. Then Elk gets into poly range. I don't think he needed to do that with the cozy campfire. So Elk flashes late as well. Ends up sticking around trying to avoid this. Elk, mistake from him. Because about here, could have flashed out of range quite easily, I think. So, mistake from Xiaohu, I can kind of understand, but if he flashed early, he would have lived. Elk, you probably should just not die there. You have flash, don't throw your life away like that. And then, of course, in the base again, Zucker goes under the turrets, and he's the one which goes too fast. So that's 3 not great moments there from Weibo. They're still 10k ahead. They still have Soul. JDG is still probably losing this. That's a little flimsy there from Weibo.
GA just bought by Elk, by the way, of course. And again, still a lot of things that were burned there by JDG. There were arm guards, there were flashes. And again, Gala is just significantly more vulnerable. Tries to jump onto Zucker. He is quite scary on this Yunari. He's got an enchanter behind him. It's just, can he find 1v1s? It's so hard. Really guarantee gets sped up.
There's a GA on Elk, which is really going to hurt them too. Zucker, no flash, does have a GA there too. So they have 2 GAs to work with there. Elk takes some damage, but again, he can actually revive again.
Does get the speed up there with that Kanmei step. Gives Gala a bit of speed up. Junja left low, not quite down. The last bits of autos, not there. We got to get back to the Fountain. One Nexus turret between JDG and a very, very fragile looking base.
Where is the equalizer? Xiaoxu level 20 might be able to do something with that. Elk pushing the other way, but tutorial. Here comes the Starfall.
And the Grand Starfall after they've blown up the Yunara. She can't cultivate anymore. That Dantian is shattered. The Nexus turret's full. Very appropriate Wuxia references. We're in the LPL and Weibo will bring down JDG in this first game.
JDG, I think, just outlaned and outdrafted Sam. I think that the macro was a lot better from Weibo around side lanes, and Junja couldn't really make anything work. Felt like there was no real go button for the side of JDG. They struggled with the Milio, kind of denying the Skarner besides that one mistake from Hung in the mid lane. Weibo, solid game for them. No, super solid game for them. They came off a win versus Invictus Gaming just the other day. They're definitely a team which we're getting to see some of the better side of after a not great start from them. There we go. JDG down another game. Just lost versus NIP yesterday. We thought maybe 2 back-to-back series. Maybe they prep more for Weibo than they did for NIP. Well, they got blasted by NIP, and they got blasted by Weibo here in game 1. That's not a good look from them.
It's really not. Okay, folks. 2 things from you guys. Number 1, follow if you haven't already. Very easy. We're kind of edging towards 11,000 followers. That's kind of cool. Hit that follow button. You know you want to. I see there's like 180 odd of you in here. So anyway, some of you haven't hit that follow button. I know it. Hit that button. Number 2, if you like what you're hearing, and why wouldn't you? We're pretty great. Do consider throwing out a subscription or donating to the Ko-fi link. It's a great way to support myself and Nymaera. I'm Initialise. That's Nymaera. We are brothers. I'm literally Alex's older brother. Hi. We cast League of Legends together. We've been doing this since 2020 from various different levels all the way up to LEC and beyond, and down here, of course, doing this amazing co-stream for you guys as well, which is really cool. But it does mean at the minute, with no official broadcast gigs really for either of us right now, we're reliant on all of you back home to keep us in business, and that means any support you have got available to you means the world. A lot of other streamers, you can throw that sub to someone with 10,000 subs, and that's great. But to us, it means a huge deal. It means our ability to keep doing this. So actually, if you're kind of debating where to throw that Prime sub this month, here's a great spot. Really is, especially if you are an enjoyer of the LPL or us in general.
Cool. By the way, Nadal Pixel and Goosey, we appreciate all of you for those follows as well, which in that last game as well. Sam, can I request a coffee? I think you said you had to step out now.
I do
cool.
indeed, yes.
No worries, cool. It's that'll be, so I'll be finishing off this series alone, which is fine by me. If I could get that coffee, that'd be wonderful. Let's grab this chair out of here too, so I've got a bit more space to work with. And we'll get into that, well, the last part of this series. I'm gonna put on a quick ad break, folks, and then we'll wait to see who our player of the game is. Holy shit, that's a 45% damage share from Elk. That is nuts. That is nuts. Well, I guess he was the one just constantly firing Cullings forwards, but yeah. Insane game from Elk. In terms of MVP, I mean, it probably is Elk, isn't it? I was thinking it might be JJ for like really consistent ults. Oh no, don't zoom in on this. No, 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 no. They get that kick. That's really funny. That is. You're gonna show the failed missed ult. Oh my god, they're actually gonna put him on blast. They're actually gonna put him on blast. He did it too early. He mistimed it. Oh, that's funny as hell. I can't believe that Hung did that. Oh, Shamrock, thank you so much for the Kofi. Appreciate you. Thank you. Really appreciate you. Thank you. LPL English casting forever. Appreciate it. 40 euros. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Well, that's our groceries. Thank you so much. Dodoka, thank you so much for the sub as well. Subscribe for 6 months. Why exactly does Yorick see such decent success in pro play if he's such a low MMR skewed champ? Is he just a Jace counter? Well, I don't think he is a low MMR scale champion. I think that once you get up to higher levels of play, it becomes a lot about knowing that you have a low HP bar but can still win. Very tight cooldown timings where you need to be like playing off of the split second of every Q cooldown. Gotta make sure the Nymaera Umas get good hay. So funnily enough, Sam and I, Vasu, Angie, Joseph and Harold have a D&D campaign. Vasu runs it. And we got our horses for the campaign, and we get to name our own horses. So my horse is named Saiyan Sky, and Joseph's is named El Condor Pasa, and Sam's is known because there's no such thing as Christmas in D&D. It's Solstice Augury instead of Christmas Augury. So yeah, Sam has Solstice Augury cap. I have Saiyan Sky, and Joseph has El Condor Pasa. Very funny, very witty. I approve. me just check back to the volume of the last game, see if that was okay or not. JDG does get player of the game. I thought he might too. Yeah, volume was good in the last game. Volume's good. I think we fixed out a lot of our audio issues. I think putting a limiter on obviously really helps. His name is Initialise and he approved of this human name. Yeah. JDG is done. I mean, look, they're a very well coached team. I'm sure they'll slump. I'm sure they'll come back from it. You know, every team that's come back from first stand has had some worse moments, right? At least in the regions which I've been watching. What buffs or nerfs need to happen for us to have AP junglers again? You need AD mid laners. You need consistent AD mid laners. The problem about mid lane is that there aren't any consistent like AD mages or something like that which consistently puts out damage, meaning that you can safely play AP junglers. When you think about when AP junglers were at their best, you do think about like Diana and like Lucian Diana, maybe Yone, I guess, too. But you need champions, and of course you had like the Corki Tristana meta too. You need basically consistent physical damage sources from mid lane, and that's just not something you get in mid lane, because if you have consistent physical damage, it's an AD carry most of the time. You don't have that many. I mean, how many ranged physical DPS sources which are not AD carries do you have? Not that many. I mean, Jace somewhat counts, but he's a poke mage. But when Jace is strong, he's good for that. Lucian is an AD carry. Tristana's an AD carry. Corki's an AD carry. Yone is melee range, so can definitely get counted, and he's obviously a hard champion to play in a bunch of lane matchups. Trainmate is an AD carry. Let me just go through the champions. Let's have a look. So what consistent physical damage sources can you get there? Akshan is an AD carry, very hard to play. Ambas is melee. You don't want melees for everything, right? You want ranged physical DPS sources which are consistent damage output and have good laning phase. AD carry. Belveth is no, it's too low range. Melee. What is a ranged physical damage source with consistent damage output that's not an AD carry? Ezreal. You can sometimes play Ezreal mid, but he's an AD carry too. Gangplank has bad lane matchups and is very hard to play. But Gangplank's bad against mages. Mages kill him. Gnar has bad matchups into mages. Graves is actually okay at points, but he's hard to play in team fights. Hecarim's melee. Illaoi needs very specific setup. Aurelia's melee. Jackson Jarvan. Well, Jarvan used to be okay with Q-Poke, actually. He was actually okay at that point. Jhin used to be okay mid at points, actually. Melee. What is a ranged damage source what's a ranged physical damage source in mid lane that isn't an AD carry? Well, I mean, I guess it could be an AD carry, I suppose, but... This is why it's really hard to play AP junglers. You need a consistent physical damage output. Urgot is actually not a bad shout. Urgot's actually okay. Kled can sometimes be played. Kog'Maw's AP if he's played mid. Lee Sin is too hard to play in most compositions, and the lane matchup. Lane matchups are okay. If he has good wave clear and good sustain, he's actually alright. Lucian used to be great, obviously, but then they've nerfed his individual power. Master Yi is melee, very easy to disengage, despite him being really good into some champions like Ivan. Ivan just can't play against him. Nefiri used to be okay. Actually, Nefiri was actually okay at points with Q-Poke. That's okay. Nasus is magic damage when he's actually ranged. Olaf loses against mages too hard. You need to lane against mages. Piker can't play solo lanes anymore. He doesn't have wave clear. Kiana's level 1 is awful, very hard to play. Wins an AD carry, doesn't have great matchups versus mages. Rek'Sai mid doesn't have a long enough lane to make much use of her tunnels and mobility. Renekton mid is actually okay at points. Should maybe see some more of that, but struggles into a lot of mages again. Rengar doesn't have the bushes. Riven... Maybe there's a wrong angle for Riven? I don't know what our matchups are like right now. Maybe there's an angle for Riven. Samira, no. Senna, no. Set gets disengaged for forever. Shen hates mages because his W doesn't do anything. Don't know about Shyvana. Sion mid is actually okay. Sion mid's actually okay. Smolder's good. Smolder's good. You can play Smolder mid still, although not great into everything. Hey Sam, I was just talking about AD mages. Basically AD mages, and can they work mid? Well, they just aren't.
Away with Tristan.
Well, it's bad versus mages is the thing. Is Mundo mid possible? No, really bad early levels.
Does Tristana come back with a potential static shift?
She's not on.
Blades?
I mean, static shiv. Well, the problem is that's going to get nerfed for everyone but on hit at that point, and she doesn't have on hit. Teemo White might weirdly be okay at some points, but not in mid lane. She's too bad against mages. Tristana can be played at some points, just not all the time. Tryndamere is actually not bad in some matchups, but you need to be very good at it nowadays. ADTF might make a comeback. Urgot might actually not be bad in some cases, but doesn't love mages too. Varus, if you're going to play at mid lane, probably needs to go Dusk and Dawn. Anyway, you see the point, right? There are very few AD consistent picks which work in mid lane right now. Consistent damage mid laners from range. You're basically picking an AD carry mid at that point. And you're looking at like, yeah, Yone, maybe a Lucian, maybe a Jace. Zed can be okay against Aurora. Yeah, Zed can be okay versus Aurora, but I look down the list and I'm like, if I'm looking for an AD champion with consistent damage output at range with a good laning phase, there are very few champions. Which means that you have to play very risky compositions which allow you to play like Yasuo Diana or Yone Lilia. Lucian's gone from mid lane. Tristana's been nerfed too much in a lot of her key matchups and meetings as well. Her runes as well. Hey Sam, do you mind getting you a chair out of my room? I don't think he heard me. He also didn't close the door too. But I do appreciate him bringing me a coffee, which is fine. I appreciate that. So we're getting towards game 2 of JDG Weber. Anyway, it's a long answer to that question. Teemo is Teemo. Yep. But I hope you find that as like an interesting conversation where in pro play, I'm not saying that's always the right thing, because I think you can play some riskier champions mid lane. However, I do think that you need mid laners particularly look for consistent, so safe champion, good laning phase, especially right now with jungle being so important to get ahead. You want safe, strong mid lane laning phase with good damage like consistent damage output if it's all possible. At range, typically. That's most of the time. Without even going into stuff like side lane matchups. It used to be really powerful when you had, I think when they reworked like Kraken Slayer and a couple of the other items to give you just a ton of move speed and stats. Like Kraken Slayer was really, really good on Tristana Lucian for a bit. What about Caitlyn mid? 2 mobile. 2 mobile self-CCs herself and is actually outranged by mages. You know, if you go Victor versus Caitlyn, Victor just hits you with an E and then you can't really play after a while. Also, his Q trading is really nice. Caitlyn is really good in 2v2 when someone can CC for her trap. That's the other thing about Caitlyn in mid lane. In mid lane, your trap doesn't do anything. In a 2v2, someone CCs them and then you get a trap afterwards, consistent, very, very strong. She has been balanced around the fact that if she gets consistent traps at the bot lane, she does crazy damage. She's not balanced around the fact she's not balanced around not having traps. Did I run adverts? I think I did, right? I did. Cool. Nice. Pro play should also not be confused with solo queue. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can just play stuff like Talon, Kiana Zed in solo queue. Lucian mid range problem. Lucian had a lot of his power and laning phase removed because now a lot of his damage comes from his passive, which is activated by allies, not himself. It gets it's when people get hard CC'd or when he gets healed and shielded. Onto the rift, onto the stage we go though in Beijing, and we might have 2 days in a row where JDG get blasted. Hey Sam, I'm gonna have to go close the door. 1 second, folks. I'm gonna have to go close the door and make sure that the share's out of my room. Okay, let's get Sam back down for JDG versus Weibo. Weibo came in as underdogs today, however, they did just win versus IG, and JDG lost versus NIP. So we don't think that JDG are on peak form right now. They're definitely not playing as though they're top 2 team within the league. They do have Tabe, a very talented coach. However, Weibo looks like they're starting to get their act together a little bit, even with Hung making some misplays there and there. Elk looks like he's playing on good form. Xiaohu, if he plays like that again in the macro, if JJ plays like that again in the macro, Weibo have themselves a strong possibility of 2-0ing the series. So we shall see. We shall see if they have that in them today. JDG, Junja Dice Gaming.
Junja didn't really have an ability to play that last game. I really don't get the Skarner. I think the Skarner was obviously going to go into Emilio, and it obviously made them very, very unhappy. Let's get into it. Weibo, JDG. Clean feed just stuttering just a little bit. Just refresh it there as we get into draft for game number 2 of the series. That is interesting. The sound is now gone. There we go. Cool. I'll skip ahead just in a second there. Right, okay, into the picks and bans. Rumble is gone. Karma, still one of our big power picks. We still have Varus on the table. Varus could be very important here. So we'll see whether that makes it through the draft. It's going to be JDG with first pick for the first time this series. Yes, because they didn't have it in the first game as well. Hippie, thank you so much for the Ko-fi donation. You are very, very kind. I'll check that in just a second as well. Very much appreciate all the support that we get on the channel. Keeps us doing what we're doing, and we hope you enjoy it. And enjoy your stay here as well. Bot lane, no Ezreal Bard. Chance of an Ezreal in general. Very cool Syndra cosplay there. The Spirit Blossom one. The Varus is that last ban. What are our prime picks right now? Aurora, Vi, Shinzao. Aurora, Vi, Shinzao. In terms of bot lane, Corki Nami. In fact, Weibo might even lock Corki Nami on 1-2. That might be the play. Lock the Corki Nami on 1-2 if they lock in the Shinzao. Oh, Nocturne. Okay, good for Junja. I think you just Corki Nami here. Nami's good into Nocturne. He jumps in, you separate him from the rest of his team. So I think you look for the Corki Nami. Yeah, easy as you like. This time Weibo switching it up because last game focused very heavily on top side. JDG locks in early bot lane. I actually think that second pick gives you a lot of value in that because you can double lock in your bot lane very quickly. So JDG, they can go Aurora, they can go Annie. It's powerful. If you go Ezreal, go Ezreal Seraphine, I guess. It's not a winning lane. Ezreal Nico, it's not bad. I mean, Nico Nocturne is good, but you're not winning the bot lane as a duo. The Corki Nami will beat you early. Well, they're expected to beat you in lane. What do you do in jungle now? Do you lock Shinzao for JJ? Looks fine to me. Anything else you'd want in that jungle role? I think it's just Shinzao lock, isn't it? Anything else important for them? Because he could lock someone like Renekton away from Xiaoshu. Or Gnar and then ban the Renekton. Choose something lower tier in the jungle. Oh, they go Annie. Okay. So now you're going to ban away Aurora and then maybe Renekton from Xiaoshu. You have last pick. You can counter pick top lane. You can ban away some safe blind picks. So you can ban away Renekton from top lane. JDG will ban away Shinzao. I mean, JJ's got a large champion pool. We expect him to have something in the pocket, but what does he have? Can he survive through another set of jungle bans? You're going to get Shinzao removed. Maybe Wukong removed as well. Maybe he goes to Neferi at that point. It could be a Neferi angle for JJ because being the Annie works well with you. Something that Zeus was saying, by the way, is that Annie feels really good in Enchanter meta because, and then going on from that, Annie is good in Enchanter meta because she kills the Enchanter, and if you have an Enchanter, you bring the engager that they don't. So Annie gains a lot of power when you have stuff like Nico Nami, although Nico is the engage factor in this place too. Rammus would have been better than Skarner, maybe because I main Rammus. Rammus would have been fun, but it still would have been cleansed away from it and probably been not very good. Oh, wow. That's such a cool Elk Lucian drawing. Whoa. Some very talented artists in the crowd there. Neferi banned away from JJ, actually. Yeah, that probably would have been the better pick for him. Then they ban away the Shinzao and he has to go towards a Wukong, maybe. Does that sound good? That's so cool. Did they draw that in the break or did they have that already? They have the Elk Ezreal. They have the Elk Lucian. That's so cool. Dude, I love it when fan arts in the crowd. I love that. I know that LEC has some very talented fan artists as well, as does LCS. I love these. And LJL has a ton too. Lots of very cool Japanese artists painting for their teams there. The Mel banned away from Honky. Surprised about that. I don't think it's fantastic versus the Annie. But I guess it's okay actually. Stops your Q poke being as annoying. The Gnar banned away from Zuka. So now do you lock in just Shinzao now for JJ? It's up and available, right? Doesn't win. Wow, dude, that girl. Come on, you just left him hanging. Was that the real like? Oh my god. Okay, so Shinzao blind locking. Oh, that's different. We're seeing a bit more of this come back. Please, come on, please, JJ Lee Sin. Please. We get JJ Lee Sin! Oh, that's so cool. Regline, thank you so much for the sub as well. JDG, thinking about the mid lane matchup. Syndra, pretty good into the Annie. Not, well, mixed matchup versus the Lee Sin, because if you don't hit the stun, he really, really kills you. Renekton for Xiaoshu are tried and tested. There's no Gnar into it either. That's pretty good. Does Zuka have to go back to like a Cassante at that point? That feels not fantastic for him. I don't want to see him on tank duty. I think you need some extra damage when you have the Annie's mid lane. Renekton for Xiaoshu. He's the best Renekton player in the LPL, I think. Last pick for JDG. Need mid lane. Syndra's not bad here. There's a lot of squishies. The Aurora is more consistent, has better escapes. That'll be the pick. Harder for Lee Sin to pick off as well because you have your E dash, your W dash, and your ult to get away from CC as well. Last pick for Weibo into the Renekton top lane. What has Zuka got? Does he just pick Cassante? I wouldn't love that. Kennen would be fun. I'd like a Kennen actually, although there's a lot of AP on the team. Sion, I guess it's similar in terms of the front to back. It's a good way to just have another engage factor. I don't love him being on tank duty, but if it's a safe lane, it's a safe lane. Not great combo with the Lee Sin is my worry there. So that's our drafts locked in. JDG, Nocturne, Nico, very strong. Nocturne, Renekton, very strong at one item. That's going to be a very strong top lane. I'm a little bit worried for the mid lane matchup. The Annie can really hurt the Aurora. And I'm a little bit worried for the Corki Nami just blasting you too. If Elk plays well with the Nami, that's rough. That is rough. Gonna go into a quick ad break so you guys don't get ads during the game. If you don't want adverts, please subscribe. We appreciate your support, Latame. Thank you for Dodoko. Thank you for Reckline. Thank you for everyone else that's subbed along the way as well. And of course over on the Ko-fi as well. Appreciate you, Hippie. Appreciate you, Doc Shamrock as well. You're all very, very kind. We couldn't do this without you, and we enjoy doing it. It's just for you as well. Wouldn't do this without the audience. Coaches, going to fist bump. Let's get our way onto the stage. Not the stage, the other one, the Rift. Yeah. Thank you, Katari. Clean feed just having a little bit of a stutter there again. It's no mind. So those Gyos. Oh, the guy. I love this guy. He is my favorite of all the crowd chancers. That guy alone would make me, like, I want him to lead me into battle. Not a good Molten Shield from Shao. Oh, it does actually block the Q2, so that's fine. Get some reflect damage back onto Hung Q as well. Although the level 1 not going as well for him as he would have liked. Next Q is missed, so he's got a bit more safety in lane now too. Does get hit by the return of the Q though, which is episode 3 of course, return of the Q. Wait, no, that's episode 6. Damn. Early levels, Scarlet and Vampire taking heavier trade against them. They have the wave control. Lee Sin's pathing away from them. That's why Hung and Elk aren't pushing as hard for this. Do get the Frost Bomb on target for Gala. Good W there from Hung as well. I think they were just pinging out to see if there was an extra ward in there. Elk misses 1 minion for pushing for the level 2 now as well. Q gets a little bit of damage in there. The Aerie shielding up a bit for Elk. Level 2 hit from Gala and Vampire there. Elk hits the level 2 though. Barrier used because, yeah, that Gatling gun is really nasty. You can see that Elk and Hung could have pushed harder. They chose not to. They chose to trade heavier on the level 2 because they know that the jungle is not going to be on side. They know that JJ is gone for the quick reset, actually. Good Frost Bomb accuracy from Elk. It does matter quite a lot. You know, and in the 2v2, Gala and Vampire this week haven't been that good. They've been fine. They haven't been that good. Ginger does get the double camp leash here. Wolves and blue buff at the same time. Ezreal's backing early. A little bit low HP, burned both the pots and the barrier. As we said, early reset from JJ after 3 camps to get himself a longsword so he can fight a little earlier into the game. Of course, Lee Sin right away from level 3 is really, really strong at doing anything on the map. Zuka doing fine at soaking the minions here. Xiaoshu, though, very, very good Renekton player, as we've said. He'll be more than fine here. See if he can actually transfer a lane lead into a win with this champion, as he often does. Xiaoshu might go down, use the... oh, he might have faked that out, actually. I think he fakes out the fact that he might have gone for a... Phaelite's use there with that ward. And now that means he might have a ward put down slightly later. Bot Scuttle going to be taken by Junja as JJ takes the top one. What's JJ do now? Not that much for him left to do. Could walk forwards for a stun onto Honku. Q on target. No, doesn't choose to fire it. Raptor respawn. Junja takes the bot side Scuttle. They spot him out there, importantly. Corki and Ezreal both gone for that first reset. And they have a tier each, although Elk got to back slightly later on. So he ends up getting a refill alongside that too. Has the triple tonic. Good trade there from Zerka onto Xiaoshu, although the Empower Q will be coming soon. If he gets it onto Zerka, I don't think he'll care too much. Can he walk past and get himself the plate? No, he can't, because Zerka ends up channeling that Q. We'll get on the next bit of it, though. In fact, there's even a potential of a kill there. He had the Empower... Oh, he didn't have Rage. Nah, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. JJ goes towards his camp resets on bot side. First reset coming in from Junja. Even game, no plays happened so far. Stun landed from Xiaoshu. Good electrocute trade onto the Aurora. Electrocute traded back. A couple of auto attacks with the passive. Coming through, even in mid lane so far. Both lane, every lane, pretty much even. Xiaoshu slight lead on the Renekton, but the wave is frozen by Zerka, so I'd imagine he has 1 or 2 more minions to put in. Yeah, this is basically even there too. Xiaoshu, big threat there. The extra damage. Xiaoshu has a potential kill angle here. The electrocute comes through, flashes forwards. One last auto doesn't do the job. Flash for flash in mid lane as the camera stuttered about a little bit. Honku ends up living. Unlucky from Xiaoshu not to get the kill there. Jump forwards from Gala, gets hit by that Gatling gun from Elk. Q only gets the single pop onto Elk there. Very surprised Honku lived through that. Ended up just about surviving. Must have been a pot ticking over. Stars a pot in inventory, actually. Might have bought that pot for the next bit of the laning phase. Root missing. Doubly missing 2. Good dodge away from Elk and hung as well behind him. Again, laning phase going well for them. Elk having a great time with that. Level 6 hit from both top laners. Mid laners soon to hit that afterwards as well. Another good stun there. Hits level 6 just before Honku. Hits level 6 just after that. Still down to pretty low HP. The Molten Shield can be cast onto the Tibbers there. Honku has the level 6 to escape if he wants to. Look, Nocturne's pretty good at walking over to these things and taking objectives early. You never really want to walk into a Nocturne. Really, really scary champion to walk into. Level 6 Scuttle Crab with that. I'm actually... Wait until the next bit of free time. I might reset the feed again because the clean feed's having a little bit of a stutter here. Potential jump into mid lane. That is a level 6. That's a bad time to put an advert on. That spooked the hell out of me, actually. Again, just going to quickly go for a quick reset. Just checking that we're all okay here on the clean feed side of things. Want to just make sure that we're not dropping frames, you know, things like that. Ult's in top side. Oh, turret shot came through. That's why it was scary there. Xiaoshu still had ult. Loses a lot of HP, though, for the trouble. Nasty that. Oh, Junja's on top side. Doesn't have ult, though. Ah, looking for the fruit here. There's 3 of the 5 there. Xiaoshu gets... But there does give you rage as well, I'm pretty sure, though. So it means that you can get your Renekton thingy-mabob, you know, resource. Junja level 6. JJ level 6. Of course, both of these junglers are the ones that were on the EDG Worlds roster that won 2021. JJ the starter, Junja the substitute. Junja didn't play any games at Worlds, but played 10 games in LPL Summer 21 to get them there. So for me, he was a key, crucial part of that roster. To me, he is a world champion. Is top esports for real this split with Jackalov back? Jackalov and TN. Important to mention both of them there. Yes, they are back. They're a strong team. Their laning phase is good. Domestically, top esports very good. And I understand the frustration with top esports and how they perform well domestically, but not internationally. I do understand that. Slight lead for Xiaohu here in the mid lane. Xiaohu should take priority as, you know, the more prolific of the two. Shotgun comes through from Honku. Junja, is he spotted walking across there? No, he's not. Oh, did they spot the jungle pet? Oh, that's so close.
No, they don't spot him moving across there. That might give them a false positive, or a false negative of, oh, he's definitely not there. On top side, on Grubs. JJ might walk up towards this anyway. Not really seen a Lee Sin play yet. Quite hard to do that onto the Aurora, as we were saying. No fight over the Grubs there. Don't think JJ really knows where to go on the map. Xiaohu, I think auto-attacks the wrong minion there. Okay, so all 3 Grubs are going to go over to JDG. That ward in mid lane, I suppose it wouldn't have necessarily told them anyway, but JDG having a very safe game here. Normally when I see a Lee Sin, I think the Lee Sin is the one which has to do something early. Vampire's walking over. Gets the smite onto the Scuttle Crab. Ward hops away from the Q. Gets himself Scuttle Crab there. A little bit of gold. Keeps even with Ginger. Quiet game. Especially with how explosive it was from Weibo with double globals before. 5v5s later, chat. What do you reckon? What do you reckon? What do you reckon? Because Sion Nami, very, very good in 5v5s. But I look at the damaging members of, like, Renekton, Aurora, Ezreal. They can all kill a backliner. Annie can sometimes, not all the time. I guess without the Enchanter, there's no extra shields coming through. There's no Milio, no Nami heal, no Lulu heals and shields. If Elk dies, I'm pretty sure Weibo just lose. So Elk can't die. There are 5 people who are going to be jumping onto Ezreal, onto the Corki. It means that JDG's job is not only simple, but also everyone can deal with that. Oh my god, good damage onto Vampire! I don't think he's safe there at all. Flash away. As we said, the Ezreal Nico can get out-traded by the Corki Nami, and I do think that the Corki Nami outscales too. The burst from this combo when you have the Tidecaller's Blessing is absurd. Didn't even need to use the heal from Hung there. Elk just turns and fight. He got hit by the skill shots first. That's not fair. Shield onto Elk stops some of that Ezreal ult damage coming through. Good rocket there from the Missile Barrage. Ease away from the bubble, but not before the CC connects. Ginger puts a ward. Does he put a ward over the back of it? He does. JDG haven't... Well, they haven't used the first Nocturne ult of the game either. Now, Renekton's 10 CS ahead, but it's not changing that much. No empowered W to break that shield there. Hexplay Infirm from Ginger now. Sundered Sky close from JJ. We did see some Eclipse builds on the Lee Sin, but I think Sundered Sky is better for the initial tankiness, even though Eclipse gives you more damage and the ability to get those shields midway through. Xiaohu not able to get out of lane yet. It's gone for the pen boots, not gone for the extra flashes with the cooldown boots. We sometimes see that from the Annie, just wanting as many flashes as possible. The pen boots are just, we want a one-shot. I get it. Particularly because you want to get as much damage outside of your Corki as possible. Oh, stun doesn't land there, or rather the W doesn't land. Scion, I thought there was a Scion for a second. I thought it was the sound effect of it, but it wasn't. It was a little bit off. Gala, a little bit up in terms of XP on Elk. Does have the Sheen as well. Elk hasn't backed for a while. Might end up being a problem for him. Nico, no flash. Can't use that to get in. Dragon started. Annie is going to be on vision. So Annie's going to be spotted here. JJ's here. Vampire doesn't have flash. Xiaoshu, is he going to teleport? I think this is a pretty good teleport angle. Here comes Annie. The Nocturnes come through. Teleport coming through. Elk is not here. Where is the Renekton? Ezreal gets first blood, but it's equalized out. Xiaoshu in the backline. Elk's already used the flash there. Can they disengage him? I'm not sure about that. Good damage onto Elk. The Corki is going to go down. Great teleport from Xiaoshu off of the ward placed from Ginger earlier. JDG get a great fight, denying vision with the Nocturne, allowing an unseen flank. Ezreal does survive, gets the kill. Elk does not, goes down, despite having a strong early game so far. He hadn't backed for a while either. I don't think anyway. I think he hadn't got all the stats he wanted. It's a good fight for JDG, an important one. You know, Vampire ends up getting the unseen angle. They knew he was there, right? It's a good set of flashes. Vampire doesn't get everything, but Xiaoshu goes down before he can really get... He doesn't even get the tibbers off, right? Xiaohu had flash as well. They all clumped up, got AoE engaged. Good engage, though, from Xiao. A good flank from Xiaoshu. In front of back, Weibo should win, but this is the thing about, you know, taking plays like that. They didn't have vision control. The Nocturne allows unseen flanks and engages. Good from Ginger to use that ultimate, and JDG get themselves good lead for the early game. You know, it's only 13 minutes in, 1,000 gold lead. You won't sniff at that. They get some really important summoners off too, because now Vampire's going to have his flash back up while Weibo don't have them.
And JDG's not really been able to do much. Can he go onto Honkyu? Honkyu did flash for that last plane. He doesn't have ult. They might be able to get onto him. There's the Warthog. There's the kick. There you go. The Bunny's put into the Warren. Goes down. Easy kill. JJ gets himself important kick. That kill onto Elk. He loves that extra gold, as we said. I almost wonder, by the way, whether Elk should go towards a tankier build this game. I think Shojin Ezreal still kills them and has less chance of dying. I think if he goes Triforce, Muramana, then into Shojin, I think that's a better build for him. I don't think he needs to go full burst. I think he needs to be survivable. I know that might sound a bit weird because he's the only damage source, but I think that he'll still do enough damage, I think. Wonder what you guys think in chat. Maybe just goes full burst and just hopes to burst people out anyway. Flash use from Lee Sin for that kill doesn't lead to crazy amounts. Xiaohu has his own flash, yet to use that. His Annie game the other day versus Renard was really good, actually. Black Cleaver, Muramana, Triforce. Yeah, Black Cleaver is part of that build too, but I think that Shojin gives you more upfront HP. Cooldown reduction on basic abilities is about the same. Shojin actually gives you more damage, I think, on the whole, because you're still a little bit mixed damage. Anyway, whatever. It means that your damage is increased by that 12%. Vampire does have flash again. There's a chance of Vampire just flash ulting soon because his timer is mistimed with the enemy teams, which is really dangerous for Weibo. Yes, you can kill the Nico while her flash is down, but if she has flash up, yours is down. Very easy to get that engaged. I think they're really looking for that. Weibo needs to be aware of that. Proto belt from Vampire 2 means that he's very ready to make a play. Good ward in the mid lane to make sure it's a little harder for JDG to come out of Fog of War. Jumping forwards there. Not bad, actually, from Elk. Good damage. Triforce auto. Bring Gunblade Corki back. Not so sure about that one. I do remember Gunblade Corki. It was a hell of a time. I'm not sure I missed that time, but just think, there we go. There's the flash. He doesn't use it. Doesn't use the flash. That's a mistake by Vampire. You should have flashed for that one. Thought he might catch him anyway. I think that's a mistake, chat. That was really important. You're not going to get another shot at that now before Elk's flash comes back up. I think that should have been an instant kill. Mistake from Vampire not to flash to confirm the CC onto Elk. Level 11 not there from JJ. Clone emoting in their faces. No ult. That's a big mistake. He should know that. As we were saying, desynced flash times. That was an important moment. Maybe just called off the play there. Zucker's going down to protect bot tower. JDG, look, they're still in a good game state, but they should have got the extra kill there. Should have been Herald. Now Herald can slam into a turret or use it as a battle herald. I think the battle herald could be crucial. That is really, really annoying voice lines right there. Maybe L just goes like GA at some point as build, something like that. Anyway. Still, 1.5k gold lead to JDG. Dragon in 30 seconds. Elk will have his flash back up for that. Gala will still have flash. I think his ult's going to be back up. It should be. Zucker doesn't have teleport. Does he just wander his way back down? I mean, Xiaoshu does have his TP. So what do you do now? Weibo slightly late on the map. JJ, first item for him, does have level 11 now, so it's the second level of kick. Gala needs to be careful there. Really not sure why he's stepping up. Ginger alone in river right now. Q landing onto the crab, and you don't beat Elise in with a Q smite. Very hard to beat that. Top lane, we're waiting to see what's happening with the teleport from Renekton. Herald in mid lane. So JDG forced out of river. Herald is used there. Can they get the full turret? A little bit off of the full kill right now. Charging it in. No way to stop that. It will be full mid turret. Okay, Weibo. That's pretty good in terms of map control. Aurora taking bot lane, but mid lane turret is more important. Lee Sin will use this to ride down to the dragon itself. There are really good teleport wards for the Renekton. JDG could give up a dragon if they want. Vampire has flash. Herald's ran back towards mid lane. They don't spot him. They still have the Nocturne as well. Lots of good wards. Double side lane push. Aurora took bot lane turret. Renekton's taking top side. Great teleport wards again. JDG are going to get a teleport here. They are teleporting now. Here comes that ultimate. Jam Vampire doesn't catch Elk again. Elk, he goes down. Elk is completely safe. Junja is alive by flashing. Xiaoshu goes into his ult. Full combo onto him. Flashes forward to go onto the Annie. Has his dice available too. Gala rolling forward. Xiaoshu kind of making up for the bad entry to the fight from Vampire. Elk, great damage from him, dodges out another Q as well, uses that barrier. Xiaoshu already used his flash. Dragon goes to the side of JDG. Not a good entrance to the play by Vampire, but Xiaoshu cleans it up. Good teleport angle again. Very good teleport angle again. JDG, not sure about this one. Kicks away the Nocturne. We'll try and get maybe back into the play. No. Honky missing that Q. JDG 2k ahead. Mountain Soul point. Bot lane not having the easiest time of things. Elk is having a good game. Xiaohu focused out again. Now, right here, it's really good from Junja. From everyone else. Doesn't catch Elk, sorry. Doesn't catch Elk in the play. Dies immediately. Flash away from the Ezreal ultimate. Xiaoshu, very good play from him. Gets a great teleport angle with Junja there too. Means it's very, very hard to deal with Renekton at this point. If they get Mountain Soul, that's nasty as hell. Gala, I didn't realize he flashed like that actually. Oops, my bad. If Vampire lands one big engage, this game does change. I think if he'd landed one of those big engages, JDG really are just running away with the game way more than they are right now. They're still in a winning position though. JDG, much better at playing out this game. Their team fights look a lot better around the objectives. 5v5s are one of their specialties. 5v5s in laning phase. That's where they get their bread and butter done, really. Xiaohu, not a good game from him on the Annie in game 2. We might be in for a 6-game day. First one of the split. Vampire in top lane. Do they count their minions? Xiaohu does have flash. Wants to save his stun so the Renekton can't just jump at him. JDG, I expected more from the Lee Sin. Maybe he can get himself to a point where he can, you know, just kick the Ezreal back into the team. Maybe that's what changes things. You know, 2-item Ezreal, very, very powerful. Not like Elk isn't as well, but Elk has to remain so safe. The vision control from JDG, particularly from Junja, putting wards behind the enemy team, has been the difference maker in these fights so far. Jumping up towards topside, Crystalline Overgrowth. I don't think they kill an Renekton here. The Nico and the Nocturne both heading topside. 3-man Ezreal. Ow! Romana tapping all of them there. Good plates. Molten Shield, also part of the Enchanter combo, remember, of course. Do they jump in here? No ult from the... No flash from the Nocturne. Jumping forwards. Elk is very, very low. They kill off the Nocturne. Here comes the Aurora. Gets a big ultimate. Does get onto Elk as well. Here comes Sion, though. Finally, we get the Nico ultimate. It's a winning fight from Weibo, though. The Corki's gone down, but I think the damage is done. JDG, they don't cleanly engage. Again, I don't know what's happening with the Observer, but Weibo are done with the fight. JDG lose a huge play, and that's right on Baron spawn. JDG, things were going so well for you. I think they've just lost the Baron off of an ill-fated top lane fight. They go so deep, but they don't have the Nico flash. Junja goes in too early, and they don't have the follow-up. It's not the world's fastest Baron take, but they'll get it. I think onto all 5 members. I think they can wait until Elk respawns. The disengage from Sion, just layering the Q over his teammates. The Nami makes the difference. Now, they jump forwards. Xiaoshu doesn't have the rage. The teleport's too slow from the Aurora, and Sion is teleporting into the play. The Ezreal isn't even there. No, Vampire isn't in range for the ultimate at the start of it either. The Sion flies in, and Xiaoshu can't make the difference either. That's a huge point, really. You know, Gala's not here at the start. It's a 4v5. Sion ends up full CCing the Renekton. It's a bad play by JDG. I don't think they expected everyone to respond so quickly, but there's no way you're getting everyone to the play there. That is a poor numbers calculation from JDG. So Dragon spawning in a minute. Baron's there from Weibo. They are going to give up top lane turret because they need to stick around bot side. You know, gold is even. JDG lost themselves their gold lead. Elk is close to 3 items. Well, no, he's not actually. He's not going to get 3 items for this fight either. Vampire has flash for this next fight. Elk doesn't. That could be crucial. JDG can still get themselves Mountain Soul. Weibo do not want to let JDG get that for free. Xiaohu has himself 2 items, clearing out this top wave here. Of course, if he... one of the big things is you can't press teleport. If Nocturne has closed off your vision, you need to be very careful about that. Turret in the bot lane taken down by Weibo. Careful not to go too quickly towards this. Annie teleporting early, not wanting to risk the play around the Nocturne ultimate. Vision control from JDG, not bad again. Xiaoshu does have a teleport angle. He has used that to win dragon fights earlier in the game. JDG has flash too. That Lee Sin flash kick, always a threat. They've managed to spot out clear out some of the warding angles. There is one just over the wall, as we've seen. Vampire spotted on the flank, does have that flash. So they know his whereabouts. Look at tanky as hell. E forced out a Gala. They spot out Vampire here. They end up using the Scion ultimate. The Nocturne ultimate turns off the lights. So they do that much with it though? No, not really. Good retreat into the place they know they've swept out the wards. Vampire on vision. They know he's there. Here comes the ultimates on the front side of it. Elk is caught. Elk is caught, but it's not that much. Xiaoshu onto the backline. They need to disengage. It's a kick over the wall. Nocturne gets the smite though on the Mountain Salt. It's JDG's. Xiaoshu back over into the play, but he's in by himself. Do they get the Corki? Yes, they do. The fight is won by JDG. They get the Corki down and the damage is gone. Vision control was better from Weibo, but not good enough. A triple kill to Hongqiu, despite the vision control being so much better. Baron buff denied. Weibo lose the Mountain Soul, and they just haven't controlled the vision around the objectives well enough. Lee Sin, it was a good kick. Now, Vampire finally catches out Elk. He gets him mid-Valkyrie. That's the first time he's done really anything this game. Vampire's had a really poor game so far. But this time he catches out Elk alone. I think it's a mistake to use the Scion ult here. I think the Scion ult used here is a problem. You needed to save that. And he doesn't get a great fight either. And now suddenly you're down your big Scion ultimate kind of denying space in a team fight. Renekton's on one flank, Nico's on another. Xiaohu gets spell shielded on his engage, which I don't think is the right target for him either. Xiaohu just not having a great game. No, the kick over the wall is good. That's pretty good. The smite from Junja is more important though. Gets the Mountain Soul. Xiaoshu gets back over the wall. Gala gets to kill off one person. It's a split fight. Corki goes down in the mess of it. They don't have damage left. Weibo have got to be kicking themselves, get themselves a huge fight into a Baron, but they don't get set up around Dragon. Mountain Soul to JDG. JDG back in the driver's seat, and it's much harder to win the game now. Much, much harder. Elk doesn't have his third item yet. 1,000 gold behind Gala. Xiaohu having a poor game here on the Annie. And despite the fact that Junja and Vampire have had not great moments in this game between the both of them, they have still been setting up the vision play to make the most of these objectives. Much better dragon control from the side of JDG. Third item from Gala has the Endless Hunger, gives him the extra ability to heal up through team fights. JDG on the Lee Sin, 4-1 and 5, yeah, strong individually, but it's much harder to make the most of this. Not going to be able to do much there as the Q lands onto the clone. Who's on Serpent Fang duty for Weibo? It's probably got to be Elk, I suppose. Get it in fourth. Going towards the LDR now. Thought JDG had screwed it with that Baron, but Weibo couldn't play the map well enough. Xiaohu really, really struggling to have impact in this game, and it means it truly is just Elk doing damage. It makes it so much easier for JDG to play the game. It's one of the worries we had about, well, one of the worries we had about the Scion, one of the worries we had about the Lee Sin. You know, if you had a Wukong instead, would that have changed things? Maybe, maybe not. Now suddenly, JDG, the stats which aren't shown on the scoreboard add to way more than a 3k gold lead. Junja's vision denial with that Nocturne ultimate has been more important than the ult itself, really, the actual dash itself. Allows Xiaoshu and Vampire much better ability to approach. Gala, only the one death for him in the game so far. 10 stacks for Hongqiu, solid Aurora game, not been the main character, but definitely a huge amount of damage coming out of that bunny. I think the Lee Sin was a mistake the more I think about it. You pick like a Scion Wukong, I think you're much happier. Put the spinning Cyclone on top of your AD carry, you're much happier there. I know that Wukong's not as popular, doesn't have the strong level 1 to 3, but they didn't use the level 1 to 3 that effectively anyway. Not in this case. Elk has the LDR, third item's very strong. If Elk has a good team fight, yeah, he has the damage to do a ton of work. Corki Nami scales very well, but it's just him. We saw this from IG against Weibo, where it looked like it was just Jachi against the world. Couldn't end up doing enough damage to carry the team. Single threat compositions just don't work that well nowadays. Q almost hitting there. Q landed onto JJ. Junja spotted here. Vampire has flash. Elk has flash. Both of them will be
Holding on to them for a big play later on. Elk would like to use that to survive. Elk, how is he going to survive, though? Does he have to go shield bow? I think he has to go shield bow. It's hard. Baron surviving. Clean feet just stuttering again really briefly. Hope that goes away soon. Zerka clearing out wards here. He's pretty tanky on the Scion, even though he's 2k down. Xiaoshu, though, the Renekton, the flanks have been crucial. They've probably been the biggest players of the game. Honky on an unseen flank as well. Weibo, they lose vision control here. We've seen what happens before. Vampire, ooh, forced to jump away there with the Proto Belt. Zerka, some damage onto him. Yeah, more than some damage. Quite a lot, actually. Puts that W on. No Leandries on Honky to threaten him, but he does have 3 items anyway. Tends to hurt quite a lot there. Baron started. If Weibo go to this, they have to go over vision control. That is not good. Teleport in from the Scion. Teleport. I mean, the Scion can face check pretty well. Good damage onto JJ there. Bit of healing from the Nami helps. Vampire on the flank. He has flash. Very good vision control from JDG. Weibo have been given a bit of a poison chalice to contest this. They spot the Nico on the flank there. JDG not able to use that vision control to land a killer play this time. Now the thing is, Elder's actually in 30 seconds. And if JDG give up one of those, I consider that a loss. So can Weibo somehow find a way to get, well, preferentially for them, the Elder? There's not that good vision control from JDG around the Elder. I think they were hoping to get a snap play, take Baron, and then the Elder. They weren't able to do that, so now Weibo can actually get to the Elder in time. I think the Weibo have a route to success here. JDG should be expected to win with powerful members and a Mountain Soul, but no, Lee Sin, Q onto the Dragon, has a GA, harder to kill him. That's powerful. Can JDG get the smite? Ginger, very good at smiting. Did get that last one, even against the Lee Sin. Lee Sin, one of the best objective securers in all time. Teleport back in from Renekton. Pushing up mid lane right now. Want Gala away from the play. Gala's very far away from the play. So JDG can't walk up here. Because Gala's too far, they can't do anything here. The mid lane push from Weibo is successful. Denies Gala the ability to do much there. JDG will be looking for the same dragon setup that they've done before, trying to have flankers on either side, make Elk use his defenses quickly so they can have a second follow-up to kill the Corki after. Xiaoshu spotted on the flank there. They catch out Vampire, he's gone! Crucial death for Vampire, who's struggled on the Nico in game 2. That's huge. One of the huge threats onto Elk is down. What do they do without the Nico? It's on Xiaoshu. Vampire, a poor game from him, sadly, in such a crucial, engaging threat. It does take the Annie engaged to do so. Elder getting taken down. Xiaoshu spotted here. Jie wards him off. Good, because Sun coming through onto Gala. The darkness comes through. Gala flashes away. That's a big ult use from that. Aurora tries to go onto Elk. Xiaoshu into the pit. Jeje, can they force him down into the GA? Sun ult into the pit, forces Ginger away. There's no smite in the pit. What's he going to do? If they force the dragon load, there is no smite available. JDG, panic, stations. Xiaoshu goes onto Xiaohu, and he comes out on top. The Renekton goes down, but now Junja's in range for the smite. Oh, god damn. They might try and use the Sun passive double kill. It's the Nocturne going down, but suddenly the damage is alive from JDG. Even though they've killed off members with the Lee Sin, the Aurora may be the difference. The Ezreal's alive. It's a triple for him. More than that, can he get more? He might be able to just get the game-saving play around the Elder. Even though Weibo fought their way towards the Elder Dragon, JDG somehow win the fight, and they will win the Elder despite Vampire getting picked off at the start of the play. They win in the 4v5, get 4 kills, and get the Elder. Putting my play-by-play to the test there a little. Messy fight. Very, very messy fight. I can't believe Weibo didn't win that. I can't believe it. Xiaoshu got a crazy set of damage in there, but Gala ends up winning through the team fight at the end. We've had a lot of complaints about Gala over this year. He's had some high-tier mistakes for him. I thought that Vampire dying before that dragon would have been the game ender. He's had some difficult late-game moments recently, but Gala ends up picking up the pieces. Serpent's Fang almost in for Elk, but now the Elder's through. Very little you can do. Very little you can do there. Just have to survive. What did Gala just do? Gala just did some late game damage, folks. And now he's got a QSS. Much harder to kill him now. Honky as well, alive with the 10 stack Medjai's. JDG, they do lose their front line a little bit, but they're not losing their carries very much. He will one-shot Xiaohu almost here with the Elder, by the way. Yeah, that hurts. Ow. I think that might be a collector. No, it'll be the Serpent's Fang for Elk. He does need it versus the Mountain Shield. I don't know what's happening with the clean feed there. That's definitely something. I'll quickly refresh it. I hope things are okay on that side of things. Can't break the siege on either side. Elder still about just over a third of it remaining. JJ has 7 kills on the Lee Sin. Can't fight into the Elder like this. He doesn't have flash. I thought they might be able to rush the Elder halfway through that last fight. Not to be. Waver panicked a little bit. After they killed Vampire, after they got Ginger to flash over the pit, I thought it was done. JDG, magnificent team fighting from their mid and AD carry. Elk, gotta be careful there. Elder's still there for a handful of seconds. Another Q landing onto him. Good accuracy from Gala. JJ. No flash, couldn't threaten much more than that, but scary whenever a Lee Sin flies at you. It is the Serpent's Fang from Elk. Elder there for like another, what, 20 seconds less. Vampire going forwards, catches out Xiaohu, gets the fight just at the end of the Elder. Elk is still alive. The towers are still alive for now. Still have the Elder. It's timing out in just a few seconds. Xiaohu is going to go down. Elk, does he have the damage? I don't know if he does. The Nexus goes down. JDG find a fight at the end of the Elder, and we'll go to a 6-game day. 3 in the second series. I think Weibo needed an extra threat. They didn't have the extra threat. It was just really Elk that was the team fight damage. JJ tried his best, but the Lee Sin just can't carry like that. I mean, JDG, it was a bit of a messy game. It was a bit of a messy game. I mean, I think Vampire getting caught out a couple of times in the late game gave a lot of hope to Weibo. Around that last fight, it meant that the Elder could have gone over, but JDG much better at playing the teleport flanks. I think Xiaohu had a very good game on the Renekton. I think that Gala on the Ezreal, very good game from him too. Aurora, good damage. The carries were largely very, very safe from JDG. That was a hell of a team fighting performance from JDG, despite the fact that Vampire was a bit shaky in that one. How was the first series? First series was kind of Knight just kind of stomping on them. Game 2, we had an off performance for first time in a while. And yeah, I think that, Viper had his first good Varus game in a while, but it was really just Knight carrying BLG in that first series. Very, very good series from him. Okay, I'm going to go quickly rest my voice. Going to put on an ad break. If you haven't followed already, it makes a big difference to me. Hope you're enjoying yourselves out there. I know that my play-by-play is being put to the test here. I'm not quite a Sam when it comes to the play-by-play, but I'm enjoying myself nonetheless, and I hope you are too, with this wonderful series coming through. Okay, I will get hydrated and I will pass check. Thank you, Fairy Tale. Fun fact? I can do a fun fact. Let me have a think. Cork, as in like the corks of bottles, is actually made from tree. There's a cork tree. Oh, LPL, LGL fun fact. I can do that too. I'll do this after cork. Cork actually does come from a tree. It's not just like a random substance. You actually have cork trees. You can get like synthetic cork, but yeah, cork, you actually get it from trees themselves, for those who don't know. In the same way that like rubber / latex, there's natural and then there's synthetic ones, right? Where rubber and synthetic actually comes from like rubber latex trees, and then we make it synthetically because, you know, having a load of trees for that is actually just very hard. Although there are issues with synthetic ones over natural ones. There's like some quality issues, right? But, you know. Okay, fun fact for LPL and LJL. Sure, let me have a think.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite ones. So I have a conspiracy theory, which is now defunct because both teams are kind of gone. But when there were two teams, one in LPL, which was V5, and there was one in LJL, which was V3. V3 were the best team in the LJL when V5 were the worst team in the world with one of the worst loss streaks ever in League of Legends. That was in 2020. Then you go forwards to 2022, V5 were the best team in the LPL as V3 had the world record loss streak for any League of Legends team ever. So we had this like negative relationship between V5 and V3 where only one V team was allowed to be good at once and just sapped the power out of the other one. One of my favorite random facts. Hell yeah, 6 game days today. Yeah, I mean, they've been good games. Look, if they were not good games, I'd take issue with it. But because they're good games, I like it. At least it's not a 9 game day. True. LPL gonna perfectly align with the start of LEC. I actually forgot that LEC was on today. I kind of forget the days of the week. No, I'm not working LEC. Like, I sometimes forget that. But it should be fun. Wait, what games they got today? Wait, did I turn the camera back on? I think I did. Cool, hello. I was sure that there was going to be an Elder flip, especially with... Yeah, especially with Vampire dying. I thought that JDG had fucked it, to be honest. Like, Vampire dying in a situation like that. I mean, it was a good pick off by Xiaohu. It's one of his few good plays of that game, sadly. Yeah, no, I think Vampire had a bad game. I thought he had a bad game. He was not great there. LPL plays so many days, it's easy to forget. It is easy to forget. Player of the game is Gala. Gala had a really good game on the Ezreal, deathless through many of those fights. Had really good damage throughout it. And we have been complaining about Gala, or like criticizing Gala. He had some poor team fights. He'd been struggling, making big missteps. And considering that, you know, that he was very poor versus NIP, Gala, this is a good bounce back from him. Who do you think is going to MSI with BLG? Well, hold your horses. I mean, we assume BLG will get there, but I don't think it's actually going to be quite as easy as that. In terms of best, the teams which are going to it, well, I think top esports are actually, I think it might be BLG top esports. So there's an outside chance of like IG, Weibo, JDG, AL. Well, maybe not AL. I think AL are kind of copped it now. I think they're not, their landing phase is just not good enough. Their early game just doesn't look good enough. But I mean, even if you throw them in, there's potentially 6 teams in contention for it. No, not Toby Esports. Look, I know. Look. The question wasn't who is going to MSI. The question was who is going to MSI, not who do I want to go to MSI. I don't want Top Esports to go to MSI because, like, that team is cursed. I just don't trust them going internationally. I'm not going to fall for it again, you know? NIP are coming out from nowhere as well. That's true. That's actually true. There is actually a... Yeah, no. There is a chance that NIP do it as well. Yeah. No, NIP could do it as well. That's fair. So JDG pick blue side because Weibo picked first pick. So Weibo had side choice. They chose first pick. I mean, there are a lot of powerful bot lanes still, right? We still have the Ash Seraphine. Still got the Bard lanes. The Corki Nami's that too. I think you just ban the power bot lanes, don't you? I guess. Tien and Jakulev did get rid of the curse in their break. I'm not certain I believe that. Okay, I'm gonna go on a real quick break. Wait, I should I
probably should go on a break at some point, but whatever, it's fine. One last game today. I should do my Uma runs at some point too. Let me shift this list away slightly as well. Oops. Cool. Means I'm better in frame. But yeah, I think that JDG, you know, this is still not a flawless series. I think that Weibo have issues still. They definitely have issues, right? They're not clicking completely as a team. I think that draft was not easy. That draft is really not easy. I think the first game, unplayable draft for JDG at some point in that game. I think that second draft, it's only Elk that can do damage. And then the third game, I guess we'll see, right? I mean, Weibo get themselves the side choice. Maybe it's a blue side, maybe it's a first pick diff, who knows? Oh no, it wasn't first pick though. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go on a very quick break, folks. Who won the last game? By the way, we call it games, not maps in League of Legends, and it was JDG who won the last game. No breaks, get back to work. You got time to lean, you got time to get to clean. What the hell? Alright, 1 second. Okay, we back. Chat is unsupervised. Ugh. What do you do when you're unsupervised? What would you even do? Magma Chamber, is that your favorite one? Huh. Hey, whoa. There's plenty of maps in Arena now. We do our dark bidding on the internet, right? Sure thing, buddy. Okay, back towards our third game of the series, our last game of the day. Change the music over as well. We need to do that at some point as well. Welcome in, everyone. Last game of the day. Hope you enjoyed LCK if you're coming from over there. Hope you're enjoying LPL if you've stuck around here as well. I missed Dominion. I mean, Dominion was... I never played that much of it. Does anyone else remember Ascension? Ascension was okay. Ascension was pretty fun. Like King of the Hill. I kind of missed that. I also missed the, I really missed the PvE modes. I missed Swarm, I missed Odyssey, I missed the, I really missed the Star Guardian one as well. Although I think Odyssey was a little better than the Star Guardian one. They were really good. Because obviously in the Star Guardian one, I could just play Ahri. So I just played Ahri all the time. It was great. You know? Easy for me to do that. What kind of guitar do I have? I have several guitars. I have, so my nice guitar is one I don't have here. It's back in the UK. Let me go find you a... I didn't really want to transport that globally. I thought that would be a problem, but this is my, this is my Les Paul I have back home. So this is my Les Paul. Is I gonna focus on it? Yeah, that's my Les Paul. It's a quilted sunburst. I got that back when I turned 18. And then I have a Tanglewood acoustic, which is, I've had that for years and years. That's really nice. It's not like a pricey acoustic, but it's been really solid. I have a Tokai Flying V. That was my first guitar. It's like I guess a beginner's guitar, but it's still like 300 quid or something. It's a Gibson Les Paul. Yeah, it's a Gibson. I think it's a 59 reissue, that one. It's got, yeah, that's really cool. I really, really like that one. Back onto stage, though. Let's get ourselves ready for our third game of the series. Also have a PRS 7 string, which is... It's not that expensive, but the PRS 7 string is actually... I mean, PRSs are good. I really like PRSs. And then, yeah, and then, gosh, do I have another guitar? Well, I mean, I use my dad's guitars. My dad has like a Gibson Les Paul Pro, single coil. Very, very, very heavy, that one. That's like made out of mahogany. That's just crazy. My dad's got a PRS Custom 24, which is a very, very nice guitar. Very, very nice guitar. My dad has a ton of guitars, though. Does it gen? I mean, I have a PRS 7 string, which does gen, because I have my amp is a Mesa Boogie triple rectifier. It's a Mark IV. Oh, sorry, no, sorry, it's the one which it's the combo one. Like, you have all of the different ones. So it definitely does gen, because I've got a triple rectifier with a 7-string PRS. Yeah, that gens. I play like a little bit of Periphery riffs. I know All New Materials is my favorite riff of all time. Yeah. What do I play with that? Honestly, I need to play more on my 7-strings. What I need to do. Let's get into game, folks. Let's get into it. Third and final draft of this series. 6th draft of the day. JDG versus Weibo. Weibo, I mean, we said that, you know, they're coming in on a decent head of steam because they beat IG just the other day. JDG, not the best momentum. They lost to NIP yesterday. It's not been a fantastic series from JDG. First draft, unplayable. Second one, even with a better draft, very nearly lost the game off of that Elder Fights because Vampire was really struggling, actually. Caught out before that play. Going into our third draft now, there aren't that many power picks left. There's Bard, if you want to play Bard, Caitlyn, something like that. In fact, JDG might even ban that away. We haven't had Shinzao pick for the entire series so far. What would Weibo prefer? Would they prefer... I don't know if I want Hung on like a big playmaker like Bard. I think I'd prefer him on something a little bit more passive. I think I'd prefer to have JJ on Shinzao. And then we just see what Junja goes towards. I guess he goes towards the Lee Sin at that point. The Jarvan banned away, no surprises there. Largely standard bans coming through here. Although with the Yorick ban, they really want Jace. They ban out the Jace counter. I was wondering... I guess, wow, really wanting the top lane difference. I mean, Xiaoxi was incredible in game 2. I actually think he was the MVP for me. His teleport flanks changed the game. I know Gala walked away with it, but Xiaoxi was absurdly good in those team fights. Vi let through. Vi probably traded for Shinzao at some point. Maybe the Wukong. If you go for the Vi, you're looking at an Ahri later. Honkyu's a good Ahri player. What does Xiaoxi do in top lane? Does he go for something like a Jax into the Jace? It's a bit hard matchup there. Could go for Cassante. Cassante's not a bad matchup for it. Nah. Not great. Cassante Vi doesn't sound too bad. I mean, we saw that NIP played the Gragas Vi into it. Worked really well into them. Do you lock it now? Do you lock something like a support? Cassante it is. Decent matchup into the Jace. If you get the E onto a minion and you W forwards, you can get some kill threat. Okay, so you see the Vi. You might even go for the Ahri right now for Xiaohu. Just to take it away from the Vi. Maokai's a really good pick here. It's typically good into the Vi. Very good with the Jace. There's actually a chance of the Jace going mid this late into the draft as well. Zarhen instead, though. Is that going jungle or top lane? I mean, again, we don't know enough about the mid lane matchup. Bot lane's not been focused at all here. There's actually a chance of Weibo going for something like a Xayah here at this point in the draft. Especially into a Vi. Cassante, you want a tank killer and someone that can self-peel. The Bard is a powerful pick. Takes it away from Vampire, who's played a lot of games on it. Had a good game on that versus NIP despite the loss. He's had ups and downs on it, but
Yeah, Hung, I did say I didn't want to see him on playmakers, really. I think he's better as someone who's a bit more passive, providing passive value to the team. Bard is going to be a big step up from him. His last game, well, his games have not been good for Weibo on the whole. He's been better this series, a bit more quiet, but quite as good considering that a lot of his big plays haven't worked out. Ari for Honky, no surprises there. I don't think you want the Jace into the Ari. I think you just accept the known matchup with the Cassante with the Jace wins slightly, gets value where you can. Second bans, JDG, do they ban the Xayah? Do they ban something like that? No, you don't want Xayah Bard. Wait, do you? No, Xayah Bard's not too bad, actually. Maybe ban, I think Weibo ban out Rakan, maybe. Maybe they ban out some of the AD carries. I think supports are better to ban out here, though. Could ban out something like Sivir. Kai'Sa as well, you could ban out. Kai'Sa's a good ban at this point, actually, unless Weibo want it themselves. Yeah, I think the Kai'Sa ban would work for Weibo. They might look for Caitlyn if they... Oh, hang on. Yeah, I guess if they go Kai'Sa, you just go Caitlyn. You just one-shot them. Renata ban for Kalista, Renata. Yeah, I think they ban away kill lanes and they look for a Caitlyn. They look for a Caitlyn. Did JDG ban that? If they ban the Caitlyn, then I think Weibo maybe think about banning Kai'Sa. Lissandra ban. Well, Xiaohu did play that well into the LeBlanc the other day of Renard, who did not enjoy that a lot. I think that Weibo look for a Caitlyn then, and then they don't care about bot lane nearly as much. I think Caitlyn Bard is really good here. It's long range. It gives you terrain advantage because you get to put down the trap line. Gives you a pushing lane. Dangerous to play into the Viari at some points in the game, but you get so much control. Perhaps worth it. Rakan banned away. We did think that was a power pick. So what are you picking on bot lane, JDG? Do you go for the... Do you steal the Caitlyn? Do you steal the Caitlyn? I mean, it's bad into the Jace, but it's good into the Bard and it's good into the Zion. You could steal the Caitlyn now. And you could go Caitlyn Elise. You could steal the Caitlyn. I think that actually might be the go-to play. You could Sivir. Sivir would be okay. Not great into the Caitlyn, but it would be okay. You could play something like that. Are they really just hard forcing the Kai'Sa? Jhin instead. No. Nautilus last pick. Good into the Bard. Vampire had an okay game on that the other day. They played the Ziggs Nautilus. So what does Elk do here? Do you go something like Sivir, play hyper defensive, scale up? Do you Caitlyn for lane pressure? Do you do something completely unexpected? You need to pick your mid laner too into the Ahri. Zahan we expect to be jungle. Could be top lane, the Jace goes mid. I don't think I'd like to see that into the Viari. Take away the Kai'Sa maybe? Galio. Yeah, Galio's good. I like the Galio a lot here. Good into the Arian lane. It's fine there. If they dive in too deep, you just chuck your Galio on someone who's attacked. Last pick, AD carry for Elk. One of the best AD carries within the LPL. Not had a bad series today. The draft was hard for him to play last time out. He was the only damage source. What does Elk take into this composition? Caitlyn Bard. I mean, if you get hit by hooks in lane, it's a problem. But it's a very good lane pressure lane. And now you have the Galio to roam down towards you. It will be the Caitlyn. No, it's not. They switched last second. I was hoping it would be the Caitlyn, but they take away the Kai'Sa. Now you might have something like the Xayah, but I don't like the Xayah into the Jace. Misfortune is better for laning phase. Not great into the Bard. Bard can cancel you a lot. Aphelios Nautilus was really good at points in the past, but again, not great into Jace. I mean, Kai'Sa Bard, not the strongest 2v2. They lock the Aphelios. Very high damage, scales very well, very immobile though too. I do wonder whether Weibo should have gone for the Caitlyn. But the Kai'Sa's through, gives them a bit more magic damage as well. Okay, I'm gonna go put on an ad break so we can talk about things while not getting locked out of ads in game. Why not Caitlyn? Because Caitlyn Bard, if you get hit by a Nautilus ult, gets really bad. And if you get dove onto by the Ahri Vi, it can be really bad in a negative way. JDG. Front to back's not bad for them. They have a really good set of go buttons. The Vi and the Nautilus are strong. Very good go button. Weibo. They have range with the Kai'Sa and the Jace, especially if the Kai'Sa goes W evolve later. I think you should go for the W evolve later, actually. It's only the Galio with magic damage on your team. One last game. I think this is a more even draft than the ones before. A good enough Fire or Nautilus engage. You catch people out. Fantastic. The Kai'Sa can definitely scale, though. And Elk is one of the best Kai'Sas in the world. even though he's playing against perhaps the best one of all time in Gala. Elk, an incredible Kai'Sa. Can he play this to perfection here? Last split, he averaged, well, he had a minimum 15 kills per game on the Kai'Sa. Insane. Insanity from him. Can he match that today? Kai'Sa, not a pick we see that often. Often loses games in the laning phase, sadly, for himself. But I don't think he'll care that much for it if he gets the win here today. Onto the Rift. One last time. Game 6 of the day. Here we go. Mic crackles as they break it out. You want to know the match history of Elk in this year? In his 1 games, 19-0-7, 18-3-3, 17-4-5, and 16-5-11. Has 2 losses, but the other games are exceptional. Elk, in winning games on Kai'Sa, just does not look back. Invade coming through from Weibo. JDG going straight onto the Raptors will be the E start there. Gets himself... This is important because it isolates the Aphelios and the Nautilus, who really want to be playing aggressive on every hook timing that they can be. If they have to eat poke from the Bard, it really doesn't help them. Hook does go on to the Kai'Sa. Couple auto attacks back. It's barrier onto Elk. They don't get that many auto attacks in there. It is a good hook, but it doesn't really help them in this situation. Xiaohu not enjoying this that much at all. Honky's gone for the electrocute, hops over that Q there. Xiaohu gets the W. Ahri into Galio. In Galio, it's a pretty fun matchup. We definitely have seen points where the Ahri does just kind of demolish that lane. We've also definitely seen points where the Galio can survive and just outvalue later on. Oh my god, Vampire very nearly stole the Krugs. That would have been huge. Doesn't get it though. Doesn't get it. You know there's a ward in here. I mean, if Vampire if he cancel... Wait, does he have the E? Okay, well, he's going to get stopped, but he should have checked. No, there's a ward in there. Does he recall now? No, goes into his own jungle now, because he knows that if he got the recall there, he would have had a good timing to do that, and then, oh, Charm does land, but the W gets the damage reduction. I think he'll be safe from that now. Honky could Q flash? No, not enough damage on the rank 1 of the Q. Be a teleport back from Xiaohu, who gets himself perfect farm off of the first 3 waves. Not bad from Xiaohu. Galio often drops minions in the first few levels. Zucker, isolated lane versus Xiaoshu. Of course, he can play okay into this matchup as the K'Sante, because if you land the tank W, gets a very good play from that. Level 3 to level 2. Elk needs to be a little bit careful here. No barriers, we were saying. Trying to tank the hook there. Hung did have the bone plating, so that's why he stepped in front of Elk there. LPL Kai'Sa just different. I mean, it was like the national champion for a while. It was always Lee Sin, and then Kai'Sa kind of contested it in a way that we just didn't expect could happen. Hung and Elk separate away from each other. Shield tanking up the auto attacks from Hung. Does get the electrocute on target. Zahin in bot river. Trying to bait out the hook maybe. Wave against them. The bounce back has been achieved by Gala and Vampire. Of course, Aphelios Nautilus was one of his choice pairings back at the peak of his power. Allows you to go for the Graviton into the hook. Point and click, point and click. JJ going for the Raptor respawn. Do we get a big fight over this? No one's roaming. Well, the Nautilus isn't roaming. JJ is here. Jinja's out of vision. Does he just wait for the smites? I think they have to check this, don't they? Jinja comes over. He just needs to get one auto attack. Goes to JJ. So he gets that. Gets the pullback too. Vampire's now coming to the play. Magical Journey won't time out. Flash is flashed away from. Charm is going to get tanked by the Galio, who does get the W on target. Xiaohu does get the phase rush. Will he die for it? No. So Weibo get the Raptor respawn. They lose 2 flashes for the cost of Vampires. It's not a bad hook attempt. The wave is frozen on bot side, so Elk is getting good farm here. Solo XP for Elk. Of course, when it goes to solo XP between a Bard and everyone else, you do think it benefits the Bard because you can just pick up chimes on the way. Gets XP anyway. Xiaohu waiting around in mid lane. Onq pushing it in. Onq, decent lane dominance from him here. Now, when hang on, Vampire's gone behind bot lane. It's a very good roam from him. Gets the passive onto him. There is going to be The Gravitum to flash away. Good roam around from Vampire. Not very good safety from Elk on the bounce back. If they can freeze this or hold this wave as well, that 10 CS lead will probably end up being a 10 CS deficit. Yep, that's going to kill an entire extra wave. Elk really needed to be careful of that. Didn't have the appropriate wards. Vampire walked over the Scuttle Shrine. That's why he has to walk in and force this out. If he'd gone for the full reset, it would have been a big problem for them. Infernum used to poke just beyond the wave. Does splash damage behind the target you're hitting. I'll use that W to hit that last one. Do they choose to hold the wave? They do. Sigala still gets to hold the wave. Can't fully shove it in. Might get the slow push out from this. Cannon Minion will tank up the wave fairly well there. Oh, it aggroed onto the melee one instead. It's still going to be a slow push out, I think. Candy Minion's too low HP for it to stick around for too long, I think. Kai'Sa goes back, gets himself control ward, laning components. Not much of a lead for Zucker in top lane. In fact, there's none at all there. Okay, that's a bit of a clean feed stutter there. Level 6 from Xiaoxu makes things a little bit difficult. Galio has the level 6. If any big play happens, chance of a Galio ultimate coming through, they might actually jump onto Xiaoxu himself. He doesn't have the flash. Charm dodged away from the Justice Punch. Dragon's alive. Elk doesn't have the level 6 just yet. Did use that flash in the bot lane play. Gala not level 6 either. I think Elk will get level 6 off this. Pretty close to it. Does he get out for 4 more minions? I think he does. There you go. Level 6 from Elk. So now he can join the play. Gala not there yet. He's 1 minion off. Don't think they'll be able to stop him from getting that, but now they can look for a play and see if they can get that first Kai'Sa ultimate on target. The first Moonlight Vigil of the game, not fantastic from the Aphelios. Charm, another one landing there, but while all of this has been landing onto Xiaoxu, he's still been getting good farm. He's not been losing that much. He's 4 CS behind Honky. It's not led to that much. Plate hasn't been taken in mid lane either. JJ's farming up well. Of course, the jungle Zahen can become a win condition, especially if you get ahead of the game. Why is JDG 1-3 this split? Bot lane has been struggling. I think their drafts have been a little bit off, and I think the big thing is that teams have caught up to the early jungle macro. I think that Gala, before today, was really struggling. Vampire's been mixed. Normally okay, but not enough to kind of outweigh Gala's negatives, really. Honky, bit messy from him this split too. Pretty much everyone just a little bit off edge, really. Vampire in the brush, spotted out there. Electrocute onto him. Not bad damage. Jungle. Hang on, Dragon is spotted here. If Galio's coming down, I think Judge has to get out the back of the pit here. Vampire doesn't have flash. Do here. Has to flash out of the pit. Under half HP. Honky could come over, but Honky's not that high HP. Dragon's still leashed here. Junja. Q. Used to get behind the pit. Dragon leashed. Magical Journey will get everyone out of river. Charm not going to stop anyone from taking that journey. Can they hold anyone else off for the pass? They might be able to. Hex Flash holding the way shut. That's going to deny a wave at tower. So it's Dragon for wave under tower. It's a win for Weibo. Junja. Flash down. Nasty that. Doesn't spot the... Hang on. Doesn't spot the person in the brusher, actually, technically. Wonder, actually, if they could catch him. Of course, we had a couple of worries on Weibo, the other side. I mean, we have worries about Hung. They changed out her for Hung, and I think that that has largely been a mistake. I think that Hung has not been good this split. Even in this series, he's had some mixed results. Might be able to stop the... Can you stop that here? No, he can't. Stops the recall... Well, sees the recall there. Slight advantage to Gala in terms of CS. Has the cull as well. Elk has not picked up a cull, importantly. Why is Weibo 1-3 this split as well? Yeah, Hung's not been great, and Weibo have struggled in numerous ways, actually. Now, like, losing to BLG is one thing, because losing to BLG or something like that is one thing. Losing to IG... I mean, IG are a good team now. Weibo lost to NIP, who are on the rise as well. I think that Weibo's macro has been quite worrying. Zuka's not got a lead in this top lane, by the way. Xiaoxi's doing very well to keep even there. And Zuka's going to be Glass Cannon and be more useful potentially in slower fights later, but... Not bad trading there from Honky. And this time it actually is a bit of a CS lead in mid lane for him. Xiaoxu dropping about 10 CS along the way somewhere. Dark Seal in for Honky. Love to see that. Oh, there's a cull in for Elgam. Got it late. Got the cull late. Good from him. I think a lot of AD carries are like, oh, I didn't get it early. I shouldn't get it at all. You should get it sometimes as well. They put her in WE prison. Yeah, Watermelon. Yeah, I think been sent to WE purgatory, really. Vampire somewhat knew that. You know, he really did well on that team last year compared with him and Monkey. Maybe a magical journey angle here from Hung. Just puts it into the shield there. Nothing great. Slower game again. No huge leads really anywhere. Both AD carries just farming up. Hung might need to magical journey through here, and indeed does. You know what I want? I want a baritone guitar. I want to play some Breaking Benjamin on that. Although technically you can just get octave pedals. Maybe that's just easier that way, actually. Another CS or two denied there from Honky over Xiaohu. Xiaohu, God, it's getting me. They're in the same game. Zerka not really able to do that much to Xiaohu. Hung roaming about now, not really been able to get that much out of lane. Did get, of course, the one Raptor Camp steal for JDG. He roamed for that. Good freeze here for Elk. Some damage from the Calibrum Crescendum. Xiaohu low HP here. I don't really think there's any dive attempts. First play, Zerka actually managed to get the crystallize there. Recall in the enemy jungle from Hung. Good vision control. Gives some safety to Zerka, which is important because Junja is looking for plays now. About to hit first item, level 8. Yet to pull that first ult. Of course, Junja's so crucial to JDG most of the time. Quick push in from Garlo and Vampire. Elk will stay to collect the wave then because of that. Plates from bot lane turret. Very quickly taken by ye olde Aphelios. Okay, Malignant's in for Honky. Big moment for him too. He can start accelerating. Use those first ults of the game well. 2 plates on top side, I believe that. Yep, 2 plates. So Zerka gets himself 400 gold lead. Ghost played up now. Uses that to run back to lane. Form change as well, I'm sure. Jace very good at moving around the map with stuff like that. You have to kind of keep track of champions which move around the map a little quicker. Bard, of course, picking up chimes, gives him the move speed. Get that from, you know, the other thing too. The thingy. Healing Shrine. No, Healing Shrines technically do give it, but you don't use them yourself. But the Magical Journey is the big one there. Elk recall. He really wants to recall here. Can you stop the recall? He can do, but Hung will be fine here. Just protects that one. Kraken Slayer in. So first item for both AD carries. Hex Optics compared to the Kraken Slayer. Kaiser, hang on a second. Might be... JJ might... They know he's here. They know he's here. But they don't hit him properly. Galliot's coming down, and they get the Q2 onto Junja. They get the Bard ult, which forces the flash. Xiaohu is out of position, though. Where's the hook coming from? I think Xiaohu's dead for this. He just used his flash. He's not in the right position. Charm comes through. Magical Journey, mistake by Hung and Xiaohu, who both kind of anti-synergy. Flash forward from Vampire. Teleport coming in from Xiaohu. Hung goes down. Honky gets the reset. 1 kill back onto Vampire. No! The peel from Xiaohu comes through. The anti-synergy from Hung and Xiaohu leads to the lost team fight, and JDG explode into the lead. Xiaohu flashes forward, and that's just not it. Hung tries to force the flash on Junja. I think if Xiaohu had just landed the taunt, it would have landed a lot better. Big play. Elk can't really do much in that play. Kills go over to Honky. The Ahri is now in the lead. Initially, it's not bad from JJ. You know, dodges out on the Q. Does manage to get Q2 onto it. The Galliwalt, I mean, the more I look back at it, Galliwalt's bad. This is anti-synergy. I mean, it already flashed away from it, but Hung then just CCs Galio in the pit. That's just a bad Bard ult. The Bard ult is just bad. What else to say about it? Hung now caught out again, so goes from a bad Bard ult to dying. Good gameplay there from Hung. Goes down. Not the best situation from him. Can they catch out Vampire? 6th Sense in there. Saw them walk in because of the wards around here. There's 2 of them. Those are ones which were placed earlier. So there you go. Really good play from JDG to punish, but also Weibo. I mean, this is the problem we had with Hung on Bard. We were worried about the playmaking from the Bard, and right there, well, perhaps Weibo missing Erher in that support role. 5 Dark Steel stacks for Honky. Has he upgraded cooldown boots as well? Wants extra flashes, extra cooldown ability. Perhaps, Foon, perhaps. Elk not clashed in on his Cole just yet. 50 left on that. Perhaps the Kaiser can make the difference, but when you start giving early gold leads to JDG, when they have playmakers for Junja and Vampire, I think it's a problem jumping forwards. Nasty little combo from the red-blue. Press the attack there too. JJ hops over the wall. Junja got the 3 assists, so he's slightly ahead in terms of gold now. Zerka's not been able to get that much. Hang on, they can just jump on the Jace, can't they? Well, no ult there. They catch up Vampire, the hook. Oh, it misses the wall. That's a bit of a Vampire classic. I think Vampire's going to be joining the crew here in terms of support instinct. Misses the wall. Goes down.
Oops, oops, oops. Both supports having issues around the roam there. Junja didn't have his ult off on the off of cooldown there. Xiaoxu taking tower aggro. Kill goes over to JJ, important. Sahen really does need the extra gold. I believe you can drag yourself while stays. Oh, sorry. Voice, someone just caught my voice there. Herald started up by JDG. Gala set in position, has an extra BF sword on top of his Hex Topics. It's been a much better series from Gala today. Gala really struggled yesterday. This one's been a good one for him. Xiaohu getting gold from bot lane turret. He's down 1.4k gold. Made some mistakes. I think his ultimate wasn't great, but then flashing in to follow Junja. Not great, compounded on the fact that Hung basically CC'd him for the enemy team. Gala's slight lead onto Elk. Of course, that Cull helping out for 400 and 700. Honkyu's having a good time here. No, I think Honkyu's is Ari is good. It's good. I wouldn't say it's one of the best in the world, but it's definitely up there. It's good. Xiaohu trying to farm how he can. One of the problems with Galio is trying to actually get the clean farming on that. JJ taking away jungle camps. Don't really think they can dive a Sensei. Well, no, maybe they can. They have the Kaise. Yeah, they can actually. Yeah, they can. Look for the Q2 from JJ. I'll hit it on the tower. So the Kaiser Plasma Mark has been put in through that. Hang on a second. Did that Shock Blast go into... Hang on, they're auto-attacking the tower to make sure that Xiaoxu doesn't have anywhere out. No way to outplay. He can all out if he wants. I don't think it'll make much of a difference. Who do they give the kill to? Goes to the Kaiser. Gets himself some extra gold. Kill 1 for Kaiser for Elk. As we said, in his winning games last split, he was getting like 15 kills minimum. Mid lane turret taken down. Hung. Oh, force the ghost out of Gala. Stun misses. Okay, a bit hard to move down to get hit down onto the boots to ghost target there, of course. But Gala happy to take that. Does have his ultimate to throw at them. Gala playing confidently today. Elk doesn't have his ult. Use that to get into the side lane. Oh, this is what we saw top lane. So the hook landed. Xiaoxu, well, Xiaohu gets ulted. Guess he just eventually... Wait, does he just walk away? Oh, they follow with the Vi ultimate. Did JJ... We did live there. Okay, so Junja did end up getting the kill there. I actually missed that on the other side. So Xiaohu down 2.6k gold lead. His Annie game in this one, not fantastic. I think if they spotted how fresh that ward was, they might have been able to tell he was in that bush recalling. Recalling? Muramana almost built up from Tsuka. There's a specific pronunciation of Tsuka, which is like, I don't quite nail it. Not that I have to get it like 100% right, because at that point it becomes a little bit harder to follow, but Tsuka is what I go for, and hope that's okay for you. Decent damage onto Xiaoxu. Has his flash back up? Can they get the stun onto him? Flash for flash. Okay. I'm using that, trying to get Zuka ahead, which I just pronounced wrong again. Xiaohu's not having a fun time, folks. He's trying to get as much wave clear as he can. He's just getting bullied in a side lane. Weibo have left the Galio to just kind of die again and again. Not bad damage onto Gala. Give the kill up to Junja. 4 men on that bot side. Wave is cleared out at least. Turret is killed in top side. Oh, might be able to punish the play here. Xiaoxu, no flash. Okay, not really a punish there. Ults away, actually, because he takes aggro. That's not fantastic, actually, from JJ. Shouldn't be getting that forced out of you. Herald going towards the bot lane turret. Tsuga pushing in top lane inner turret. Get some plates there. A lot of gold over towards Gala. The Gala is getting a nest egg. However, Elk does have his Cull cashed in. Caught up in gold mostly with the enemy AD carry. Slightly less XP, actually. Gala's had a lot of alone time. Elk, 2 items, has the Rage Blade. See what he goes for as 3rd item. I think he should go AP. I think he should go Jace, Elk, double poke. You know, you've got the glass cannon of the Jace top side. If you go for the AP,
on the Kai'Sa as well. I think it can really hurt the Nautilus. I think it can really hurt the Vi, the Ahri. Everyone but the K'Sante. Even the K'Sante, in fact. Because it's mixed damage poke. It's the big thing for it. Does everyone remember AP Corki when that came around? Disgusting build. Elk might go for full dive though, go for something like Fiend Hunter bolts. No, you can see actually he sold his he bought a dagger, refunded it, and then got the amp time instead. So he is going AP for the third item. Going for that Nash's, probably. Dragon spawning in 3 minutes and not any time close. No, slim lead for JDG. No, moderate lead. 2.6k, not bad. Especially when so much of it's in mid lane. This Galio is just on complete, you know, economy duty. Hung, Xiaohu, spot out Vampire here. Not sure they expected that. The Kai'Sa comes through. CC doesn't land. Flash away from the Nautilus. Not too much HP lost. Flash playmaking tool down though. Why are pros building Rocket Belt? It's 650 gold, so it's cheap for an item. Gives you HP, cooldown reduction, and AP, and it gives you a fun active ability, which is good for denying some skill shots and positioning errors. Mainly because it's cheap, though, really, for all of that. JJ not going to get hooked there. Zucker clearing up on this top side. Ah, that's a Q flash. That's a good Bardal in response. Where's the Galliwell? It's teleporting in. That's a really good response. The Bardal saves the play. Vi countered by Bard. Hung, bad plays earlier, but that one is golden. Great play from the Bard from Hung. What's that going to lead to? Jungler down. But the Ahri's kind of scary. JJ will E over the wall. Hung, too low HP. So it's just a failed play. Flash down from Junja, ult down from Junja, Elk some free time farming on top side. That's a really good Bard. This is one of the reasons why Vi has fallen off. The Bard can be defensive on those crazy dive plays. It gives your teammates free Zhonya's. I don't know whether they tracked Hung. I think that Weibo have been getting out of vision a little better and playing around it a little better. That's 1,000 gold off of the gold lead. JDG don't have bot side control right now. Minute till Dragon. Zucker's got Cyrilda's, by the way. Big damage from him. Avoids that Q as well, although that's not great from him. He's going to get all outed. Dragged into the teleport of the Ahri. The Galliwell's coming down. Vampire's here. Flash away from Jace is not going to be helpful at all. Elk is into the play, though. I'm not sure he'll be able to do that much more. Vampire, no flash. Can they get the extra kill on him? I think they can. The Infernum, not bad, but they split. There's no splash damage. It's kill on support and top lane for just the top lane of Weibo. Elk comes in, gets a kill, funds himself further towards the AP item. Honku teleported for that too. He has 10 Dark Seals. Seal stacks. Going towards a death cap in third item. Wonder whether Honku could be getting a higher damage build. You know, I would have liked to see him go towards something like the Magi's into the death cap instead of the Protobelt. I don't think he needs that Protobelt as much. I think he just needs raw damage. Could really help him carry this game. Good Galio ult there as well from Xiaohu. Zucker does have himself teleport and get back into the play. Dragon in 10 seconds. Well, we're going to get a contest over this. Xiaohu can teleport in as well. He has flash. Zucker doesn't now. No Kai'Sa ult. That's big. There's a flash for Kai'Sa. Where's the poke landing? Good onto Gallop. If you get onto Gallop, that's a threat. Huge threat, in fact. Elk has a little bit of AP to his name. I think he has the AP upgrade, actually, with just the blasting wand and the finished codex. Kai'Sa ult, what, up in 20 seconds? Weibo not... They're going for the retake of the pit. The poke's coming through bits and pieces. Elk pushes that bot lane. Where's his W? Need that to be on target. Xiaoxi looking for the Q3. Bardol's not awful, but there might be an all-out over the wall. Indeed, there is some no smite coming through from Weibo. Xiaoxi might end up dying for this. Gets away. Elk does have ultimate. Doesn't end up landing that. Vampire dies. Okay, so Vampire dies. There's one for Dragon. Hex, Soul for JDG. Better around the objectives. Weibo, objectives haven't been their friend. Objectives have not been their friend. Gold lead goes down a little bit. It's a good fight, I suppose, from Weibo. And there's a third item for Elk. Elk is now at real scary points. How does JJ not just ult over? Well, we'll see. I think he was out of range for a lot of that. He could have also just ulted past the K'Sante, but then he might have got all outed into the team. So Q3, I mean, he could have ulted through that, actually. He could have ulted through that. So what happens to Vampire? How does he die there? Did he get hit by a shot? It's just a shot blast. Right, no body blocks for him, and he dies because he doesn't go behind Honku as well. Okay, Elk has 3 items. He's scary as hell. There's 3 items in Gala too, but I actually prefer Elk on 3 item Kai'Sa. I think it's easier for him to play the team fights. Gala doesn't have anyone like shielding or healing him. If he gets hit by anything, he pretty much dies, I think. Basically no gold lead for JDG now. 2 items for Xiaohu, even though he's 2.5k down. I mean, Galio can be more useful. Walk behind the back of the pit. Vampire does have flash. If he walks around here, he might end up dying. Who do they go on to? No one. They must have seen that ward behind in the back of the pit. Gala heading towards bot lane. Heading towards red buff now. 3 item Aphelios versus Kai'Sa now. That's some hyper carry battle. You woke up early enough to watch LPL? Congrats, Charles. Congrats. I hope you've all been enjoying yourself today. If you're sat and you're enjoying these games, please think about dropping a like, comment, subscribe. It does genuinely make a difference, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. This is my job. This is how I keep Sam and I, you know, in rents. Good damage onto Honky there. Appreciate the follow there, crew. Really do appreciate it. Yep, there you go. W upgrade in for Elk. Hey, and thank you there, Pappy, as well. Tuka goes towards that bot lane, has the Cyrildas. I mean, he's strong. I mean, if the poke lands, it's pretty big. Junja not able to make too many plays on the Vi this game. Of course, died going towards that top lane turret. Lots of attack speed on Gala for this build, by the way. The Hux Optics and the Phantom Dancer. Not every Aphelios build has had high attack speed over time. This one's much higher attack speed than many. New Doran. There are 2 new Doran's items coming, actually. We've got Doran's Helm, which is basically a resist HP item with no HP regen. And then there's Doran's Bow, which is Omnivamp. This is an attack speed Omnivamp build item. Ooh, if that had hit onto Gala, damn, good poke there, actually. We're getting to the point where a single mistake makes a big difference here. The vision control from JDG, pretty good on the whole. See where the poke lands, where the engage comes through on the other side. Blind charm, pretty good there, actually. That is just a blind one. Nice from Honky. Has himself the death cap, 10 stack Dark Seal. Would love to have seen a Magi's, but at this point in the game, feels a little bit less useful because you want to get that Magi's early into the game. Recall for wards. Ward onto red buff there. They spot Xiaohu heading topside. Appreciate you, Gerald. Would you prefer the eggs in the Jace's basket or the Ari's basket? Depends who's piloting both. You know, in this game, there is good dive from JDG. If they have double flashes, they can sometimes just double flash onto the Jace. The Galio wall is really good, and the Bardol is really good at denying the initial engage, though, from Weibo. From Weibo's side in terms of disengage. Not a good W there from Elk. He's going towards the Seekers, so he wants that extra defense against the Vi ults. Potentially the ults from Vampire and Gala as well. That Seekers could be huge. 2 items for Jia and jungle, a little bit behind Junja, who's going towards a GA, but no, Zahin is just a nasty champion. Double poke threats in Weibo have lined up together. Dragon in less than a minute. I mean, JDG were happy. Ooh, scary there. Doesn't dodge out on the second bit of poke. Does have a decent amount of lifesteal, looks like, though. Does that absorb life in runes? Actually, he got quite a lot from that first auto. Not sure. Looking for poke again. Ooh, a little bit scary there because Junja was just over the wall. Double poke there. If they get enough onto Gala, it becomes a problem. You see, they are playing around their range advantage. Elk no cleanse, by the way. So if anything hits him like the Graviton, that's a problem. Good wave play from the Kai'Sa with the upgraded Q at this point, of course. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Weibo, they have not been good around objectives. They gave up the Mountain Soul in the last game, which was a problem for them. Not great poke there. Charm onto JJ goes down, and that'll be solved. Objectives are just not Weibo's forte. Jungler goes down, JJ off the rift. Hexol to JDG. It's a charm from Honky, which saved the late game scenario. The poke from Weibo should be winning through this. It doesn't. They don't land the poke. They don't find an engage or anything either. JDG, easy as they like, get 1 charm, and that outweighs all of the poke, which happened from all of Weibo. It's not bad poke here, but just didn't happen at the right time. They didn't get the vision control, didn't push up well enough. And now suddenly Weibo have like an incredibly hard game to play out against Hexol. That's not bad, but the W comes through and the unstoppable. Xiaohu goes golden. I mean, this is still a 4v5. Xiaohu Flashes out. I think he's just dead anyway. JDG get the one pick into the Hex Soul. It's not bad onto Vampire, who makes a mistake there. Flash away, or Parabel away from Xiao, who won't matter. And the Hex Soul is so nasty on the slow. Weibo they lose so many in the blink of an eye. It's just one mistake in late game. JDG, more disciplined. Weibo, hang on a second. Charm onto Elk. He doesn't have the cleanse. Scary stuff. Chunja over the wall. Hung pops out of the brush. They spot him there now. Scary to him too. Elk with no HP, not really sure what he can do there. Soul and Baron in the blink of an eye. Maybe JJ can be Prince of Thieves again. Maybe, I mean, it's got to be on JJ, right? You got to flash over. You got to get over. Get over with the ult. You got to get over that. Can they get into it? JJ, watch him. Watch him. It's getting low. It's getting low. It's getting very low. Health gets hit by the Hex. Soul does get the E for the supercharger away, and JDG realize, hang on, maybe let's not do that. I actually wonder whether JJ could have gone over and maybe tried to leash it down even further. Got down to what? 4,000? Maybe a little too far for that. Maybe a little too far. Magi's in. Look, okay. Honky makes the mistake. If you're going to get Magi's, you get it early. If you get it late, it's not a useful item. I don't get why pros don't see this. I think this is, oh, I've got the extra gold to put into the Magi's. Do it second item, folks. Do Magi's second item. It's way better that way. It's not that bad when you upgrade it. Like, it's genuinely a good item. Don't be afraid. Buy it. Zhonya is in for Elk. Huge mistake for JJ. Leads to this very hard situation into the Hex Soul now. They still have the range advantage. If they still hit enough poke, it's good. It's the slow more than the damage, which is the problem. Jumping towards Hung, flashes out, has a magical journey, but he has to do that. Wait, but they just don't know how to play out these late game fights. Honky could have ulted forwards there, actually. Chose not to. Junja going forwards instead, good damage onto him from Elk. Just a quick turn and burn. Bandle pipes onto Hung, getting some extra HP if he gets the slow onto the attack speed for people if he gets the what's it call it? The thing. The slow. Slower game. Neither team really finding out the easiest way to go through things. I think that JDG got a little bit burned by the Bard ultimate defensively the last time. Not bad poke from Zucker. He probably does need a Serpent's Fang actually into... Wait, does he? Into Cassante and into Aphelios with Severum. I think actually Serpent Fang's good here for Zucker. Might go towards the Spell Shield instead. At this point in the game, it might even be better to just go towards more cooldown. I think your Shock Blasts are hurting enough. I think you want more cooldown. Go for like a Shojin or something. Could be good. Looks like he's going for GA instead. Nymaera's book propaganda is... Hang on, we don't have a fight up here. No stun. Baron is alive. Still has been alive for a while. Elk hits the first W there. Vampire in the brush. Not using it to check that one. They spot him out now. Going low HP. Jace is teleporting in. Not there for the poke at the start of it, though. He needs to be here for like multiple cooldowns. Xiao, who doesn't have flash. Charm lands onto him. That's probably a dead Galio. Indeed, he is. You can go golden here as the Kaiser, and indeed he does. But I think Xiao, who's already made the mistake, he's going to go down to the Charm from Honky in the middle of the team fight. JDG more disciplined. The poke does not land well enough. Weibo, they don't have the discipline. JDG, Honky flashes forward to miss the skill shot. Doesn't matter. JDG blasted yesterday. Claw their way back today. Was it a clean series? Well, no, not really, but it's important for them to get the win. Our first stand representatives, the second seed, will not fall to 1-4. They'll claim themselves their second victory as hard-earned. A bit of a difficult series for them. Gala bouncing back from a bad series yesterday. Weibo falling to 1-4. Themselves on the other side of it. Just not quite disciplined enough. The objectives are not their friends in the way that they are to JDG. Zhengdong and Beijing will not go 0-2 in the back-to-back games. They win the series. Not a big fan of Weibo around objectives. Gala, very good series from him today. He's my man of the match. Played very well across most of the games here. Even though I think Vampire had a worse game today than he did yesterday, and Gala had the opposite. It's a better game from JDG on the whole. Game 1, not a great draft. I thought Game 2 could be lost, especially around that Elder Game 3. Well, even then, El Kaiser scary on the whole, but they couldn't activate it, could Weibo. I think Hung on the Bard, struggling quite a lot. Had one very good defensive ult, but I'm not impressed by Hung for Weibo. I think there's got to be a fire lit under him. Xiaohu, mixed day from him. Game 1, good, very good on the rise. Game 2 on the Annie, not great. The Galio definitely doesn't want to think about that one again. Bad game from him on the whole. Appreciate everyone sticking around. Thank you everyone for sticking together today. Great viewers today. Really appreciate you all. You know, I've said this a lot of times before, but I wouldn't do this without any of you. You know, if I didn't have you as a community, I wouldn't be streaming this as well. So if you have enjoyed your stuff today, please think about dropping a follow. We are live, Sam and I, every day that LPL is on. I've been doing some variety as well. I've been playing through Replaced, which was a very cool 2.5D cyberpunk shooter. Finished that the other day. I think I'm going to play through the new Cthulhu game after stream on a couple of these days as well. Appreciate you all. I'm going to go radio over to someone. We'll see who that is. We might stick around just for the post-game interviews because a couple of you are here anyway, and you might want to hear from them. I believe LEC is starting as well, so I appreciate everyone who stuck around while that league is just starting as well. Thank you everyone for sticking around. And yeah, if you want to donate to the Ko-fi, if you want to drop a subscription, it does literally pay our rent. We really appreciate you. We've had some very, very generous gifters here over the years we've been doing this, and it has actually been our main source of income. We really do appreciate it. In fact, I'm going to link those over as well. Thank you everyone for sticking by. And tomorrow, what games have we got? What games we got tomorrow? What games we got tomorrow? We have Top Esports IG. That's a really fun game. IG beat Top Esports as Top Esports only lost to the split so far. And they have BLG AL. AL don't look good, but they could bounce back and use the fact that BLG are playing their back-to-back games to quite some advantage here. No, BLG played against Top Esports 2 days ago. Played today, played tomorrow, so they've got 3 series in 4 days. Very hard for them. So maybe AL can use that to their advantage. Maybe. Appreciate everyone who's stuck around, like I said. And remember to give Sam a follow on his socials as well. Couldn't do this without Sam. He's a great brother, great co-caster. It's his birthday at the end of the month too. So 27th of April, we'll have a birthday support stream for him. You know, actually, I'm not sure whether they got LPL on that day, but we'll do it anyway. All right, folks. What to think of that series? Well, look, I still don't think JDG are ungrateful. I think that Xiaohu, not a great series from him. I think Hung, not a great series from him. Breathe, mixed. JJ, on the whole, pretty good, but that catch at late back around the soul there was just not good. I just don't think Weibo know how to play objectives. I think their objectives are just not working for them. I think they're really struggling. Really struggling. Yeah. Oh, is yours on the 18th? I didn't realize, Brackish. Oh shit! Happy birthday, Brackish! I didn't realize that. Happy birthday to you. I'm so sorry I missed that. Hope you're having a wonderful day, and I hope many good things come to you. Honk you, great damage on the RE there. Had a solid game. Still think my player of the game. Who is my player of the game actually for JDG? Over the series, it's Gala. For this game, probably is Honkyu actually. Yeah, Honkyu probably is player of the game. Really solid charms in the middle of the team fight. It's more of a macro thing from JDG than an individual player, but yeah. Oh yeah, folks, for those of you interested as well, we're going to play some party games in the Discord just after LPL as well. So I'm going to chill out for a little bit. I'm going to be in my Discord and we're going to play stuff like Jackbox, Gartic Phone, you know, things like that. So if you're in the Discord, come. If you're not in the Discord, come join it. We're going to go play some party games. And yeah, we're just going to chill out, have some fun. Might watch LEC at the same time. Pretty chill today, honestly. Hopefully going to go bowling with some friends. I'm bad at bowling. You know, I watched a whole like 30-minute documentary on bowling and how the oil surfaces and stuff change the way that it's played, and the different kinds of cores in it as well, like the different weights in the middle of it. Turns out bowling is like incredibly complex level of physics. I didn't realize that. Kind of crazy. Turns out the different oil pattern completely changes the way that the ball moves. Gosh. Okay, folks, let's quit while we're ahead. I'm gonna go radio over to someone, not sure who yet, but I guess LEC is going to be on. Navi versus GX. Let's have a look-see. Wait, Cadrill's watching the Sidemen charity match? Wait, I thought he'd be doing LEC, what? Oh, I guess he'll do that in 5 minutes. Fair play. Who's alive then? I'll send you over to Dragdar. Dragdar's cool. Send you over to him. Thank you everyone for watching. I'll see you next time.